Inside Xavier's school, Professor X had already set up a chessboard and gestured for Magneto to sit. But Magneto wasn't in the mood for games. He was here because his old friend had finally said he would support him. He smiled. "Charles, did you finally realize your gentle approach doesn't work? Looks like even a stubborn old man can be enlightened." The X-Men behind Professor X frowned. They didn't know why Charles had called Magneto here, but after hearing that line, they had a rough idea. Professor X spoke calmly. "Eric, how many years has it been since we last sat down like this?" "Too many," he went on. "Ever since we parted ways because of our different beliefs. When they were young, they had been the closest of friends. Later, after everything that happened, Magneto completely lost faith in humans. He swore to wipe them out and build a world ruled only by mutants." "Many years," Magneto echoed, a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Then he reached out and moved a piece, beginning the game. Both men casually used their powers to move the chess pieces. "Charles, I'm really pleased you've finally come around," Magneto said. "If we work together, we can build a mutant empire. Inferior races like humans don't need to exist anymore." He sounded completely confident. In his mind, if the X-Men hadn't stopped him in the past, his plans would already have succeeded and mutants would rule the Earth in the open. "You're right about one thing, Eric," Professor X said. "My way is outdated. It doesn't work anymore. Showing kindness to the leaders of this country is cruelty to our own people." Magneto actually laughed, more satisfied than he had been in years. But his smile froze when Charles continued, "And your way won't work either. If we keep going like this, both of us will lead mutants to extinction." "What did you say?" Magneto's expression darkened. The piece in his hand twisted and exploded under his power. "Charles, listen to yourself. I will cause mutants' extinction." He sneered. "If you hadn't been fighting the Brotherhood every time, I would have ruled the world already. Those damned humans would have been kneeling at mutants' feet." With a bang, he flipped the chessboard and glared at Professor X, demanding an answer. Seeing Magneto losing control, the X-Men tensed and activated their powers. Mystique shifted into a combat form. Professor X remained steady. "Eric, do you really think you're that strong? Do you think you alone can overthrow every government on Earth?" Of course, Magneto shot back. "Mutants are the strongest beings in this world. Humans are weak. Look at that." He pointed toward the steel jungle of New York City. "With my power, I can bring the entire city down." Professor X didn't doubt it. With so much metal and modern construction, Magneto's ability was devastating in any city. Then a new voice cut in. "Wow, did I hear that right? Someone wants to level New York City?" "Go on, say that again." The sudden interruption made everyone tense. For someone to appear here without being noticed by a room full of mutants was no small feat. All eyes turned toward the doorway. Everyone recognized the man. Nick Fury. Professor X frowned. "What brings the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. here?" Magneto instantly understood that Fury hadn't been invited. "So you've had eyes on me ever since I entered New York." Fury ignored him and instead tapped the small glowing device on his wrist. "This little toy hides us from mutant senses," he said casually. It wasn't literal invisibility, but enough that no one here had sensed them coming. "Charles, I don't mind you meeting old friends," Fury added. "But next time, let me know. Your friend here is on the State Council's blacklist." He gave Magneto an amused, narrow-eyed look. His tone toward Charles was almost polite negotiation. Toward Magneto, it was pure disdain. Even after hearing Magneto claim he could destroy New York, Fury's attitude didn't change. Contempt, cold and quiet. Magneto's temper flared. Charles could talk to him like this because they were mutants and old comrades. But Nick Fury? A human, a government dog, a black man from a country that hated him and yet made him their top spy master. Every buff stacked. Furious, Magneto raised his hand. The scattered chess pieces on the floor shot up and twisted into metal spikes that glinted with a deadly chill. If those hit anyone, even a super would be in serious trouble. "Eric, stop," Professor X warned. He knew exactly what would happen if Magneto killed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in this school. But Magneto didn't care. Even now, Fury just stared at him with that same look of indifference. He snapped his fingers at the woman beside him. Hill. Maria Hill calmly tapped on the tablet in her hands, then turned the screen so everyone could see. Right now, Fury explained, every missile on the shield carrier is locked on one target. If my vital signs fluctuate even a little, he mimed an explosion with his hands. Boom. The gesture looked almost comical, but the threat behind it was very real. Eric, Fury said, do you really want to test whether this entire mutant academy is willing to be buried with me? Everyone in the room looked grim. Nick Fury had just threatened Magneto with the lives of every mutant at Xavier's school. If he got so much as a scratch, the entire academy would be wiped out. No one here could outrun that. Magneto could only glare, practically breathing fire, but he didn't move. If Professor X still had a bit of confidence in mutant power before this, Fury's method crushed it completely. Now he finally understood what Jean had meant. As a group, mutants were weak. Far too weak. No matter how strong one mutant was, he couldn't change the fate of the entire race. Even in the best case, say Magneto really did overthrow the government of the United States and rule it. The U.S. wasn't the only country in the world. There was the mysterious Eastern power, the war-hardened Bear Country. Would they ever allow a mutant usurper to grow unchecked? Then let's not point those little toys at me, all right? Nick Fury said lightly. He knew Magneto hated his guts, but right now he had him by the throat. Magneto wasn't afraid of dying together. But if he actually did it, mutants really would be erased from the world. He was forced to rethink what Professor X had just said. With a flick of his fingers, the metal spikes dropped to the floor. Good, Fury said. The praise sounded like sandpaper against Magneto's ears, but there was nothing he could do. The others could only watch in silence. Director Fury, Professor X said, Eric is only here to see an old friend. We had a small argument, yes, but I can promise you he won't cause any trouble. Now, or in the future. Nick Fury looked between the two men, then settled on Charles. Charles, don't waste all the trust you've built up over the years. The people upstairs are just starting to feel better about Xavier's school. It was both a warning and a threat. Professor X, used to navigating politics, kept any displeasure off his face and simply nodded. The X-Men heard it too and were ready to explode, but Logan and Jean held them back. Fury, seeing Magneto, the X-Men, and the Brotherhood all forced in a line by his presence alone, was more than satisfied. He also knew when to stop. If he pushed Magneto too far, the man might actually decide to die together with him. Talk was cheap. Acting on it was another thing entirely. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he had done what he needed to do. Make the threat clear, set the boundaries. Hill, we're leaving, he said, turning away. As he walked out, he added over his shoulder, I'll be watching you. His figure vanished into the night. Professor X, however, suddenly smiled and looked at Magneto. He'd originally planned to slowly reason with his old friend and try to win him over. Fury's appearance had been an unexpected but perfect push. Eric, do you agree with me now? He asked. Magneto glared at him. Did you invite Fury here? Of course not. You should trust me. Magneto had 1,000 curses on the tip of his tongue. Trust you? Trust your nonsense, you scheming old man. The older Charles got, the more infuriating he became. Professor X only gave him an innocent look. Fury's arrival had honestly surprised him too, and he had no intention of over-explaining it. After a while, Magneto finally calmed down, sat back down, and glanced at the crushed chess piece on the floor. He let out a long breath. Charles, if what you say next doesn't satisfy me, he said quietly, I'll kill you first. Since we reunited, you've said that many times, Charles replied, and I'm still alive every time. You? Magneto was briefly speechless. In this time, I've realized something, Professor X continued. The paths you and I have chosen both lead to the same end, mutant extinction. So we need a new path, one that you and I walk together, to cut a new future for mutants. That night would deeply affect the future of the Marvel world. And the man who had set everything in motion, Lynn, was at that moment taking a senza bean from his system's space. Gwen, weak and pale, whispered, I really can't, Lynn. Try this, Gwen. The next morning, Lynn woke up. Gwen was gone. Only a small note lay on the bedside table. Lynn, I have class early today, so I went to school first. He read it, smiled, got up, washed, and started a new day. At the same time, Tony Stark woke up in his own bed. The fatigue from researching new elements was completely gone. As soon as he opened his eyes, he rushed straight to the basement. JRVS, get ready. Sir, with current technology, there seems to be no way to synthesize this new element, JRVS replied. Tony scoffed at that. Since when had anything he built over the years matched current technology? He'd locked himself away for a day and a night for this. Stop complaining, JRVS. Just follow my instructions. In the storage room, Tony grabbed a sledgehammer and put on a hard hat. Next step, major structural renovations. Halfway through measuring in the lab, he suddenly frowned and glanced at the Mark armor pod beside him. JRVS, am I seeing things? Where's my Mark II? You're not mistaken, sir. Mark II is indeed gone. What? Tony stared, stunned. How could the Mark II just vanish? Had JRVS betrayed him? For a second, images from Terminator crossed his mind. AI turning on humanity, the world in flames. But JRVS, next words killed that thought. Colonel Rhodes flew it away, sir. JRVS pulled up the footage and replayed everything that had happened while Tony was in seclusion. Tony sighed. He had been so focused he'd forgotten to cancel that order. So what's happening with Mark II now? The military has asked Colonel Rhodes to keep it as a prototype weapon for research. Figures, Tony muttered. He didn't bother chasing it for the moment. There was something more important to do. All right, let's begin. J.A.R.V.I.S.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
NYPD conference room. At the moment's meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy with Gwen. It was not George who spoke at the front, but Connors. George sat on the side, and after Connors finished talking about the purpose of the lizard Peter, his face was gloomy and terrifying. Professor Connors, are you sure Peter's purpose is to mutate all humans into lizard men? Connors nodded with certainty. Judging from his realization last night, he no longer thinks that his condition is a mutation, but a higher degree of evolution. He took away the regenerative genetic medicine just to infect all mankind through spore technology, evolve all human beings in his direction. Connors guessed his purpose from the words of Peter the lizard last night and spent another night speculating on Peter the lizard's implementation plan. I found George for a meeting early this morning. The people present all seemed a little unbelievable after hearing the plan, but I have to believe it. After all, as a police officer in New York City, I have never experienced anything. Now it's just an alien invasion. After thinking for a while, George said, Professor Connors, where is this spore technology? Everywhere. This technology was developed by Osborne Industries, and hospitals under its enterprises, including cooperative enterprises, have spore nebulizers. So you know what I mean, Commissioner George? George is numb. Hospitals under the name of Osborne Industries spread all over the United States. More than 60% of the hospitals in New York City alone are owned by their companies, and this does not include their cooperative companies. So it is not an exaggeration for Connors to say that there are everywhere. In other words, Peter the Lizard could just sneak into any hospital and grab this thing. In fact, the spore atomizer has been snatched by the lizard men. What did you say? George looked at the police officer in disbelief, and the police officer walked out of the meeting room and brought in a receipt for filing the case. Just yesterday afternoon, one was robbed from a small hospital. The case was filed last night, and I just sent the police to investigate it today. Now it seems that the lizard man must have robbed it. Looking at the documents in his hand, George hammered the table weakly. Professor Connors, if you want to stop Peter, what can you do? Professor Connors thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly. If the regenerative gene reagent is still there, I can use the sample to conduct reverse research to make an anti-gene reagent. But now, But Professor Connors, didn't you research this thing? Then you just need to make another bottle, and our police station will help you with the laboratory. A police officer said so. For this kind of layman, Professor Connors could only patiently explain, it can't be done. Even with the support of the original experimental data, it is basically impossible to make an identical genetic reagent. Steve Rogers, Captain America, everyone sitting here should know that, right? Captain America is a beautiful Chinese people know, the hero of World War II, the spiritual pillar in the hearts of every beautiful Chinese. Almost grew up listening to his heroic stories. Steve Rogers' genetic strengthening potion was destroyed by the Hydra agent. Even with the experimental data to support it, there is still no way to reproduce it. That's why. There are many reasons involved in this, so Connors can only give this example. With vivid examples, everyone will understand at once. So all we could do now is stop Peter with all our strength. George glanced at everyone present and made up his mind, set up a special operations team, report to the higher authorities, and borrow stronger weapons. We must stop Peter the Lizard. Go to the company that maintains the sewers. Let's first determine where the Lizard Peter is hiding. If we can get rid of the Lizard Peter in the sewers, that would be the best result. Captain George. Hearing the word solve, Connor's heart tightened, but he also understood that there was no other way now. In the end, he could only speak. Use fire, Director George. Fire. Connors nodded. Yes, no matter how fast his recovery speed is, the continuous burning at high temperature can cause huge amounts of damage. Flame is almost the biggest weakness of all carbon-based creatures. Once you know your weaknesses, you will naturally have to figure out how to deal with them. Prepare Molotov cocktails and muskets of the latest model. George immediately worked out a weapon plan. Yes. Soon, everyone in the special team started to act. Connors definitely wanted to do something. Director George, if possible, please take me with you when the time comes. I want to see if I can persuade Peter again. You should know he's really a good boy. George nodded. Okay, but until we subdue Peter, you have to hide behind and not show up. Once you become a hostage again, it will be troublesome. Don't worry. What happened last night will never happen again. George patted Connors on the shoulder. Anyone could become his hostage last night, and you are not to blame for this. But how do I feel that Spider-Man knows you? When George said this, Connors also felt the same way. But now is not the time to dwell on those things. Wouldn't it be much easier if we could get the help of Spider-Man at that time? No, we can solve this kind of thing with the police. Professor Connors, go down and rest first. You didn't sleep well last night. After getting along during this period of time, Connors also knew George's character, so he didn't persuade him anymore. After all, Spider-Man also said last night that he knew Peter the Lizard's plan. That's when Peter the Lizard should stop. The entire New York Police Department quickly operated under George's order. New York sewers. A table was built with various strange materials on a platform, and the Lizard Peter, huge amounts of claws, was carefully operating a precision instrument on it. After all the equipment was set up, the Lizard Peter took out the regeneration gene reagent from the incubator. After opening it, slowly went in. This instrument is the spore nebulizer that he snatched. Seeing that the machine has started to work, the Lizard Peter's vertical pupils revealed a look of great satisfaction. Ha ha! Soon I will become the god of all mankind, and no one can bully me anymore. Under the Lizard Peter's feet, there were several leather jackets stained with blood. It could be seen that he had a full meal. Xavier's school. Early this morning, Jean had just finished her first class when Professor X called her to the principal's office. Professor, has Magneto returned? In the last discussion last night, only their two friends remained, so no one else knew what was discussed in detail later. Well, he has to go back and think about it first. Professor X smiled in satisfaction. Knowing what he knew about Magneto, that wasn't something he could do. Okay, Jane, there should be no problem with the Mutant Brotherhood. Starting today, I have also lifted the school's closure. If you have nothing to do, go out for a walk. Jean is a little suspicious of her own ears. On weekdays, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Professor X asks everyone in the academy not to go out, as much as possible. Why do you let yourself go out more now? Professor X saw Chen's doubts and explained directly. Chen, I know that this concept must have been taught to you. You don't want to say it. There must be your reasons. But whatever the outcome, that person did us a huge favor. Professor Chen wanted to explain something. Professor X waved his hand. He is not only your friend, but also the friend of all mutants. Go, thank him well. Professor, you won't send someone to follow me this time, will you? Professor X's face darkened immediately. The last time he asked Logan to follow you, he was afraid that you would be cheated and someone would take advantage of you. No, just go if you want. No one else can follow you except Logan, and Logan doesn't want to go anymore. Apparently, Professor X has approached Logan, but Logan is unwilling to accept this task anyway. The manor is a sad place. I don't want to go anywhere anymore. Thank you, Professor. Then I'll go out first. Chen happily turned around and left the principal's office. Professor X lost all confidence in that appearance. Why does it seem? Have a feeling of being arched cabbage? No, it must be an illusion. Professor X comforted himself in this way and went back to his office to sit down, and then Mutant would embark on a new path. He is busy. After leaving the principal's office, Chen immediately returned to her dormitory and changed into a set of beautiful clothes. I don't know if Mr. Lynn is at home now. Go and talk to him about the novel. Outside Lynn Manor, a large truck stopped at the gate of the manor, where Lynn stood to receive the goods. Hello, is this Mr. Lynn? Yes. The courier from Stark Industries. Please sign for it. It's a big guy. Do you need us to help you move in? After Lynn signed her name, she said, I've prepared a room. Come with me. After 4 or 5 workers put down a large box, they kindly helped Lynn unpack the things. When they saw what was inside, although they were curious, they didn't ask much. After all, it was something sent by Stark Industries. What if it was something confidential and was silenced after knowing it? After the scene was packed, Lynn thanked everyone. What was delivered was nothing but a 3D printing cabin. Queen read, access the 3D printing cabin. Okay, master. The internal structure of the 3D printed cabin immediately lit up, and even the glass of the cabin door was electroplated. According to last night's battle data, build a new Ghost battle suit for Gwen, named Ghost 2. Number 1 is naturally whichever one Gwen made himself. Whether the color scheme continues the original color scheme. Okay, but you need to add some new elements to it. After a little manipulation on the projected screen, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Just follow this. Print job started, estimated completion time, 3.5 hours. So fast. A high-tech spider battlesuit can be completed in just over 3 hours, and Lynn has decided that the ability is so easy to use. Other Spider-Man battlesuits are broken and have to be repaired by themselves. Gwen prints directly. Various functions can also be customized. If this is seen by Spider-Man from other universes, his envious eyes will probably turn sore. After closing the door, Lynn walked out, just in time to see Gwen come back swinging the cobweb. A distressed look. What's wrong, Gwen? Lynn, my dad told me to stay at home these 2 days and not to go out, for fear that I might be in danger. The reason is simple. Peter the Lizard mentioned Gwen last night. Lynn smiled. It's normal. George Uncle cares more about you. Peter said something like that last night. Maybe he was afraid of what Peter would do to you. Gwen sat on the sofa and said with some melancholy, what if Peter's plan really comes true by then? You shouldn't have given him the regeneration gene reagent last night. What? Do you regret it? Lynn sat next to Gwen. Gwen shook her head resolutely. No regrets. A person's life is also a life, and the life of an entire human being on Earth is also a life. Under that condition, I have no choice but to save Professor Connors first. As for the future, I believe a solution can always be found. The trolley problem, the best answer. This is why Spider-Man is the most popular superhero. Because he has more humanity than other heroes, rather than all kinds of lofty forward-looking and divinity. Don't worry, I'm here. That's definitely not going to happen. Lynn hugged Gwen. Queen read, what is the New York Police Department doing now? Director George has already organized an action team, and has also applied to his superiors for new weapons and equipment. It seems to be preparing to enter the sewers of New York City first. Gwen frowned. Can they find Peter? Compared with Peter being found, Gwen is more worried about George's life safety, and she knows it well after fighting Peter the Lizard. There was no way the common weapon could have harmed him. The odds are slim, and New York City's underground sewers are complex. The Red Queen projected the underground waterways of New York City. The intricate and alternating pipes are more terrifying than a large maze. If there is a definite or approximate orientation, it can also be searched in an encircling manner. But it's almost impossible to explore underground waterways without knowing it. The Red Queen made the most rational analysis. However, in order to ensure the safety of Mr. George, I will always monitor the police channel. Make sure nothing goes wrong. So you can rest assured, Lynn said with a smile. Gwen nodded vigorously, and at the same time raised her chin vigorously. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn immediately began to think carefully. The Red Queen also lifted the projection very tactfully. Just when Lynn was about to go down, there was a hearty battle at noon. The Red Queen's voice suddenly came out. Master, a guest has arrived. Gwen blushed instantly and immediately sat back on the sofa, panting hard, trying to calm down her restless heart. Boo, if you dare to disturb your own good deeds, you should beat him up first. Jean Grey. Jean. Lynn and Gwen were taken aback at the same time, and then Gwen immediately stood up and rushed out. Shield. Hill stood on the podium with Nick Fury. Magneto Eric has left New York with Mystique Raven. What they discussed with Professor X last night is unclear. Hill reports, Xavier School is not like other places where you can arrange SHIELD agents to sneak in. The first requirement to enter Xavier School is mutant. Also go through the Professor X polygraph ceremony. His old man is the world's most sophisticated lie detector. This is also a necessary procedure to prevent others from sneaking in. Otherwise, Nick Fury didn't have to make a special trip to threaten Magneto last night. It's easy to put yourself in if you're not careful. Since Charles asked him to come, there shouldn't be any major problems. Do you trust Charles? Facing Hill's question, Nick Fury smiled noncommittally. Not only do I trust Charles, but everyone above trusts Charles. Otherwise, what Charles has done for so many years will be in vain. But I want to remind you that this kind of trust is completely different from the trust you understand. Know the same, Hill was even more confused. Although she is also an apex agent of SHIELD, after all, she is still a little tender in the aspect of playing power. Nick Fury just smiled lightly without too much explanation. This kind of trust does not refer to between people. What's more, his Professor X is still a mutant. This kind of trust in Professor X is like the owner's trust that his dog will not bite him, which makes sense. But Nick Fury definitely won't go into detail. There are some things that are good to keep in your heart, but it is not good to say them out. Although it is a fact, some people just can't get used to the facts and want to daydream. However, to be on the safe side, pay more attention to the changes in Xavier School during the operation of SHIELD during this period. I always feel like something big is going to happen. But Nick Fury didn't continue talking. This feeling can't be called good, but it can't be said to be bad either. But it is always right to pay more attention. Any new news from Natasha Romanoff? No. Has JRVS been hacked? Hill nodded. Tony has fixed all the bugs since you hacked once last time. The current JRVS, with the ability of the SHIELD Information Department, has no way to break through. Nick Fury nodded understandingly. After all, when JRVS was able to invade, it took a while to prepare for a loophole. Tell Natasha Romanoff to hurry up, or someone's going to mess with Tony. Who? Even if Hill is Nick Fury's assistant, it doesn't mean she has access to all the information of the Godarm Bureau. Some are still in the hands of Nick Fury. The grievances of the older generation. Let Tony solve it by himself. Hill nodded half understanding and did not continue to ask further questions. Looking at Nick Fury's aloof and arrogant face at the moment, if I hadn't seen that scene last night, I would have believed it. Hill, if there's nothing else to report, let's go down first. Nick Fury looked at Hill with piercing eyes, and Hill was startled. Yes, Director. Immediately, He left the podium without looking back, fearing that if he was one step too late, Nick Fury would lose his temper. Through the skylight of the SHILD mothership, Nick Fury looks solemnly at the sky. Card Ross. Inside the manor, Sheen bowed deeply to Lynn and said gratefully, "Mr. Lynn, this time is really thanks to you. Our principal is ready for reform." Gwen, who was sitting next to Lynn, looked puzzled. "Where's this all?" Lynn nodded indifferently. "It's okay. The most important thing is to help you. We are all friends now. Don't be so alien. You could talk to Gwen for a while. I'm going to get you something to eat. It's already noon now. I just wanted to eat, but didn't get anything else, so now I can only eat first." After Lynn left, Lewin looked at you curiously. "Sister Cheen, what kind of reform are you talking about?" Cheen took a deep breath and didn't intend to continue to hide from Gwen. After all, she really regarded her as a friend. She wanted to see how Gwen would react if she told the truth. "Gwen, I'm actually a mutant." Speaking, in order to convince Gwen, Jean also used her ability to lift the water forest on the table and fly it in front of her to catch it. Looking at Gwen, who was a little stunned, Jean felt that she was still too direct. "Gwen, I'm going to explain this to you." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Jean was stunned. Because Gwen raised his hand, the cobweb shot out from the wrist and stuck to the wall not far away. It's like saying that. Coincidentally, I am a mutant too. But Sheen definitely doesn't know that this cobweb is a product of technology. But it doesn't prevent Sheen's mouth from being as big as an O shape, full of shock. At this time, Lynn poked her head out from the kitchen. "Gwen, don't shoot cobweb indiscriminately at home, or you will be punished." TCH, you're not always shooting indiscriminately. "Gwen, what did you say?" Sheen didn't hear clearly. Gwen immediately waved her hand. "It's nothing." Immediately afterwards, Jean asked curiously, "Gwen, are you Spider-Man?" How about it? Isn't it amazing?" She nodded. "I didn't expect that you are also a mutant. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't hide it from you." "I'm not a mutant." "Not a mutant?" Jean was stunned. In her opinion, only mutants have this kind of super ability. She also saw a lot of reports about Spider-Man in Xavier's school these 2 days. "Strictly speaking, I should be regarded as a transformation talent." Gwen told Sheen in detail how she obtained the spider ability. After listening to it, even Sheen felt a little unbelievable. Gene mutations are even rarer than mutants. You must know that this kind of gene mutation will kill you if you are not careful, and most of the mutations are bad. And like Gwen, perfect mutations can't be said. Maybe the whole Earth is just like this. In addition to being surprised, Sheen is also a little happy, and she doesn't have to hide it from Gwen anymore. "Come on, Gwen, let's go swimming first." "Good." Gwen also put down the snacks in her hand and happily pulled Sheen's hand. After a short period of heart-to-heart talk, just now, the relationship between the two women has improved a lot. Just when the two were about to go upstairs and change into their swimsuits, the projection of the Red Queen appeared in front of them. Sheen, who had never seen the Red Queen before, was taken aback, and what shocked her even more was that her telepathy could not sense a child in front of her at all. "Who are you?" Sheen immediately became alert and subconsciously pushed Gwen behind her. "Hi, Miss Jean Grey. I'm the Red Queen, and Lynn is my host. I'm a Master's Artificial Intelligence Steward." The Red Queen. As a fan of Lynn's book, Sheen is no stranger to this name. The Artificial Intelligence Red Queen in Resident Evil. Yes, here, Sheen directly understands that it is the Resident Evil Red Queen created with the Red Queen in front of her as a template. How would she know that this Red Queen came from the world of Resident Evil? After introducing herself, Queen Hong continued, "Miss Gwen, Miss Sheen. The current temperature of the swimming pool is not suitable for swimming. Please wait for half an hour. You can also take a bath first. Adjust your body temperature so as to get a more perfect swimming experience." "Thank you, Red Queen," Gwen said with a smile. "You're welcome." After completing the prompt, the Red Queen disappeared in front of the two of them. Gwen introduced Sheen again about the red rear projection. "I see. The two met at Tony's dance that day, so it's not surprising that Lynn and Tony are familiar with this piano." After going upstairs, the two each chose another swimsuit. Then Sheen pulled Gwen into the bathroom together. Even if Gwen was a girl, it was the first time she took a bath with a girl. immediately felt a little shy. Sister Chin, why don't I go in and wash after you finish washing? Chin smiled. Let's go, it's fine. As the older sister, Chin pulled Gwen into the bathroom. Not long after, Gwen also let go completely, and the sound of two people talking happily came from bathroom. Inside Tony's lab, several large holes have been dug into the wall, and various pipes have been laid to fill the entire laboratory. Tony was holding a spirit level and testing the level of the pipes. Here, we still need to put something on. Tony looked at the crooked spirit level, looked around, and finally found a round shield on the ground not far away. These are all found in the old warehouse. He has forgotten what the specific function is, even if he knows that this thing can only be used as a mat now. Once the mat is on, the spirit level is perfectly level. Perfect. JRVS ready for energy output. Sir, it's ready. New elements can be manufactured at any time. Okay, come on. Tony put his hands on the rotary gate. JRVS, adjust the power a little bit according to the frequency of my rotation. Yes, sir. In the pipe, a blue laser energy was released and hit the wall. In an instant, burnt marks were left on the wall. Tony started to spin the energy, and everything in its path was blown out. It quickly hit a triangular device, and the laser energy seemed to be absorbed after hitting the triangular device. Tony watched the scene with satisfaction. Zero asked for flowers. Then a dazzling blue light flooded the entire laboratory, and the triangular device also emitted the same blue light. But it should be softer and more stable. For Tony, this blue light is simply the light of rebirth. Dad, you are a genius. At this moment, Tony had to admit that Howard was far smarter than himself. Even after all these years, he is still educating himself. It was also because of Howard that he lived again. Definitely, from Tony's point of view, if Lynn hadn't reminded him, maybe he would never be able to discover the treasure left by Howard in his life. Sir, congratulations on your successful research of a new element. I will complete all adaptation experiments of new elements as soon as possible. I'll leave it to you, JRVS. Tony was in a good mood. The big stone that weighed on his heart finally fell. Immediately, he felt himself relaxed. Even if his laboratory is now a mess, it doesn't matter. What is more important than being alive? Taking off his goggles, Tony smiled. Compared with the first time I put on the Mark II and took off for the first time, I laughed more happily, and I laughed from the bottom of my heart. When I got back upstairs, I saw Happy walking in. Hi, Happy. Tony couldn't help walking over and gave Happy a big hug. Before that, he thought that he would be separated from these friends forever. Happy didn't know why Tony was so enthusiastic all of a sudden and felt uncomfortable for a while. Tony, I am male. I definitely know. Happy. Tony let go of Happy, went to the bar to get himself a glass of wine, and took a hard sip. No, it's not as good as milk tea, and I must go to Lynn's house to get some milk tea after a while. I even gave him a 3D printing cabin. Grab some more cups of milk tea. Not too much, right? Happy. You're not in the company at this time. What are you looking for me for? I'll send you something nice. There will be a car race in Morocco in a while. How are you interested? Happy took out an invitation letter from his pocket and put it in front of Tony. Tony opened it and said, Definitely, we will go together when the time comes. Call Pepper. At this moment, Tony wants to go anywhere. Definitely, I'll talk to her. Well, can you call Natasha Romanoff when you're angry? Natasha Romanoff? Tony thought for a while, and then realized that it was Pepper's new assistant, and he saw the dirty thoughts in Happy's heart at a glance. No problem. She will take your car then. Thank you, Tony. Then I'll go back to the company first. Go. Halfway through, Happy turned around and said, By the way, Tony, your condition today. Very nice. Definitely, I do that every day. Tony took another sip of wine, went back to his room, and lay down. He had never felt so relaxed at any moment. It's such a great feeling. Resurrected from the dead, survived the catastrophe. It's almost the same. Anyway, Tony is so relaxed now that he, who never takes a nap, falls asleep at this moment. JRVS also found out that Tony was asleep and said softly, Good afternoon, mister. Then started to turn off the lights in the whole house and turn on the white noise. Let Tony get better sleep. After Harpy returned to the company, he came directly to Pepper's office. Since Black Widow came here, he often ran to Pepper's side. Pepper, Tony said that you should go with me when the time comes. Okay, if I'm free then. Little Pepper is busy with Stark Industry now, so it can be said that one is the first and the other two are big. Tony has become a hands-off shopkeeper, leaving all the business to her. At this time, Black Widow came over with a bunch of documents. Hi, Happy. Oh, hi. Natasha Romanoff. Do you need help? Thank you. Black Widow looked at Happy with winking eyes. Happy felt his heart was about to melt. By the way, Happy, were you looking for Mr. Tony Stark just now? Yes, send him an invitation. Moroccan road racing. You can go with me when the time comes. Tony and I fought for it. How? Interested? Definitely. That's the kind of thrill I love the most. Hearing that Black Widow agreed, Happy felt even happier. By the way, Happy, how is Tony doing now? I mean, is he sick because he hasn't come to work for so long? No, it's his habit. Happy recalled Tony's appearance just now and continued. He is not good enough. He has never been better. Excellent. Black Widow was dumbfounded. Isn't it right? Is it a flashback? Ask for the first big order. Happy time always flies by. Titi, Sheen, wearing a pink bikini, came up from the swimming pool and came to Lynn's side. Mr. Lynn, you seem to like basking in the sun. I really envy your constitution that doesn't tan. Sheen found that every time Lynn was free, she would bask in the sun on the deck chair. That kind of leisurely look is really enviable. Especially Sheen, I am very envious. In her career, it seems that being able to bask in the sun with such peace of mind is a luxury. She also gradually fell in love with the atmosphere here at Lynn. Relaxed and cozy. No flight, no fight. Next time you can put on sunscreen and come over to sunbath with me. It's very comfortable. The sun at this point in time is the most comfortable. Sheen also lay down, her hot body still dripping with water, revealing a wordless allure. In the pool, there's Gwen. The swimsuit she chose this time was relatively conservative, but it still couldn't hide her proud figure. Especially recently, with Lynn's moisture. It adds a special kind of beauty. This is also a beautiful view that can only be enjoyed by Lynn. If these two beauties go to the public swimming pool or the beach to swim, they will definitely gather a group of people to strike up a conversation. Sheen took a sip of milk tea and became more relaxed. Mr. Lynn, you are really amazing. Originally, Jean just wanted to praise Lynn for being able to cook, make desserts, and write novels. But in this kind of environment, saying such words will inevitably make people daydream. Even Sheen, who said this sentence, turned slightly red all of a sudden. What did I just say? Lynn looked at Sheen deliberately. He definitely knew what Sheen wanted to express. 843 does not prevent him from misinterpreting Sheen's meaning from his eyes. Sheen immediately explained, No, Mr. Lynn, you misunderstood. Mr. Lynn, you are very powerful. Sheen blushed all of a sudden. There are very few people like Mr. Lynn in this world. Oops. Only then did Sheen realize that she was being bullied by Lynn. After glancing at Lynn resentfully, he got up again and jumped into the swimming pool to fight with Gwen. The projection of the Red Queen also appeared at this time. Miss Gwen, Mr. George sent you a message, and he's going to pick you up at school now. Gwen, in the pool, was taken aback immediately. If George finds out that he's not in school now, Balbuki will ask again. Lynn, I have to go back to school first. Okay, you go and change first. I'll wait for you in the car. Sister Sheen, I'll go now. Sheen nodded. Okay. Sheen also knew what happened recently during the conversation with Gwen just now and comforted Gwen. And tell Gwen, try to speak up if you need help. Outside Empire State University. George's car is parked at the door. Glancing at the quiet and peaceful campus, George sighed helplessly if it wasn't for the words of the lizard Peter. I don't worry about Gwen myself. As his wife said, Gwen is not a child now, and it's useless to hold on to it all the time. Soon, he saw Gwen coming out of the campus. Gwen, I'll come and pick you up from school these days. George didn't explain why, worried that Gwen would become morose about Peter again. Also, unexpectedly, Gwen agreed so readily. Gwen also knew that George was concerned about her own safety, so she definitely did not object to George's actions. George smiled knowingly. My own daughter has been so obedient since she was a child. After getting in the car, George was also chatting with Gwen along the way, and while chatting, George suddenly said, "Gwen, do you know Lynn?" Gwen suddenly felt nervous. Does George already know something? Recognize, recognize. I'm a fan of his books. George pressed on. I mean, do you know him personally? Dad, why did you suddenly ask this? That's right. Haven't I been reading his novels recently? I remember you told me that he had been to your school for a book signing. So I want to ask, do you know him? Hearing this, Gwen let out a long breath. It turned out to be like this. Gwen flipped through her school bag. Dad, look. Taking advantage of the gap between the cars, George turned his head curiously and saw Gwen take out a copy of Harry Potter. Lynn's signature is impressively on the title page. This made George envious. After chasing books for this period of time, he also became a fan of Lynn's books and asked Gwen just to see if he could get an autograph. Why Harry Potter? Gwen didn't understand what George meant. Isn't Harry Potter Lynn's book? If you get Lynn to sign, you should sign A Song of Ice and Fire. Apparently, George prefers A Song of Ice and Fire. Dad, don't you think you are also Lynn's book fan now? The keen George immediately caught a trace of intimacy in the words. You call Lynn Lynn? Forehead. Our book clubs all call Lynn like this, Dad. Don't change the subject. Are you also a fan of Lynn's books? Gwen immediately changed the subject. It was absolutely impossible for George to admit it, so he could only say stubbornly, as your father, I just care about your star-chasing situation. There is no book fan. I'm a police officer. I don't read books that affect my work. If George knew about Gwen's current star-chasing situation, he would probably stop angrily and go directly to find Lynn. Then, fiercely, want a unique signature. Really? Dad, that's definitely. George continued to drive with some guilt. Okay, don't talk to the driver while driving. I'll send you back quickly. There are still tasks for me to complete at the police station. That's fine. Gwen didn't talk about George either. She sat quietly in her seat and looked out the window at the scenery. At the moment, after sending Gwen back home, Lynn saw that she was standing alone on the rooftop looking at the scenery in the distance. He also put on a white shirt, through which he could vaguely see the purple swimsuit inside. The lower body is naturally still bare thighs. This woman, that dress is his. Lynn smiled, walked to the kitchen bar, watched the wine on it until 2 glasses were poured out. Delicious milk tea must be delicious. But there are some atmospheres that only wine can adjust. On the rooftop, Lynn walked to Cheen's side and handed over the wine in her hand. Mr. Lynn, why is it not milk tea this time? I think you seem to have something on your mind, so drinking some wine will make you feel better. This kind of thing can be edited. Cheen took the wine in Lynn's hand and took a sip. It's not as good as milk tea, but it's not bad. Is there any more? Definitely. Lynn brought up 2 bottles. Drink together. Lynn sat down together. He knew that Cheen must have a lot of words in his heart, as a mutant excluded by society. It is impossible to say that there is no complaint in my heart. If he really had no complaints, the Phoenix Force would not have completely erupted later, changing from Phoenix to Dark Phoenix. Although that was a long time later. But it is also enough to see that Cheen has been suppressing her emotions all these years. So once this emotion erupts, it will be devastating. So Lynn isn't drinking with Jean right now. It's saving the world. Perfect and reasonable. The effect of alcohol is still very strong. After a few drinks, Cheen is already a little tipsy. The chatterbox has also been completely opened up. Mr. Lynn, I was really lucky to meet you at that dance. I feel like that encounter was destined. How to say? Lynn took a sip of the wine lightly. Although alcohol doesn't make him drunk now, he really can't get used to the taste of wine. It's not that it's hard to drink, just not used to it. Cheen stood up from the chair holding the wine glass and looked at the distant scenery. In fact, before I met you, I felt that there was darkness in front of me. It's as if there is no place for me in this world. Or I shouldn't have come to this world. As she said that, Cheen's mood began to fluctuate. Vaguely, Lynn felt an extremely powerful force. Is this Phoenix Force? Cheen also seemed to feel this, and once again tried her best to calm down her emotions. What you may not know is that Charles has been on my guard the whole time. I have a spiritual cage set up by him on my body. Although I also know that he is doing it for my own good, I really don't like the feeling of being watched all the time. Even if Cheen is an X-Men, she has a powerful Phoenix Force on her body. But in the final analysis, she is still a little girl in her 20s. What she needs is not all kinds of names, but someone who can protect her and understand her. This feeling she felt here in Lynn. Lynn stood up and walked to Cheen's side. So that's what I don't like about Charles. He's too cowardly. Cheen also wanted to defend Professor X, but after seeing Lynn's eyes, she didn't know where to start. She also defended last time, but she was completely dismantled by Lynn. The power in you is yours. As a senior who uses psychic power, what he wants is not to teach you how to control this power, but to fear that this power will seal it for the first time. Cheen looked at Lynn in surprise. Mr. Lynn, do you know? Definitely, I know a lot. If it was someone else now, Cheen would definitely wonder why the other party knew so much. But getting along with her during this period of time made Cheen understand that Lynn didn't have any malice towards her. Lynn never asked herself too much. How could I ask him these things? Lynn continued. Didn't you realize that the power in your body will only respond when your mood fluctuates? It is your strength respond. It is also your heart. You shouldn't listen to Professor X to suppress it, but learn to feel it and control it. Cheen, feel it, control it. This is something Cheen never thought of. She used to grow up under the education of Professor X, so Professor X said that this force will bring disaster. She definitely believed it. But now the facts have proved that Professor X is not all right. But Lynn, what if I can't control this force? Lynn smiled lightly. It's okay, I'm here. These words, like a sharp sword, completely broke Cheen's heart that had been defended for a long time. She had imagined countless times that someone could say this sentence to her. It finally came true today. Mr. Lynn, thank you. Cheen suddenly hugged Lynn, buried her head in Lynn's chest, and began to cry, to vent the emotions that have been accumulated over the years. All of a sudden, countless emotions found an outlet and spewed out along with the tears, instead of expressing it in the form of Phoenix Force. If the current Professor X can feel Cheen's mood, he will surely send out all the X-Men in fright. It's a pity that Professor X has been completely disconnected from Cheen under the super suppressive magnetic field. Lynn hugged the piano, feeling the feeling conveyed in front. While it usually doesn't seem like much of a difference, Lynn can now be sure of one thing. Hers is bigger. This should be right. Half an hour later, Cheen's mood improved a lot, and she looked at Lynn with tears in her eyes. This time, it wasn't Lynn who took the initiative, but Cheen raised her toes and sealed Lynn's lips. Compared with Gwen, Cheen is much bolder. Maybe it's because she has encountered more things, so she is more mature. Or maybe Lynn has opened up her heart completely. In short, what is the reason? Only Cheen himself knows. All Lynn could do was respond to Jean, then picked her up and carried her back to the room. Mr. Lynn, this is the first time Okay, I'll be gentle. Xavier's school. Professor X in the principal's office tried to contact Cheen again, but found that he couldn't get in touch again. But there was no sense of anxiety in his heart. Forget it. Maybe it's a good thing for Cheen. After accepting Lynn's idea, Professor X also found that he had made too many mistakes before. It was so wrong. At this moment, Logan knocked on the door and walked in. Charles, Jean hasn't come back yet. Do you need me to find it? Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Logan glanced at Professor X. This guy is shameless. But after all, Cheen is also his teammate, and Logan will definitely be worried if he doesn't come back so late. It's okay. Cheen will come back when she wants to come back on 4.9. Question mark. Logan looked at Professor X in disbelief. Is this still the Professor X he knew? Why does he seem to be a different person? If it hadn't been for sure that Professor X would not be controlled by others, Logan would want to go deep into Wolverine's wolf paw and ask him a good question. Charles, you've changed. Hearing Logan's words, Professor X also smiled slightly. Yeah, it's time to change. I was too naive before, and I was wrong. From now on, early the next morning, Lynn woke up in bed, fast asleep. Obviously, she had a hard time last night, but now she doesn't have the resilience of Gwen. So I still need to sleep for a while. Lynn stretched her waist and walked out of the room, leaving the moment of tranquility to Cheen. After about an hour, the door of the room opened, and Cheen came out of the room. There was a hint of laziness and relaxation in the tone. "Good morning, Mr. Lynn. Good morning. Come down to have breakfast first and replenish your energy." Cheen smiled lightly. "Okay, Mr. Lynn." Lynn also wanted to correct Jean's name last night, but Jean said that's what she wanted to call Lynn. So Lynn acquiesced. "Everyone calls it differently. Isn't it more fun? Do you need to go back to Xavier's school later?" Cheen thought for a while. "Yes, Mr. Lynn will send me to the outer ring, and I will go in by myself." Obviously, Jean doesn't want Lynn to have access to the Professor X and X-Men people now. Lynn didn't have this idea either, so she acquiesced. In the car, Cheen kissed Lynn on the cheek. "The course here is over, and I will go back to the manor." "Okay, waiting for you to come back." Early in the morning, after George sent Gwen to school, he returned to the police station. The police station is busy now, all looking for the location of Peter the Lizard. But unfortunately, nothing has been found until now, and the location of the Lizard Peter cannot be found at all. George also knew in his heart that trying to find Peter the Lizard by searching the sewers in this way was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. But this is also an unavoidable solution at this stage. After returning to his office, George continued to observe the construction map of the sewer. Try to find Peter the Lizard's hiding place on it. But obviously this is difficult to do. After observing for a long time, George rubbed his eyes tiredly. Suddenly the office door was pushed open. "Professor Connors?" George didn't know what he was doing to him so early in the morning, and he looked out of breath. "Captain George." Connors looked out of breath, forced a sigh of relief, and said, "I know Peter. Where is he going to implement his plan?" "I see." George stood up from his chair and immediately pulled Connors in. Connors picked up the water glass on the table and took a sip of himself, then rummaged through George's desk to find a map of New York City. "I was thinking all day yesterday, if Peter wants to infect all mankind, where's the best way to start? At first I saw him hiding in the sewers and thought he was planning to attack New York City's water supply. It's not unreasonable for you to think so. George also thinks it is possible. After all, drinking water is the source of life for a city. Yes, but I just found out that Peter has another way. A surefire way to quickly infect an entire city." George's face changed immediately. How to do it? Diffusion of spores at the highest point in New York City. The spores will spread into the clouds and enter the ground with rainfall. In other words, he's coming here. George glanced at the place Connors was pointing at and blurted out, "World Trade Center, Building 1. There is the 05th floor, the tallest building in New York City. P.S. At the moment, Tony Stark Industrial Building is not finished yet." "That's right, so that means we just have to sit here and wait for Peter to come over. Otherwise, our search would be of no use other than wasting police force." "Connors, are you sure?" Connors nodded vigorously, very sure of his guess. After pondering for a while, George immediately rang his office phone. "Call everyone to prepare for a meeting. Xavier's school." Back here, Cheen took the initiative to come to Professor X's office after class. "Professor." Professor X raised his head, and the moment he saw Cheen, his eyes lit up instantly, because he discovered that the frantic ability originally hidden in the violin calmed down a lot. At least not so grumpy. Who's his friend? It can also help Mutant find a way out in the future, and it can also help Cheen suppress the Phoenix Force in her body. It seems that letting Cheen make friends with him is the most correct choice. Maybe it's a mutant whose strength far surpasses him and Magneto. "Cheen, sit down." Professor X smiled lightly. The Phoenix Force on the piano calmed down, and the burden in his heart was relieved a lot. "What do you want me to do?" Cheen was taken aback for a moment, but Professor X didn't mention the fact that she didn't come back last night at all. Since Professor X didn't mention it, she didn't bother to talk about it. He directly stated his request. "Professor, I want to move out and live outside." "No problem. When will you move?" Such an answer made Cheen even more confused. Is this person in front of me really Professor X? It can't be Mystique. Why did it seem like he was negotiating with the former Professor X, even agreeing to move out? Do not ask. Professor X knows without thinking, It must be moved to that friend side. With such a strong friend, Professor X definitely won't stop it. It's too late to be happy. Maybe in the future, with the help of Chin's relationship, I might be able to seek some help from the other party within my ability. Especially now, the other party can help Chin control the Phoenix Force. That is much stronger than myself. So instead of saying that Professor X is agreeing to move Chin out, it is better to say that he is making a very new type of investment. If possible, I would like to move after school in the afternoon. No problem. Do you need help? The current attitude of Professor X can be said to be good and messed up, which makes the piano a little inappropriate. But he didn't get too entangled in this matter, which happened to be what Chin wanted. No, I don't have anything. Okay, if you're unhappy living outside, you can come back at any time. Chin has a strange face. Professor, I just moved out. It's not that I won't come back. I'm still going to come back and teach. How do you feel that Professor X is looking forward to leaving by himself? After leaving the principal's office, Chin still doubts whether Professor X is real or not. But the psychic power told her that what Professor X said was true. Could it be that the professor has really changed his gender? Shaking her head, Chin stopped thinking about it. In any case, at least the current result is good. Afternoon, Chin left Xavier's school alone, and only Professor X and Logan came out to see him off. The other X-Men don't know about it for now. Professor X didn't intend to make it known to everyone. After watching Jean leave, Logan pushed Professor X back. In the past, this work was often done by Chin. Chin is rarely in Xavier's school now, and it's time for Professor X to think about finding someone else to be his assistant. Logan, are you interested in? Not interested, needless to say, don't want to do it. Refuse to triple. Logan is old and smart, and Professor X knows what he is farting by moving his butt. Facing Logan's 3 consecutive rejections, Professor X didn't say any more. Along the way, many mutant teenagers greeted the two of them, and the two responded kindly. After pushing Professor X to the principal's office, Logan was stopped by Professor X just as he was about to leave. Logan, just a second. Charles, I just said no. Professor X smiled and continued. Now X-Men and Mutant Brotherhood are ready to cooperate. However, the Mutant Brotherhood's identity is too sensitive to enter New York City directly with Swagger. What do you think there is a way? Logan walked back to the office and sat down, casually said, "There is no way." Professor X's face froze. I know there is no way, but it doesn't have to be so direct. Anyway, think about it pretendingly, don't you? Charles, just tell me what you have. The two of us have known each other for so long. Don't I know what you look like? Logan, don't think so badly of me. I hope you can act as a middleman between the two forces so as to act as a buffer. Early the next morning, Lynn woke up from the bed alone, and Gwen and Jean chatted in another room all night last night. The Red Queen was also in their room. This is also what Lynn requested. After awakening the self-aware Red Queen, she needs to spend more time with human beings to make awakening more thorough. As soon as she went out, Lynn saw Chin downstairs wearing a white shirt, preparing breakfast in the coolness below. The collar of the white shirt has not been buttoned. With the weight of the piano, Lynn stood upstairs condescendingly and saw clearly. Mr. Lynn, you're awake. I've already made breakfast for the two of us, and I'm going to wake you up if you haven't woken up yet. Lynn laughed. How are you going to wake me up? Chin glanced at Lynn resentfully and didn't want to talk. She knew that Lynn must be thinking bad things again. Gwen has gone to school. Come down for breakfast. I don't have class today. Go shopping with me after dinner. Good, Lynn answered simply. The previous pianos were all in Xavier's school and rarely came out to get in touch with the colorful world outside. Now that she has come out, she definitely wants to enjoy life well and enjoy the life that a girl of her age should have. It just so happened that Chin moved out of Xavier's school without any clothes, and Lynn took her to buy some clothes, by the way. You can't wear your own white shirt every day, can you? Wrong. It seems that it is not impossible. After eating, Chin first said, My craftsmanship is probably not as good as Mr. Lynn's. It's okay. Occasionally I want to eat breakfast made for me by others. Chin smiled happily, sat next to Lynn, and kissed her. Lynn was taken aback for a moment. Chin really became more and more active. It seems that she was depressed in Xavier's school for too long. The beauty is in my arms. definitely don't have to bear it. There's no need to pick a place. The dining table is very good. 2 hours later, Jean took a shower and changed and came out of the bathroom holding Lynn's arm. Mr. Lynn, let's go. Some people wake up, eat breakfast, and get ready to go out after exercising. And some people just woke up. After sleeping until dawn, Tony came out of his bedroom, feeling more relaxed and comfortable than ever. JRVS, how long have I been asleep? 20 hours, sir. How long have I slept? Even Tony couldn't believe it. This should be the first time in his life that he slept for so long. Not to mention, it's quite comfortable. During this period, you had a total of 116 missed calls and 70 messages that were not checked in time. These are Tony's orders, and any information will disturb him while he is sleeping. JRVS is also doing this dutifully. Is there a call from Pepper? No, sir. The disappointment in Tony's eyes was visible to the naked eye, and he thought that Pepper would take the initiative to find him after being out of contact for so long. I didn't expect to be passionate about myself. It never occurred to him that he used to lose contact for 5 or 6 days without any news. Except for the kidnap time. The other little Peppers didn't know where he went. Among them, Colonel Rhodes made 96 phone calls and sent 53 text messages. Tony drank a glass of sober wine. With a hint of disgust in his eyes, call him back. Okay, sir. As soon as he dialed out, the phone was answered. Oh, thank God, Tony. You finally answered my call. Why? Do you think I was kidnapped again? Rhodes on the other end of the phone had a strange expression on his face. Isn't this your PTSD? Why do I have the courage to raise it myself now? But Rhodes was too lazy to delve into this matter. Listen, Tony, first of all, I want to apologize to you. I took Jean without your permission. Although I really like it. Seeing him apologizing, Tony said aggressively, simple, bring all those bottles of wine you hid. Rhodes knew that Tony would blackmail him at this time. As a soldier, that thing is his absolute treasure. But who let themselves be wrong first? 3 bottles. Asterisk 5 bottles. 4 hashtag. Good deal, Colonel Rhodes. I believe you didn't call to apologize to me. If you apologize sincerely, you should bring Mark II back to me. Tony joked. Knowing Rhodes for so many years, he knows Rhodes's personality very well, although he is usually as out of tune as himself. But there are many things that are still very honest. Sorry, Tony. Rhodes said with apology. Mark II is now being detained by the authorities, and they want to reform him. Sad news. There was no anger in Tony's tone, and Rhodes could hear it. No, Tony. Aren't you angry? That thing is yours. Rhodes knew that what Tony hated the most was when others used his brains on his genius inventions and designs. There was once a country that bought weapons from Stark Industries and thought that some areas needed to be improved. Tony just tore up the contract. You must know that it is an arms order of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of dollars. How many people can't get what they want? Tony just didn't sell it because the other party made such a small opinion. Obadiah's mouth was crooked at that time. Sent you off, Rhodes. For the sake of a few bottles of wine. It's your freedom to change it like this now, but you'd better change his name, not the same as mine. You know, I hate bumping shirts, even bumping names. Rhodes wondered if he heard it wrong. Mark II gave him away. After finishing speaking, Rhodes had no choice but to continue asking till Adyen hung up the phone. After cheating Rhodes with a few bottles of wine, Tony said, JRVS, NYPD conference room. At the moment's meeting room, the atmosphere was heavy with Gwen. It was not George who spoke at the front, but Connors. George sat on the side, and after Connors finished talking about the purpose of the lizard Peter, his face was gloomy and terrifying. Professor Connors, are you sure Peter's purpose is to mutate all humans into lizard men? Connors nodded with certainty. Judging from his realization last night, he no longer thinks that his condition is a mutation, but a higher degree of evolution. He took away the regenerative genetic medicine just to infect all mankind through spore technology, evolve all human beings in his direction. Connors guessed his purpose from the words of Peter the lizard last night and spent another night speculating on Peter the lizard's implementation plan. I found George for a meeting early this morning. The people present all seemed a little unbelievable after hearing the plan. But I have to believe it. After all, As a police officer in New York City, I have never experienced anything. Now it's just an alien invasion. After thinking for a while, George said, Professor Connors, where is this spore technology? Everywhere. This technology was developed by Osborne Industries, and hospitals under its enterprises, including cooperative enterprises, have spore nebulizers. So you know what I mean, Commissioner George? George is numb. Hospitals under the name of Osborne Industries spread all over the United States. More than 60% of the hospitals in New York City alone are owned by their companies, and this does not include their cooperative companies. So it is not an exaggeration for Connors to say that there are everywhere. In other words, Peter the Lizard could just sneak into any hospital and grab this thing. In fact, the spore atomizer has been snatched by the lizard men. What did you say? George looked at the police officer in disbelief, and the police officer walked out of the meeting room and brought in a receipt for filing the case. Just yesterday afternoon, one was robbed from a small hospital. The case was filed last night, and I just sent the police to investigate it today. Now it seems that the lizard man must have robbed it. Looking at the documents in his hand, George hammered the table weakly. Professor Connors, if you want to stop Peter, what can you do? Professor Connors thought for a while, then shook his head helplessly. If the regenerative gene reagent is still there, I can use the sample to conduct reverse research to make an anti-gene reagent. But Professor Connors, didn't you research this thing? Then you just need to make another bottle, and our police station will help you with the laboratory. A police officer said so. For this kind of layman, Professor Connors could only patiently explain, it can't be done. Even with the support of the original experimental data, it is basically impossible to make an identical genetic reagent. Steve Rogers, Captain America, everyone sitting here should know that, right? Captain America is a beautiful Chinese people know. The hero of World War II, the spiritual pillar in the hearts of every beautiful Chinese. Almost grew up listening to his heroic stories. Steve Rogers' genetic strengthening potion was destroyed by the Hydra agent. Even with the experimental data to support it, there is still no way to reproduce it. That's why. There are many reasons involved in this, so Connors can only give this example. With vivid examples, everyone will understand at once. So all we could do now is stop Peter with all our strength. George glanced at everyone present and made up his mind, set up a special operations team, report to the higher authorities, and borrow stronger weapons. We must stop Peter the Lizard. Go to the company that maintains the sewers. Let's first determine where the Lizard Peter is hiding. If we can get rid of the Lizard Peter in the sewers, that would be the best result. Captain George. Hearing the word solve, Connor's heart tightened, but he also understood that there was no other way now. In the end, he could only speak. Use fire, Director George. Fire. Connors nodded. Yes, no matter how fast his recovery speed is, the continuous burning at high temperature can cause huge amounts of damage. Flame is almost the biggest weakness of all carbon-based creatures. Once you know your weaknesses, you will naturally have to figure out how to deal with them. Prepare Molotov cocktails and muskets of the latest model. George immediately worked out a weapon plan. Yes, soon, everyone in the special team started to act. Connors definitely wanted to do something. Director George, if possible, please take me with you when the time comes. I want to see if I can persuade Peter again. You should know he's really a good boy. George nodded. Okay, but until we subdue Peter, you have to hide behind and not show up. Once you become a hostage again, it will be troublesome. Don't worry. What happened last night will never happen again. George patted Connors on the shoulder. Anyone could become his hostage last night, and you are not to blame for this. But how do I feel that Spider-Man knows you? When George said this, Connors also felt the same way. But now is not the time to dwell on those things. Wouldn't it be much easier if we could get the help of Spider-Man at that time? No, we can solve this kind of thing with the police. Professor Connors, go down and rest first. You didn't sleep well last night. After getting along during this period of time, Connors also knew George's character, so he didn't persuade him anymore. After all, Spider-Man also said last night that he knew Peter the Lizard's plan. That's when Peter the Lizard should stop. The entire New York Police Department quickly operated under George's order. New York sewers. A table was built with various strange materials on a platform, and the lizard Peter, huge amounts of claws, was carefully operating a precision instrument on it. After all the equipment was set up, the lizard Peter took out the regeneration gene reagent from the incubator. After opening it, slowly went in. This instrument is the spore nebulizer that he snatched. Seeing that the machine has started to work, the lizard Peter's vertical pupils revealed a look of great satisfaction. Ha ha! Soon I will become the god of all mankind, and no one can bully me anymore. Under the lizard Peter's feet, there were several leather jackets stained with blood. It could be seen that he had a full meal. Xavier's school. Early this morning, Jean had just finished her first class when Professor X called her to the principal's office. Professor, has Magneto returned? In the last discussion last night, only their two friends remained, so no one else knew what was discussed in detail later. Well, he has to go back and think about it first. Professor X smiled in satisfaction. Knowing what he knew about Magneto, that wasn't something he could do. Okay, Jane, there should be no problem with the Mutant Brotherhood. Starting today, I have also lifted the school's closure. If you have nothing to do, go out for a walk. Jean is a little suspicious of her own ears. On weekdays, in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, Professor X asks everyone in the academy not to go out as much as possible. Why do you let yourself go out more now? Professor X saw Jean's doubts and explained directly. Jean, I know that this concept must have been taught to you. Gwen, I bought something for you today, too. Come here and take a look. When the two women met, they immediately shared the things they bought today. Lynn shook her head with a smile. Sure enough, no matter which world a woman is, she is a woman with super abilities. Personality is the same. But before they met Lynn, they were both girls, not women. Being a woman is all thanks to Lynn. Seeing the two sharing the results, Lynn relaxed her shoulders and was ready to walk towards the kitchen. It's evening now, definitely coming for a nice dinner. But the projection of the Red Queen appeared between the two women. He looked at Gwen solemnly. The Red Queen has now begun to use expressions to express her emotions. Miss Gwen, Peter Parker has appeared. It's in the basement of the China World Trade Center, and it's secretly moving towards the top floor. After speaking, a picture is projected. Above, the lizard Peter is crawling on the wall, moving quickly. He also carried something on his back. Gwen immediately put down the clothes in her hand, ready to put on the hood to stop the lizard Peter. Wait a minute, Gwen. Lynn, what's wrong? Lynn came out with a box. Put this on and go. Sewer. The lizard Peter looked at the spore atomizer in front of him, and there was a set of percentage numbers jumping on it. The value has been displayed to 99%. It will be ready soon. In the eyes of the lizard with vertical pupils, there was a look of incomparable excitement. Half an hour later, the number above jumped again and immediately reached 100%. Without the slightest hesitation, the sharp claws in the hands of the lizard Peter directly cut off the wires above. There was a burst of electric sparks. Soon Peter the lizard secured the entire spore atomizer to his back. Let the whole world join me in the glorious evolution. The lizard Peter carried the spore regeneration gene behind him, climbed up a passage, and entered the basement of the International Trade Building. Crouching on the ceiling, avoiding the patrol of security personnel. One or two of them who almost spotted him were also bitten off by him silently. Continued to move towards the top floor of the China World Trade Center. Outside the China World Trade Center, George still led the police officers to squat here for nearly 20 hours. Go to bed all over again. Still no one noticed any movement around them. Professor Connors, are you really sure Peter will start his project here? George is at a loss now. After all, after squatting for so long, there was no movement at all. Even if he, George, had good patience, others would inevitably complain. There have been several yin and yang voices from the walkie-talkie just now. Why listen to a person who has no experience in handling cases? Or is it possible for the two to be together? If it weren't for George's pressure, everyone would probably want to go back now. Squatting is always the most boring of all police station tasks, but it is also the safest. But after being bored for a long time, most people will feel that it is not as dangerous as it is. At least you don't have to sit in the car and stare, and your back hurts from sitting. It is a double torture of body and mind. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting late, in order to appease the emotions of his subordinates, Inji planned to send some of them back to the doctor first. Those who stay are in the form of a shift change. At this moment, a voice that was unfamiliar to everyone came out from the walkie-talkie. There seems to be something on the monitor in the basement. People who are patrolling nearby, please answer. This time, let G come to the spirit. Their walkie-talkie channel was connected to the security channel of the International Trade Building, and now this voice appeared on the opposite side. Just said, Lizard Peter appears. Teams 1 and 2 stayed outside and blocked all surrounding sewer entrances. People from the third team bring new weapons and enter the International Trade Building with me. Seeing 207 George getting off the bus, Connors hurried down too. As George put on his equipment, he threw the other pistol in his hand to Connors. Will it work? Connors nodded. Yes, if you want to become a military doctor, the use of weapons is also a necessary course. That's good. Protect yourself at the same time as us. At this time, a voice came from the intercom again. The people patrolling the basement have been lost. No, what is that? Then there was a scream, and after the scream, there was a crunching sound like chewing something. George's face darkened instantly. If Lizard Peter continues like this, there is really no turning back. Everyone, are you ready? Ready. Act now. A group of well-equipped police officers immediately enter the International Trade Building, and George did not forget to let the security personnel evacuate the building. Compared to Osborne Industries, the people here are too talkative. Attention ITC security, we are NYPD, and there is an out-of-control mutant in your building right now. Get out immediately. The security personnel inside, when they heard that the mutant was out of control, immediately panicked. Escape also ran out of the China World Trade Center. Watching the police officers rush in one by one, I immediately knew that the other party was not joking. George immediately stopped a person. Where is that monster now? Where is your leader? A relatively obese person stopped immediately. I'm the person in charge. That big guy is going upstairs now. Damn it. Get ready to go upstairs. Director George and the others have already entered the China World Trade Center, and Peter Parker is heading towards the roof. The Red Queen reported the situation in the China World Trade Center in real time. Gwen looked at what looked like a suitcase in front of her and opened it under Lynn's gaze. After opening it, Gwen's eyes were unbelievable. There's actually a brand new spider battlesuit inside, and it is full of a sense of future technology. Lynn, Lynn said, let the Red Queen explain to you. Ghost 2 spider battlesuit is made of brand new fiber material, which is not only full of elasticity, but also has strong air permeability and toughness. The newly developed Cobwebs launcher no longer just launches a single cobweb structure, but can release different cobwebs by controlling the electric current. The battlesuit itself is also connected to my neural network so that I can cooperate with Miss Gwen to fight. Gwen simply loves the battlesuit in front of her. Compared with this, the suit on my body is like picking up in a garbage dump. There was no time to run to the room to change, so Gwen immediately took off her spider battlesuit. Although there's still a backing inside, but still can make people breathe fire. Sheen subconsciously covered Lynn's eyes. Lynn shrugged helplessly. It's not like she didn't see it. Never mind. Play whatever you want. After putting it on, Gwen was a little confused, because the Ghost 2 in front of me seems to be too big. Baggy. Even Sheen is a bit strange. Is this really a new battlesuit for Gwen? Miss Gwen pressed the signature icon on the chest. Signature icon? Gwen immediately noticed that there was a Lynn's signature on the chest, which was the little Easter egg left by Lynn when designing. With a light touch, the Ghost number 2 worn on Gwen's body immediately shrank, and it fit perfectly with Gwen's body. So cool. Gwen couldn't help but sigh again. What's cool is not only this wearable design, but also the scene in front of me has completely changed. In addition to seeing more clearly, there are also various data analysis, and the position of the voice of the Red Queen has become very three-dimensional. Miss Gwen, let's go. The nearest route has been planned for you. Thank you, Queen Red. Let's go then. Gwen rushed to the balcony and jumped down. The cobweb in her hand shot out and quickly disappeared into the night. She can feel that the cobweb's launcher is not only faster now. Even Cobweb's resilience has been raised by more than a level. Along the way, the Red Queen continued to introduce various functions of the new battle suit while guiding the way. The purpose is to let Gwen get familiar with this new battle suit quickly. Gwen looked at the dazzling array of functions that appeared in front of her eyes, and she almost ran out of brains for a while. There are hundreds of new spider webs alone. Who could be familiar with this at once? Fortunately, the Red Queen comforted, "Don't worry, Miss Gwen. During the battle, I will assist you in using various functions, so you can use them with confidence." "All right, Queen, let's beat that guy who went astray together." "Jean, Gwen's gone. You can take your hands off now." After taking the handle away, pick up the spider battle suit that Gwen dropped on the ground, although this piece may not be used in the future. But after all, it was made by Gwen himself, so there's a different meaning in it. "How kind of you to Gwen, Mr. Lynn." When she said this, Jean looked at Lynn with a complaining face, and Lynn also smelled a little sour from it. "Did I treat you badly?" Lynn walked over and put an arm around Jean's waist. That extremely aggressive look immediately made Jean feel a little scared. "Mr. Lynn, hello and me. But I haven't recovered yet, so come back later." The toss in the morning has not recovered yet. Who believes this? But since Jean begged for mercy, Lynn definitely wouldn't continue to mess around, because he saw that Jean had other meanings. "What? Worried about Gwen?" Jean nodded. "Gwen is still young, and he doesn't have enough combat experience. So I'm worried about." Compared with this X-Men who has experienced strong winds and waves, Gwen's combat experience is like that of a primary school student. It's not unreasonable for Jean to be worried. "Then let's go there together. As long as we hide in the dark and don't come out, it won't affect FD. If there's an accident, you can also go to support immediately." Jean nodded happily. Although she's worried about Gwen, she also understands that to let Gwen grow up, she just needs to act appropriately. No need for direct help. Soon Jean got into Lynn's car and drove towards the World Trade Center. Inside the World Trade Center, Connors followed behind George, and beside them was a technician from the police station. The cameras at the World Trade Center are being hacked with computers. "Isn't it all right?" George asked anxiously. Now, they can't find the lizard Peter, although they know that his goal is the top floor. But if he can be intercepted on the middle floor, that would be the best result. Immediately, the technician was also sweating profusely. This kind of work is really not done by humans. But soon, the screen full of codes jumps. Several pictures appeared on the screen. It worked. The lizard man is now. Suddenly, the technician's face changed because he was monitoring the backs of the three of them. And on the ceiling, there is another huge amount of black shadow. Up there, George and Connors were also taken aback and raised their heads together. Sure enough, the lizard Peter was looking straight at them, with bloodthirsty lust in his eyes. "Long time no see, George Uncle, Professor Connors." Lizard Peter greeted warmly, and then moved down from the ceiling. The George had distanced themselves from him. Connors continued to persuade. "Peter, don't continue to make mistakes. Quickly stop." "No, Professor Connors. What I'm fulfilling now is your wish." As soon as he said this, George looked at Connors with some doubts, and Connors explained, "Once upon a time, when Peter and I were talking about the application of regenerative genetic medicine, I once said that if the regenerative gene medicine can be injected into all human beings will not feel the pain of illness. Indeed, it is uncomfortable to cut there, and it will be fine to grow new ones." In fact, during the years when Connors lost his arm, the discrimination he received somewhat made his heart a little extreme. It was also at this moment that George finally understood why Connors was so sure that the lizard Peter would come here. "You guys who do scientific research are all lunatics. Say what you say and what you scold. Now it's Peter who's doing bad things, and George definitely won't take it out on Connors." He just raised a new weapon in his hand and aimed at the lizard Peter. "Peter, it's too late to stop now. Put things down and follow me." Lizard Peter glanced at George, and then said a word out of nowhere. "Uncle George, you probably look down on me too. George's face darkened, not understanding what Peter was talking about, but still explained, "Peter, I never meant that." But the lizard Peter still smiled disdainfully, looking at the French windows not far away. "It's going to rain soon. You guys just rest here now and wait for the evolution." With that said, the lizard Peter launched an attack. The sharp claws in his hand slammed towards George and Connors, and the technician didn't have a weapon in his hand. While they were chatting, they had already hid. "Get out of the way." George pushed away the dazed Connors and immediately pulled the trigger himself, and a burst of flame spurted out from the musket in his hand. Fear of fire is almost the instinct of all creatures. Even a mutated lizard Peter is no exception. On the contrary, because of the animal nature, the fear of flames is even greater. The moment he saw the flames erupting, the lizard Peter immediately withdrew his claws and backed away. But a lot of sparks still splashed onto his tattered clothes. Flames sprang up in him. The lizard Peter yanked and ripped off all the clothes on his upper body. "Damn it! You want to kill me? Peter, if you continue to be obsessed like this, I will definitely kill you." Seeing that muskets are useful, the confidence of Inji is also determined. "I'll say it one last time. Put down what's behind you and surrender immediately." At this time, Peter noticed that more and more people gathered towards this floor. It's pretty close to the top floor, so Lizard Peter doesn't want to waste time with George in this kind of place. He grabbed a desk beside him and threw it at George. With sharp eyes and quick hands, George rolls and evades dangerously. The office desk directly smashed the window and smashed down. After George adjusted his figure, the lizard Peter had disappeared in place. At this time, more and more police officers gathered. George said right away, "The flames will work for that guy. All of you come up to the attic with me. Stay here without fire weapons." "The implication is obvious." "Connors, stay." Connors said stubbornly, "Director George, I want to go up with you." George didn't bother to pay attention to him and led the team to continue towards the top floor. Top floor. Lizard Peter has already arrived here. Looking at the gathered dark clouds, Lizard Peter smiled very happily. "Next, just release the spores here. The spores will integrate into the clouds and then fall to the ground along the rainfall. Your own plan is complete." Suddenly, the lizard Peter felt a coolness behind him, and he slammed down. A blue needle flew directly over and landed on the water tank not far away. Look at that humble needle. Biological instincts terrified Peter. Turning around abruptly, I saw Spider-Man standing not far away. "Spider-Man, you're so quick. Do you have spider telepathy too?" Although Gwen made fun of it like this, it was still a pity that the setting was right. Fortunately, the number of research and development of the Red Queen is still. As for the First Order, what a shame, Gwen almost won. Sheen in the car also saw what happened on the top floor through Gwen's perspective. It is a pity that this blow failed. At the same time, Sheen also looked at Lynn suspiciously. "Mr. Lynn, does this lizard man have the same ability as Gwen's spider-sensing ability?" Gwen had demonstrated this very special ability in front of Sheen before. Gwen turned her back to Jean and let Jean attack her. As a result, Gwen dodged without the assistance of any equipment. And this ability, does the lizard Peter have it? The answer is definitely no. Lynn also shook her head. As far as I know, this ability seems to be only available to Gwen. Then why did the lizard man just now? Professional things definitely need people in the professional field to answer. The Red Queen's voice came from the poisoned speaker. When any species is facing the risk of extinction, there will be an almost instinctive warning. But the probability of this happening is also very low. Just now, Peter Parker had such an early warning. "I see." She nodded with a half understanding. The Red Queen continued to explain, "Miss Gwen's spider telepathy has existed for a long time, and anyone who attacks her can be predicted." Amazing. Sheen couldn't help sighing. Even if it is the mutant of their spiritual power, it is impossible to predict the attack 100%. Lynn reminded, "Keep watching. I believe Gwen can solve this incident on her own." "Miss Gwen has 10 minutes. 10 minutes? What do you mean?" Sheen was a little puzzled. "Because according to the current weather, it will rain in 10 minutes. If Peter Parker can't recover after 10 minutes, he can forcibly release the spores into the clouds. Gwen, come on. Sheen was also nervously cheering for Gwen. Lynn watched calmly. It's all little things. On the roof, Lizard Peter stared at Gwen with his glasses, thinking of the tube of blue potion just now. Then think of the tube of regenerative gene medicine that disappeared. I see. You took away a tube just to research the anti-gene drug. Bingo. If you guessed right, I will reward you with an injection. Gwen rushed up and got into a fight with the Lizard Peter once. But this time, it was clear that Peter the Lizard had a slight upper hand, although Gwen didn't suffer. But it was not as easy as last time. Spider-Man, you've become weaker. I've undergone a second molt, and now I'm very strong. You can't stop me. Lizard Peter's self-confidence began to swell. Spider-Man is no longer his opponent. Who else can stop him now? But Gwen did not respond to these words of the Lizard Peter. Instead, continued to attack. After beating the Lizard Peter for a while, he retreated violently and began to untie the Spore Gardener behind him. Spider-Man, it seems that we can only deal with you first. Just let you be the last meal before global evolution. The greedy eyes of the Lizard Peter's eyes may be the natural enemy instinct of the lizard gene against the spider gene. Or maybe it's just the bad taste of Peter the Lizard. After placing the spore atomizer, the Lizard Peter attacked Gwen with all his might. Without the burden behind him, his movements were obviously much faster, and he even enchanted his claws again. After fighting for a while, the Lizard Peter spit out a mouthful of corrosive saliva. Gwen turned over dangerously and dodged out of the way. Hey, stop spitting, okay? Although there is no urban management here to control you, you must also have a sense of public morality. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Lizard Peter was going to continue the attack, but saw Gwen twist his neck, an action that seems to be warming up. A bad premonition arose in the Lizard Peter's heart. Spider-Man, what are you doing? Didn't you notice? I changed into new clothes. Lizard Peter was obviously taken aback and didn't notice any difference in Gwen's clothes. Gwen complained in a timely manner. You must have never had a girlfriend, and girls don't even notice when they change clothes. So what if you change your clothes? Today is your death day. The Lizard Peter landed on all fours and rushed over like a catapult. Gwen easily escaped with a light leap. How is this going? Lizard Peter doesn't know. It was as if at that moment, Spider-Man changed. Gwen turned around and said with a smile, Actually, it wasn't you who became stronger just now, but I was adapting to this new suit. Now I'm serious. Peter, since you have been obsessed with your obsession, then I will wake you up. What are you kidding? In Lizard Peter's view, he is better than Spider-Man now, so there is nothing to adapt to the clothes. I am the most fully evolved and most powerful human being in the world now. None of them. The Lizard Peter opened his blood basin and bit towards Gwen. If you're bitten by one bite, you will surely die. But Gwen just crouched, dodging Peter the Lizard while punching him hard in the jaw. Boom! The huge body was directly thrown into the air. Gwen definitely wouldn't let Peter the Lizard go so easily, grab his leg, and rip him off. Continue to output. Not far from the stairs, George was leading a group of people up, and when he was about to reach the stairs, he continued to remind, You guys go up first. Occupy the favorable terrain first and separate immediately, as long as I give the order. All the muskets fired at him. Everyone understands. The first few people went up, and when they just reached the stairs, they froze in place. George immediately became angry. I made it clear just now, and I won't leave now. What are you doing? George also stepped forward, and he was also stunned by what was happening on the rooftop. When interviewed later, one police officer put it this way. As soon as we went up, we saw Spider-Man interrupting Duckman. It's cruel. Yes, such a scene when facing George just now. Peter the Lizard, who was still invincible, is being beaten unilaterally by Gwen. There's no way to fight back. George, who has always disliked Spider-Man, couldn't help swallowing. Good guy. Spider-Man is a girl so violent. Still her own Gwen is gentle and lovely. After beating the Lizard Peter severely, Gwen released a lot of her aggrievedness in the past 2 days. In the face of Peter being my good friend, I gave way again and again. Don't want to hurt him. I want to persuade him to come back. As a result, he was fine because oil and salt did not enter. He was not angry. Anyway, I have seen the resilience of the lizard Peter last time, so let's talk about it after a beating. And the lizard Peter, who was beaten violently, has begun to doubt life. After shedding her skin for the second time, her strength skyrocketed. When Ming just went upstairs, he pressed down on Spider-Man and hit him. In just a split second, he was abused. Okay, Peter, baby, ready for the injection. Although Gwen's tone was gentle, the lizard Peter still couldn't help but feel the fear. Gwen took out another tube of anti-gene reagent from the kit behind him and stabbed the lizard Peter's arm directly. Only then let Peter the lizard go. Finally solved. Just when Gwen breathed a sigh of relief, the lizard Peter's expression became ruthless, and the sharp claw of the other hand slashed at the arm that had been injected. Green's blood splattered. Everyone in George was stunned when they saw this scene. Cut off an arm. Gwen's face changed. Peter, what are you doing? Take it easy, Spider-Man. Click. At the end of the broken arm, a brand new arm suddenly grew out, exactly the same as the original one. Lizard Peter continued proudly. Look, I said so. I am the most perfect evolution. No harm will be done to me. If I were you, I wouldn't let go just now. These words made Gwen's face sink again. That's right, if I didn't let go just now, maybe everything will be resolved now. In the car, seeing this scene, Jean also shook her head helplessly. Gwen was kinder still. In fact, in the final analysis, it was caused by lack of combat experience. Mr. Lynn, why do I feel that you don't seem to be in a hurry at all? Jean looked at Lynn curiously. Lynn was sitting in the driver's seat with a normal face, as if it wasn't Gwen who was fighting. It's like watching a movie, Lynn said with a smile. What am I worried about with you, the X-Men? I believe that if Gwen has a problem, you will go up to help. Seeing Lynn trusting herself so much, Jean also smiled happily. This feeling of being trusted is completely different from what I had in Xavier School. Master, Miss Jean, 10 minutes are up. Lynn looked out the window, and sure enough, a drop of rain began to fall, and soon more and more raindrops fell rapidly. Jean's expression also changed. He directly opened the car door and got off the car, looked at the World Trade Center not far away, and fixed his eyes on the roof of the building. I can do it. I want to protect Gwen. I can do mind manipulation like the professor. A burst of fiery, red energy began to overflow from her. Is this the Phoenix Force? Lynn was a little curious, but immediately denied her own thoughts. No, this is Jean's spiritual power. But Lynn could feel that Jean's mental power had become much stronger. It seems that the emotions should be vented, which in turn leads to the strengthening of spiritual power. Far away in X's principal's office, Professor X, who was processing the file, suddenly changed his face, but was replaced by a burst of surprise. Zero, asking for flowers. Jin's spiritual power has become stronger and has not been disturbed by Phoenix Force. Professor X became more and more curious about what kind of person Jean's friend was. Jean's power exploded at this level, yet was not disturbed by Phoenix Force. This means that Phoenix Force will hardly affect Jean's mentality in the future. Professor X operated the wheelchair and came to the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking in the direction of Jean, where he could only see a towering building. It doesn't matter. I'll beat you up again. It's too late, Spider-Man. The lizard Peter smiled as if he had succeeded in a trick, and the sound of pattering rain began to sound on the roof. Miss Gwen, it's raining. If Peter Parker was planning a spore atomizer at this time. Hearing Hong Ho's reminder, Gwen's face also changed. It's all my fault if I didn't soften my heart just now. Connors at the stairs also rushed out immediately. Stop, Peter, or it will be too late. George also reacted immediately and rushed out. After the red, adjust the spider web output mode. Wrap the web. Gwen used both wrists together, and the spider web shooting from the wrists combined to form a huge amount of web that Peter the lizard covered. At the same time, George also rushed forward, adjusting the musket in his hand to the maximum power, and the flames spewed out. Faced with these attacks, the lizard Peter did not hide without fear. On the contrary, there was an incomparable excitement on his face. Coming soon, Huge amounts of claws, at this moment also violently grabbed towards the sporizer to scratch that hatch open. Everything worked. 0. The distance was so close, almost instantly, Peter scratched through the hatch of the spore atomizer. An explosive shockwave. All of a sudden, the flying spider web was bounced away, and at the same time, George, who was the closest, was also bounced to the corner. The exploding shockwave also carried a burst of green smoke across the entire rooftop. Gwen sensed the danger immediately and shot cobweb and jumped to the high platform. No, the scene in front of him is simply the end. The regeneration gene spores have dispersed. Before Gwen had time to blame herself, she saw that the green smoke that had been scattered in all directions began to shrink. As if being squeezed by a big hand, it shrinks back constantly. How is this going? Gwen, I have protected everyone. Hurry up and do it now. Green smoke receded, and Gwen saw the people inside. All of them were fine. Each of them has a red energy in them. Miss Gwen, the battle suit isolation mode has already been activated, and the isolation time is valid for 3 minutes. Resolve the battle as soon as possible. Enough time. Thank you, Sister Cheen. Gwen quickly found Peter the lizard, who was the closest to him from the explosion. So it was also blown to the corner of the rooftop. He had just recovered, and before he had time to be happy that his plan had succeeded, he kicked Gwen's flying kick hard on the head. The force was so heavy that there was a sound of cervical vertebra cracking directly. But even though he was hurt, the lizard Peter laughed maniacally. Look, Spider-Man. The world is about to change completely. Look at them. The smile on the lizard Peter's face stopped in an instant, because he found his spore fume was searching. And those people were obviously infected, but nothing happened. No, how is it possible? How can it be? Gwen didn't bother to explain further. After controlling the lizard Peter, he took out another tube of anti-gene medicine and injected it directly into his heart. It's over, Peter. No, let me go. I don't want to change back to the old Peter. I don't want to. When the scream of the lizard Peter came, his body was shrinking rapidly. The anti-genetic agent worked. Gwen stood up without taking another look, walked to the spore smoke that had shrunk into a ball. Queen Red, what should I do with these things? Inject all the remaining anti-gene reagents into it, and the lizard genes inside will be completely destroyed. Gwen did so, and soon the green ball turned into a blue ball. Okay. Boom. The blue ball popped like a bubble. Gwen came to George, and after checking, the Red Queen reminded that George was just unconscious. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. After handing George over to the other officers, Gwen left the International Trade Center with a cobweb. Tonight, many people in New York City have no idea what a horrible night it has been. Beach House. Tony raised his glass. It's raining tonight. The atmosphere is better, isn't it? Definitely. Cheers. Beg for the first order. 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 She. Outside the manor. Lynn got out of the car with Cheen in her arms, and now Cheen is in a coma. Although she will no longer be affected by the Phoenix Force. After all, the use of the power of the mind just now is still excessive. It is also necessary to compress the spore smoke and to protect everyone present from touching the smoke. For her, this performance is already very good. After putting Cheen back on the bed, Lynn covered her with a quilt. In fact, Lynn could feed Cheen a fairy bean now. This will restore the violin. But Lynn didn't do it because Gwen needed to realize her mistake tonight. Otherwise, you will still make the same mistake when you encounter this kind of thing in the future. It's okay to be soft-hearted, but not for everyone. Peter in that state has lost his humanity, and Gwen's soft heart is cruel to herself. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Get the Ice and Fire Double Heaven Water, the Effect Enhancement version. Ice and Fire Dual Heaven Water. The temperature can be adjusted according to the user's requirements, and enjoy the pleasure of ice and fire at the same time. How can you still sign such a weird thing? System, you better really be a serious system. Can you sign something like this? Lynn silently put it away in the system space. Although the system is not serious, it's fine if I'm serious. Put away first. This kind of thing can't just flow out casually. There was a sudden noise outside, and Gwen ran over from the balcony. Before she could report the joy of victory, I saw Chin lying on the bed, looking unconscious. "Lynn, what happened to Sister Go?" Under Lynn's explanation, Gwen understood everything immediately. Immediately, the eye sockets became rosy, and then the big eyeballs fell out. "It's all my fault." Lynn gave a few simple words of comfort, and then walked out of the room, letting Gwen stay by Chin's side. 583. "What you do? You have to be responsible for yourself." After leaving the room, Lynn sighed helplessly. It was another night of sleeping by myself. At this time, the Red Queen suddenly appeared, looking at Lynn with some doubts. "Master, is it comfortable to sleep together?" Although the Red Queen's database has all the knowledge about it, some feelings cannot be described in words. Neither do pictures. Movies don't work either. Lynn's face froze suddenly, and she looked at the Red Queen. It seems that self-awareness is not a good thing. If you don't believe me, the current Red Queen will take the initiative to ask him questions. Red Queen, don't think too much. You are an artificial intelligence. Remember to pay attention to Chin's physical condition at all times. Although I just checked that there is no problem with Chin, she's just in a coma, but after all, she still has Phoenix Force in her body. It's impossible not to keep an eye on it all the time. Understood, Master. Seeing the back of Lynn returning to the room, a puzzled expression appeared on Queen Hong's face. Is it really comfortable? She searched all over her database, and although there were many descriptions, she didn't feel anything. As the Queen of top artificial intelligence, a trace of thirst for knowledge began to appear in her eyes, but soon disappeared again. Early the next morning, Chin woke up from the bed, and after a night's rest, she was not only better, but even more energetic. Before Chin could figure out what was going on, she felt something pressing down on her. Turning his head, he saw that Gwen was asleep beside his bed. I immediately figured out what was going on, and was about to help Gwen cover the quilt and get up first. Gwen opened her eyes and woke up. Seeing that Chin was fine, Gwen held back her tears and hugged Chin's neck. In the end, I couldn't help it. "Sister Chin, I'm sorry." "Okay, I'm fine. I'm just overusing my ability and getting some sleep." Lynn, who was preparing breakfast downstairs, heard Gwen crying early in the morning and didn't pay much attention to it after a faint smile. He believed that after this scare, Gwen would not be merciful in the future. Soft-hearted. Many times there is a price to pay. For example, in a certain parallel universe, Spider-Man, who has already experienced the cosmic war, ruined everything because of his soft heart. It's okay to be soft-hearted, but don't be reckless. That's what Lynn wants to teach Gwen this time. Half an hour later, Chin led Gwen, whose eyes were red from crying, down the stairs, without changing the spider battlesuit on Luan. Gwen walked up to Lynn with an aggrieved look and hugged Lynn directly, as if looking for comfort. Jean stood by the kitchen door and smiled slightly, while looking at Lynn jealously. Lynn smiled and simply patted Gwen's head. "Are you hungry? Go and change your clothes first, and then give it to the Red Queen. The Red Queen will continue to design a battle suit for you based on the battle data above. Come over and eat." Sad girls come and go quickly. After eating the delicious food, Gwen returned to the happy and lively look before. He and Chin talked and laughed at the dinner table. The two women ignored Lynn directly. After eating, Lynn went back to her room and turned on the computer for an hour of coding work. Not long after, Jean made a glass of warm milk and came up to stick it on Lynn's back. Lynn felt the softness from his back. I was distracted for a while, but I had to settle the things in front of me first. Chin looked at it for a while and said half-jokingly, "Mr. Lynn, have you decided to make your novels into movies?" It can't be said that it was planned like this last time, and Jean Bing was cleaned up in the end. As an X-Men, Chin knows the weight of gold. I have this plan, but I haven't found a good partner for the time being. Do you have any ideas? Chin shook her head. Just curious, are you writing a song of ice and fire? Yes, the last part. After finishing this part, I will take a break and spend more time with you and Gwen. Chin heard the meaning of Lynn's words. You scoundrel. Who wants you to accompany me? I don't know who it is begging me to slow down every time, and if I'm slow, I have to hurry up. Chin's face blushed quickly after being punctured, but soon thought of a way to counter Lynn. After pulling Lynn away, he got onto the computer desk. Lynn froze for a moment. Where did she learn this? Empire State University. As soon as Gwen entered the campus, there was a call from behind. Gwen, do you know about Peter? Behind him, a young man came up. Harry, I know everything. Harry Osborn, Norman Osborn's son, Peter's friend. Harry's face was a little ugly, as if he was explaining, actually, I told my father not to cut off the funding for Peter's lab. But you know, although Harry was Norman Osborn's son, he never spoke to his father. The only time was to help the school organize the exhibition of Osborn Industry. But that time, it can only be said that Norman also had the idea of promoting Osborn Industries in his heart. Gwen also comforted, Harry, you are not to blame for this incident. I want to go see Peter later. Will you come with me? Gwen thought for a moment, then nodded. It was noon soon, and at Gwen's request, George drove to the school gate. Gwen sat in the passenger seat, Harry in the back seat. George said, Peter Parker is currently under police surveillance and recuperating in a hospital. By the way, your Osborn Industries hospital. George didn't forget to remind Harry in the back seat. Harry could only smile wryly. George continued, It was really thanks to Spider-Man last night. Otherwise, we might have been wiped out. It's not just about himself and the police officers here, but the whole world. After this battle, George also had a much better view of spiders, at least not as hostile as before. Along the way, George talked a lot about what happened afterwards. Soon the three came to a glance, with George leading the way, and definitely no one stopped them. After arriving at a strictly guarded ward, the two walked in together. Peter was lying on the hospital bed, receiving medical observation, watching his two friends come to see him. Gwen, Harry, For a while, Peter didn't know what to say. In the end, after the three people in the ward chatted casually, the visit was considered to be over. After coming out, Harry was about to share his feelings with Gwen. At the end of the corridor, another figure walked over. Daddy. Harry couldn't believe that he would see his father Norman Osborn here. George was also wondering why Norman appeared in the hospital. Although this is their hospital, as far as he knows, Norman rarely sets foot in these places. Norman also noticed Harry's figure in the crowd. He walked over with a hint of displeasure on his face and expressed to George that he was here to see Peter. As for the reason, I met Peter once and admired Peter very much. The reason is infinite, and George has no reason to stop it. Norman walked up to Harry's side first and patted Harry's shoulder. I'm very unhappy now, but it's not necessary not to go home for so many days. Just go home with me later. All of you look at the young master. After finishing speaking, Norman walked in regardless of Harry, and Harry knew that he couldn't escape this time. He could only obediently stay at the door, together with some of Norman's bodyguards. After Norman entered the room, Peter was also taken aback. Mr. Norman Osborn. Norman indicated that he was Harry's father, and that it was appropriate for his son's friends to come and see him. After getting closer, Norman continued to ask, Peter, can you tell me in detail how you feel after injecting the regeneration gene reagent? Although Peter didn't know what Norman wanted to do, he still honestly expressed his feelings. After half an hour passed, George, who was outside, was a little suspicious. Harry and the two have such a good relationship and haven't chatted for so long. Why did Norman chat for so long? Harry, are your father and Peter on good terms? This is the second time they've met. Harry had a straightforward temper and had no other ideas, but George felt something was wrong when he heard it. Just when I was about to open the door and see what the two of them were doing inside, Norman opened the door and walked out, seeming to see George's doubts. Without George asking, he explained, I had a chat with Peter about biochemistry. You should know that we should have a lot to talk about in this regard. Let's go, Harry. George looked at their backs, pushed the door open, and entered. Peter, what did Norman talk to you about just now? He asked me how I felt after the mutation. He is also a biologist, so I understand. Before George had time to think about it, Peter suddenly asked him, George, uncle, what will happen to me like this? I don't know, Peter. I'm just in charge of catching you. The rest of the matter is out of my control, and I won't know until you recover from your injury. Peter looked at Gwen at the door with guilt in his eyes. Gwen, I'm sorry. Gwen smiled lightly. Peter, welcome back. Beach house. My God, what are you doing here, Tony? The little pepper who slept with Tony all night got up and couldn't find Tony, so he came to the laboratory to look for it, only to find that the laboratory has completely changed. Not to mention the messy pile. There was still such an opening on the wall. Those who didn't know it thought they had encountered a house demolition. I just did a new experiment. Rest assured that I have contacted to deal with it. They'll be here today. As soon as the words fell, the voice of JRVS came out. Sir, the decoration team has arrived. Look, here we come. JRVS, you tell them what to do. I'm taking Pepper somewhere else. Tony, I'm afraid not now. The company still has a lot of things for me to deal with. Tony took Zygiali's hand indifferently. I'll give you a day off. I'm the chairman, and I have the final say. Others let them wait. Everyone knows Tony's character. Let them wait and wait obediently. Otherwise, there is no need to cooperate. But Tony's Pepper had no choice but to change his clothes and get in Tony's car. After getting in the car, he still asked, Tony, where are we going? Did the milk tea last time taste good? Definitely. That's the best drink I've ever had. Little Pepper said happily. Now that he thinks of that taste, he still feels a little hungry. Before drinking that milk tea, she basically never thought that there is such a delicious drink in this world. It was simply beyond her imagination. So, I'm taking you to drink milk tea now. Really? Then my rest is meaningful. Isn't the meaning of your break to go out with me? Tony's rhetorical question made Little Pepper unable to think of words, and in the end, he could only say, It's all. You are very important, but milk tea is better. For this reason, I agree. Tony immediately drove to Lynn's estate. In Stark Industries, Happy received a message from Tony and Pepper. It's okay. You just have fun and have fun. Leave the company to me and Natasha Romanoff. Play as much as you can. Even if you don't come back to the company today, it doesn't matter. Trust me and Natasha Romanoff's ability, you know? After hanging up the phone, Black Widow, who just came to work, also walked into the office when she found that Pepper was not in the office. Happy, where's Miss Pepper? Oh, she went on vacation with Tony today, and now it's just the two of us here. Let's chat and watch movies together. Actually, you can rest today. Black Widow directly ignored all the teasing words behind Happy, and the two protagonists disappeared. What are you doing here? Sorry, Happy. I have a lot of papers to deal with. If you have time, go and make me a cup of coffee. Definitely. As a gentleman, I am always at your service. Please wait. Happy walks towards the coffee machine very flirtatiously, while Black Widow secretly sends the message to S.H.I.E.L.D. Beg for the first order. Beg for the first order. Beg for the first order. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury received a message from Black Widow. I was stunned when I saw it. It's such a time, still in a mood to put down Stark Industries and go on vacation. But it's right to think about it. It's just that this kind of life is coming to an end, so you should spend more time with the people around you. Nick Fury felt that moment was getting closer. Maybe when the time comes, I will take this box of things left by Howard to find Tony. He didn't know how happy he was. Hill, who heard Nick Fury calling himself outside, immediately entered Nick Fury's office. Sir, what do you want from me? If you're free now, help me see where Tony is driving. Yes, sir. Hill immediately began to operate on his tablet, but soon his face was replaced by disappointment. Can't find it. It seems JRVS blocked their network. It seems that after what happened last time, he is now on guard against a S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury just nodded slightly. As expected. It's okay, you go down first. Sir, Hill suddenly spoke, making Nick Fury look up at her. Hill Agent, if you have anything to say, just say it. I have a feeling that Tony Stark may have researched a new element. That's why I'm so relaxed now. After pondering for a while, Nick Fury shook his head calmly. It should be impossible. Even if Howard researched that kind of thing, there is something for him to use as a blueprint. Tony is unlikely to be able to do it. Nick Fury knew very well that Howard had researched that thing by studying cosmic magic and keep the lab notes in S.H.I.E.L.D. These years, Tesseract has been stored in S.H.I.E.L.D. How could Tony have researched it without Tesseract? Could he still be smarter than Howard? In Nick Fury's heart, Howard is the smartest person in the world. Now that Nick Fury himself has said so, then Hill definitely has no idea of continuing to persuade 05. Instead, he quietly left the office. After Hill left, Nick Fury smiled lightly. Tony can research the same substance as Tesseract. What dream did I have? Under the table, after making a swallowing movement, Sheen walked out contentedly. Then he said with some resentment, "My mouth is sore." Lynn smiled. "It's normal. Otherwise, why would you beg for mercy?" I'll go home first." "Go ahead, my work is done." I have to say that Sheen still has a way in this regard. She is indeed a mature woman. At this time, the projection of the Red Queen appeared beside Lynn, just when Lynn thought that the Red Queen was going to ask some strange questions. The Red Queen said, "Master, Tony Stark is here with Pepper Potts." The two of them. Lynn was a little strange, but quickly thought of the reason. It's probably because Tony came over to thank him, and at the same time, he was greedy for his own milk tea. This guy. Lynn got up and walked to the first floor. Tony had already opened the door and walked in. "Hey, great writer." Nicknames are what Tony is best at. Pepper looked at Lynn in disbelief. "Hello, Mr. Lynn. It's really a bit abrupt. I didn't know that Tony was visiting you, so I dressed a little casually." "It's okay. Tony and I are good friends." Lynn replied with a smile. Little Pepper is so formal, but it makes him a little uncomfortable. "I'm sure you know why I'm here." Tony looked like you understood. Lynn gave him a speechless look. "Get it yourself in the refrigerator." "Good." Tony ran over immediately, took out 2 cups bluntly, and gave 1 cup to Chili. After Zaijiali drank it, he nodded in satisfaction. "This is the taste." I didn't expect Mr. Lynn to be so good, not only in literature, but also in diet. A lot of people say that. "You are not humble at all," Tony complained. "Just like you." The two bickered with each other, making Pepper couldn't help but smile. Tony doesn't have many friends. It seems that this is another good friend. "Mr. Lynn, is your friend here?" On the second floor, Zeke looked downstairs. When Sheen saw their faces, Sheen immediately recognized them. Tony Stark and his assistant Pepper Potts. But Tony didn't know Sheen upstairs, and just looked at Lynn in surprise. It's like saying, "Where you kid can play." Tony has seen countless women, but this is the first time he has seen Sheen. That unique charm. Little Pepper recognized it at a glance. She hosted the dance list last time. How could you not know her? At the same time, I was also very surprised in my heart why Lynn is so powerful. I just met at the dance last time. Take them home now. And the other party is still a mutant. Definitely. Pepper would probably be even more surprised if she knew Sheen's status in Xavier's school. "Hi, Miss Jean Grey. You know her?" Tony looked at Pepper in surprise. After Pepper's explanation, he admired Lynn even more after entering the temple. "Mutant can be eaten. You are awesome." The two women wisely went to the other side and left it to the two men. "Lynn, I really want to thank you this time. I've already researched new elements, and I can replace them with new elements after 2 days." Tony pointed to his chest. Lynn smiled lightly. "It's okay, I also got a lot of good things from you. Besides, those things were originally left to you by Howard." Having said that, "But I didn't realize it, didn't I?" Tony raised the cup of milk tea and made a gesture of toast to express his thanks. But the strange thing is, since the old man left something like that, why didn't he give any hint? Tony couldn't figure out why. Lynn definitely wouldn't say that it was Nick Fury's plan to send charcoal in a timely manner, and Tony would understand this kind of thing when he thought about it. There's no need to say too much. The topics that men talk about are nothing more than career and women, especially 2 successful men. By the way, there will be a road car race in Morocco in 2 days. If you're interested, go to participate together. Lynn originally wanted to refuse, but she agreed when she thought there would be a good show to watch. It seems that you can also drag racing. No, a bit. Then we have to have a game together. Soon Tony left, taking 4 or 5 cups of milk tea as he left. Lynn wondered if Tony would become a fat man if he went on like this. After seeing off Tony, Sheen smiled and said, "It seems that you and Tony Stark have a very good relationship." "I have a better relationship with you." Lynn put her arms around Sheen and said with a smile, "It's enough to spoil you just now. Now it's my turn. Don't think that someone came and escaped." "Mr. Lynn, I was wrong." In the room, the sound of life hodgepodge sounded again. Osborne Industries. Back in his office, Norman looked at the scenery not far away. His eyes were deep, as if he was thinking about something. Soon, a high-level executive from Osborne Industries walked in. "Boss, what do you want me to do? Is this hospital under your management?" Norman threw out a business card casually. Seeing the hospital information above, the man immediately said, "I manage it, boss. The police recently admitted a patient named Peter Parker. You know that." "Yes, because our hospital has always cooperated with the police. I know that there are patients admitted, but I don't know the name of the other party. Go, give him a blood test tonight, and send his blood to my lab." Although he didn't know what Norman wanted that man's blood for, he could only obey the boss's orders. The hospital just want a tube of blood from someone else. It's not too simple. "Yes, I'll do it right away." After the man left, Norman walked to the hangar and changed into a white coat, then went into the elevator. In the hospital, several police officers guarding the door of the ward saw a nurse approaching and immediately asked vigilantly, "What are you doing here?" "A blood test to see if there are any sequelae." For this reason, Injat definitely did not stop. Besides, they're all aware of Peter's situation. Although the consequences are serious, generally speaking, no one will come to assassinate him. There is no dark industrial chain designed. Just a brief look at the things on the nurse's car and let it go. The nurse came out after drawing the blood and happened to be seen by George, who came back. "What is that nurse here for?" "Give Peter Parker a blood test. We've checked, and it's fine." George nodded and didn't care too much. "You guys go back. The shift has changed." After 1 hour, Osborne Industries. In a secret laboratory, George looked at the 2 tubes of blood that had just been delivered, smiled lightly, and started his own experiment. In his laboratory, there are various living organisms. One of the living body experiments turned out to be that a living person was locked in a dormant cabin, just like that. After analyzing Peter's blood, George smiled happily. As expected, "Howard Stark, soon the super soldiers I have developed will surpass your Captain America. Just wait and see. I, Norman Osborn, am the greatest Scientologist in the world, not a dead man like you." After Norman walked out of the laboratory satisfied, he got into his car and went home. At home, Harry was already waiting. Seeing Norman come back, Harry immediately used a scolding tone. "Why don't you give Peter and them more time?" If you are willing to give it a little more time, this kind of thing can happen. Peter wouldn't be like that. Facing his son's inquiry, Harry said calmly, "Harry, I don't own the company alone. I bought a lot of time for them. It's more of a board decision." "Certainly. A lot of times I just can't help it." "You are lying." Norman frowned. "Take the young master back to his room, and don't let him come out without my permission. Wait until he calms down." The old butler stepped forward to support Harry, and Harry shook off the old butler's hand. "I can walk by myself." Looking at his rebellious son, Norman could only sigh helplessly. "Harry, I'm doing this for the future of the Osborne family. You'll understand later." Afterwards, the old butler came down from upstairs. "Master, the young master is also for his friends. I hope you don't blame the young master." "I understand. Let them come and give me a massage." "Yes, sir." In addition to signing in, Lynn will play with Jean and Gwen in the manor. Gwen went to school, and Jean was at home. Jean goes to class and stays at home with Gwen. When the 2 of them are gone, bask in the sun to enhance your ability. Life is getting better and better. The next sign-in did not get any actual enhancements, and they were all unscrupulous ones. This also made Lynn think about when to use these props. But before using it, we need a 3-person battle first. AG. In Lynn's heart, she began to play small Yu-Gi-Oh! Beach House. Tony looked at the renovated laboratory and 637's new arc reactor in the middle of the laboratory that had completed various tests. The triangular energy emission module in the middle represents stability. It also represents the vital signs that start from the beginning and gradually stabilize. Tony took off the 2nd-generation arc reactor on his chest and pressed the new one on his chest. The moment I put it on, I felt a powerful energy emanating from my chest. The symptoms of palladium poisoning in the surrounding area have all been relieved. This feeling is really great, Tony said without exaggeration. Who doesn't like this feeling of being reborn? JRVS, is the Urk ready? Ready, sir. Tony stood on the dressing table, wearing the brand new Mark 6, and Tony soared into the sky instantly. More power means faster speed, better maneuverability. Ooh, Tony was so excited. The other side. Lynn saw this scene through the Red Queen's hand douanier. Because of her own relationship, Tony developed a new arc reactor in advance. This made Lynn very curious. What would happen if that person saw that Tony no longer had palladium poisoning and improved the arc reactor tomorrow? Yes, Morocco Road tomorrow. While Lynn was still watching, the voices of two women came from outside. The two came back from shopping. Lynn turned off the red projection and looked at the two people who walked in. Which one of you is free tomorrow? As soon as these words came out, the faces of both of them turned red at the same time. Everyone thought Lynn was going to do something bad again tomorrow. Lynn was speechless. Are you like that kind of person? Not good. Lynn continued to explain. Tomorrow, I'll go to Morocco to participate in a road race. Tony invited me. Whoever is free will accompany me. If everyone is free, they will go together. I can go. There is no class tomorrow. Gwen was the first to raise her hand. Sheen also smiled. I don't have my class in school tomorrow, so I can go with you. Okay, then it's settled. But Gwen suddenly realized something. Lynn, isn't your car only for one person? How about the three of us? Lynn smiles. It's already ready. Look behind you. Behind Gwen, a limousine was controlled by the Red Queen and drove slowly towards a door. Now that there are too many people, Lynn definitely can't just think about herself alone. She bought a car long ago. Just mentioned it yesterday. This car has enough space. The most important thing is that the seats inside can be folded down, while taking care of life and travel. It can also take into account more gameplay. Lynn means that when you go camping outside, you can fold down the seat and use it as a place to look up at the stars. Yes, that's it. Don't think wildly. Think of going elsewhere. Morocco Road Race. Races like this are gathered together by racing enthusiasts or those who seek excitement will come here to play. It was originally a small circle. So even though Lynn was here, it didn't attract a lot of attention. On the contrary, Gwen and Sheen brought by Lynn made many people come a toast and strike up a conversation. However, after confirming that the other party was Tony Stark's friend, the others also left XIN. It seems that in this place, you two are more popular than me. Lynn looked at the two girls beside her with a smile. Gwen smiled and didn't say much, and Sheen said, people like these extreme sports, I don't think they read novels very much. I suppose so. The two looked at each other. They were comforting Lynn. At this time, Tony, who arrived early, came over with Pepper and Happy, and there was Black Widow beside Pepper. Lynn recognized the strongest female agent in SHIELD at a glance. Next is a group of women, a group of bosses. Happy wants to have a drink with Black Widow. How about it? Are you interested in playing a game together? What I said is that we will play together later. I have the car ready. Tony pointed to the two F1 cars on the big screen. Will Miss Pepper allow you to play? Definitely. She doesn't know if I'm going to play. How is she interested? Lynn thought for a while, and they all came. It's not interesting to compare. But before that, Tony, your old friend is here. Old enemy? Tony didn't remember any old enemies he had, but he still looked in the direction Lynn pointed. His face suddenly became playful. It's him, but he's not an old friend. I think he wanted to bring a reporter to interview me to highlight his relationship with me. In fact, everyone knows that I don't know him very well. It was none other than Justin Hammer, the speaker of Hammer Industries, who was beaten by Tony at the hearing. He also controls a military enterprise. His talent is far inferior to Tony's. But this guy was prescient. He was copying Tony and trying to outdo him. For example, today his hairstyle and dressing style are the same as Tony's. Only the color is different. Tony couldn't help complaining. For the first time, I feel that I have bad taste. Really, Lynn? Lynn smiled and said nothing. Sure enough, the person following Justin Hammer was a journalist with a recording pen in his hand. After the two walked over, Justin Hammer wrapped his arms around Tony's neck as if he really knew Tony very well. Tony was in a good mood during this recent incident. If it was the meeting of palladium poisoning, this meeting would start spraying. Hey, Tony. We haven't seen each other since the hearing. How's it going? While talking, he motioned Tony to look at the camera. But soon, Justin Hammer found out sadly that the female reporter was standing on her shoulders and refused to interview. Instead, Another person was interviewed. Tony sneered at the right time. Oh, look. It looks like the reporter someone brought in has a change of heart. Why do you say that? Because Tony observed for a while just now and discovered fact that shocked him. The female reporter brought by Justin Hammer was one of his previous prey. But it was only a matter of one night. Obviously, Justin Hammer is not only learning from Tony, but also picking up the trash that Tony throws away. The thought of becoming a fellow with this kind of person, Tony felt a little sick. Hey, shouldn't you be interviewing me, and you? Interview with you about the cancellation of the order by the Ministry of Defense? Tony's venomous tongue could not be described as non-venomous. Each time he stabbed a knife in Justin Hammer's heart. The Department of Defense only found out after the last hearing that they had been played by Justin Hammer. This guy didn't develop a battle mech at all. All failures. Immediately canceled the order. Justin Hammer's face was gloomy and terrifying, but the reporter he brought ignored him completely. Instead, he looked at Lynn with a nympho look on his face. Hello, are you Mr. Lynn? Lynn nodded with a smile. It's me. That's great. I'm your fan, big fan. Can you sign me, please? As she said that, the female reporter smiled charmingly. But I don't have anything to sign right now. If you don't mind, I'll go back to the hotel's book to find you at night. This kind of implication is so obvious that it cannot be more obvious. Justin Hammer is dumb. Is this above board cuckolding him? Although it was just for fun, at least this woman was brought by himself. And Tony laughed out loud, watching the excitement. For this kind of woman, Lynn was honestly not interested at all, and she refused directly. Mind you, the female reporter was taken aback. On seduction. Failed. Justin Hammer finally couldn't help speaking. I remember you, the greatest novelist of this century in the beautiful country. Hello, my name is Justin Hammer, but unfortunately, I haven't read your book. It's like trying to find your place again. It's okay. Obviously, your girlfriend has read it. You can ask her to explain it to you tonight. That way she won't bother me. Huh? Hearing Lynn's reply, Tony finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Not far away, Little Pepper heard Tony's mocking laughter, frowned, and turned around. Tony, what are you doing? It's not gentlemanly of you to laugh like that. Tony immediately said, It's okay, Lynn and I had a happy event. Okay, don't laugh. Tony forced a smile back. If emotions have color right now, Justin Hammer's face must be greens. And it's so green that it glows. Walk. He took the reporter directly and walked away. Let's go, the game starts now. But we're going to sneak over. Tony quietly left the lounge with Lynn. Not far away, Gwen quickly noticed that Tony and Lynn had left the lounge and was about to ask Lynn where they were going. Gwen, leave them alone. The sound of the piano immediately sounded in Gwen's heart, and Gwen stopped his movements. Sheen, on the other hand, continued to chat with Pepper on other topics with a blank expression, while Happy stood beside Black Widow. He holds 2 wine glasses in his hand. Black Widow knows it is precisely because of the acquaintance that she is now wondering why Phoenix and X-Men is so close to this great writer. The relationship between the two seems to be very unusual. There was even that unidentified blonde girl. But curiosity is curiosity. These people are not within the scope of her mission, so naturally she doesn't have too many thoughts. Best to report to Nick Fury when the time comes. The other side, Tony has brought Lynn to his garage, where there are 2 Apex F1 cars. Like that color? Tony rarely let others choose first. But he spoke up. Lynn chose the white one directly, and the rest of the blue was Tony's. Then change your clothes and get ready to have a good time. After the 2 changed their clothes, they looked like they were getting ready to get in the car, and they were quickly synchronized to the lounge through the camera. Pepper, who was drinking, saw Tony actually go racing, also with Lynn. Immediately, she became angry since she told Tony just now to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. But at this moment, she didn't want to remain a lady anymore. Looking directly at Happy, didn't you say we'll just take a look? How did he end up in the game? As Tony's good friend, Harpy definitely wants to help Tony hide it at this time. I don't know either. He told me to come and see. The little Pepper said that he was very tired. Looking at Sheen with his forehead, sorry, I didn't know he would take Mr. Lynn to engage in such a dangerous sport. Gwen looked innocent and harmless. Is it dangerous? Lynn drives like this a lot in New York. Little Pepper's complexion changed, and then he became even more speechless. Co-authoring is the same hobby, right? Just now she thought Tony dragged Lynn there. Gwen and Jean were the ones who sat on the Lynn. So I have great confidence in Lynn. Miss Pepper, who do you think will win this game? Definitely Tony. If you make trouble, you will make trouble. And if you are unhappy, you will be unhappy. But when it comes to matters of a man's dignity, Little Pepper doesn't turn to others at all. In her mind, it was definitely Tony who could win. I think Mr. Lynn will win. The two women immediately reached a consensus and clinked glasses gently. A bet is established and invisible. Only Gwen still had a look of curiosity on her face. Why does something strange seem to have happened, but it doesn't look like it happened? But that doesn't matter anymore. Lynn's competition is about to begin. In the picture, Gwen immediately found Lynn's car, and when the countdown ended, all the cars rushed out like arrows. Everyone has their hands on the steering wheel. Only Lynn is one-handed. Even though she is wearing a helmet, she still looks relaxed and calm. Definitely this scene is invisible to the people in the lounge. After a few drifts and a straight-line sprint, Lynn quickly came to the first place. While driving, Lynn still had time to look around the road conditions. Strange, according to this time, the whip should appear, right? Whip saw Ivan Vank, the villain in Iron Man 2, whose father, Anton Vank, used to be a scientist at SHIELD and studied the arc reactor with Howard Stark. However, he was driven away because of his evil intentions and stole the blueprints when he left, and signed his name on the design drawing. Before the interim, he also told his son that the Stark family were robbers. Zero asked for flowers, so Ivan Vank wanted to find Tony's revenge, and the location of the first revenge was on the track of the Morocco road race. Sure enough, Lynn soon noticed that there was a commotion in the audience. Not far away, a person wearing a work uniform walked to the center of the track, took out two glowing whips, and rubbed sparks on the ground. The clothes on his body were also burned at high temperature because of the device. The electric current equipment on him was exposed. The most conspicuous of these is the arc reaction on his chest. Furnace. Lynn was the first, and the figure quickly entered Ivan Vank's eyes. Ivan Vank is now killing people indiscriminately. Seeing that the number one is getting closer, he just swung his whip off. The terrifying high temperature on the whip can directly split an F1 car in half. Just when the whip was about to fall, Lynn passed Ivan Vank with a gorgeous drift flick and stopped not far behind him. Before Ivan Vank recovered, the next car arrived. Ivan Vank repeated the action just now, and this time he finally hit it, which directly caused the F1 car to roll over. Both the auditorium and the conference room were rioting at this moment. Pepper immediately asked Happy to drive and go to the track to pick up Tony. How else can I say that Tony loves Pepper, and only Pepper would risk his life to save him without hesitation? Gwen was also anxious, but it's a pity that I didn't bring the spider battlesuit this time. But in order to save Lynn, it doesn't matter if I expose myself. The piano stopped Gwen immediately. Mr. Lynn is fine, don't worry. Let's drive there first. Zero. Okay, sister. Soon. Tony's car also appeared not far away. Seeing Tony approaching, Ivan Vank smiled with a successful plan. He wanted to split Tony in half right here. Tony's driving skills are not blocked, although the last attack on the whip rope also caused a rollover. But at least his life was saved. After getting out of the car, I saw the whip rope attacking again. Every time, he dodged the attack of the whip to the limit. Lynn got out of the car unhurriedly. Want to help Tony? Obviously not, because at this time a car rushed over and hit the whip rope directly. Tony recognized at a glance that it was his own car, including Happy and Pepper. Tony immediately yelled, "Give me that red briefcase, quick!" After some tugging, Pepper finally threw the Mark V briefcase out. After wearing Mark V, the triangular energy symbol on the chest lights up. Lynn was a little curious. It seems a little different from the Mark V I know. The Mark V is originally a portable armor made by Tony for emergencies, and it is lacking in function. The appearance is also crude, but the current Mark V doesn't look bad at all in terms of appearance. Soon, Lynn understood what was going on, because Tony discovered the new element in advance. The power output is stronger. Unlike before, you have to strengthen your body, and there are energy issues. except for the new version of the Mark V, which is not equipped with powerful artillery weapons. There are many others. Soon the whip was subdued. Tony's armor didn't take any damage. After unplugging the energy device on the chest of the whip, according to the analysis of JRVS, this thing is the arc reactor. Before, Tony was still talking nonsense at the hearing, saying that no one could research it except himself. Didn't expect to be slapped so soon? After crushing the reactor in his hand, Tony came to Lynn's side. It seems that you won this game. Definitely, I'm number one. At this time, Jean and Gwen also drove and felt. Lynn, are you okay? Mr. Lynn, who was that person just now? Not far away. The whip has been taken away by the security personnel at the scene. Lynn looked at Tony. It should be Tony's enemy. Gwen looked at Tony angrily. He was the one who almost got Lynn hurt. Tony waved his hands innocently. I don't know him at all. He might be a terrorist or something. Just go and see him. In prison. Under the clearing of the identity relationship, Tony appeared in the cell where Ivan Vank was being held with a face full of injuries. Lynn is also here. No reason, just out of curiosity to watch the show. Sure enough, soon, Ivan Vank revealed Tony's previous heart disease. Tony Stark, both of you father and son are thieves. Palladium poisoning will end up killing you in an ugly way. Ivan Vank smiled cruelly, but Tony looked calm. This made Ivan Vank's smile stop abruptly. Aren't you worried about your palladium poisoning? Why worry? I have already researched new replacement elements. When Lynn and Tony left the cell, they could still hear Ivan Vank's heart-piercing curses inside. Obviously, the other party cannot accept Moroccan road racing thing. Log in quickly for the hottest factual news. Tony Stark was hunted down by a mysterious man. Enemy hunting? Who are the enemies of Stark Industries? Instructions from the Minister of Defense? The assassin is really what he is. In short, all kinds of outrageous titles exist. On the way home, Lynn also handed over the car directly to the Red Queen to take charge of it, while she read the news on the internet interestingly. It has to be said that these people understand heat. So who is the guy who assassinated Tony? After watching the news, Cheen asked some curious questions. In her opinion, the Ministry of National Defense must not be able to do such a thing. After all, where is Tony's identity? They are not stupid to completely tear their face off with Stark Industries. Nachin could only think of the last possibility. Vendetta. Strictly speaking, Tony should be considered a disaster this time. An indiscriminate disaster? Both Gwen and Sheen looked at Lynn suspiciously, and Lynn continued. Queen Red, call up all the information on Ivan Vank. Soon, the attacker's information appeared in front of the two women. After reading it, they finally understood. This is indeed an innocent disaster. It was obviously Howard and SHILD who made it up, but it turned out that Tony was responsible for it all. However, I used to think that Tony Stark was the one who invented the new type of energy source, the arc reactor. It didn't occur to him that his father, Howard Stark, was the first. It's no wonder that many people think Howard is the smartest person in the world. For this statement, Lynn also nodded in agreement. Not to mention anything else, Howard is not the only person who studies Tesseract. Hydra before, Marvel, SHILD after. As a result, Howard is the only one who is working out the actual citation value. What the 9340 Head Snakes research was nothing more than extracting the energy of Tesseract and applying it to weapons. Marvel just developed Tesseract's own function and developed a light-speed engine that can help the screws run. SHILD was even worse. Since Howard's death, SHILD's technology has gone completely wrong. Putting up a Tesseract also got Loki over, and no one could even understand the notes left by Howard. Speaking of which, Nick Fury should have found out by now. Lynn thought. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. The video of Tony's attack was also sent back immediately. After watching the whole video, Geek Fury always felt that something was a little strange. He'll play it again. Okay, the video was played again, and when it reached a critical position, Nick Fury immediately yelled to stop. The picture immediately freezes on the scene where Tony puts on the Mark V. ITT. At Nick Fury's request, he'll zoomed in on the pause to Nick Fury's chest. Call up the stats of Tony's fight with the Iron King. Iron Overlord. Obadiah retrieved the steel battle armor that was converted from Mark I. After robbing Tony's arc reactor, Tony suffered a lot. The next moment, a contrasting picture appeared on the screen. Hill, have you found the problem yet? Hill, who is also an agent, is definitely online. The style of the chest reactor has changed. It used to be circular, now it's triangular. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Nick Fury's heart. Call Natasha Romanoff right away and tell her the time is right and I need to see Tony. Clear. The other side. Tony, who had just experienced danger, was inevitably scolded by Pepper. He could only obediently stay in his room, and Pepper took Happy and Black Widow to deal with the PR issue. Just when Tony was bored, thinking about why he lost to Lynn in the car sale. The door of the office was pushed open. Hi, Natasha Romanoff. Did Pepper forget any papers? Tony joked, but soon he realized something was wrong. Natasha Romanoff actually started to unbutton herself in front of him. If it was before, Tony might really be attracted. But now, hey, Natasha Romanoff, listen to me. The person who likes you is Happy, not me. I think I should get Happy. I'm sure he'll like this. Tony Stark, I am SHIELD agent Natasha Romanoff. What? Tony looked at Natasha Romanoff with some disappointment and found that under her OL suit was a leather tights. Look at the documents she took out again. I was stunned for a while. Wait, so you mean you're a spy? Strictly speaking, it's the agent sent by director Nick Fury to monitor you. You have obvious signs of palladium poisoning, and SHIELD has a cure for you. This time it got Tony interested. Ever since he met Nick Fury, he has always felt that this old sunspot has bad intentions. Now it's revealed. Now Mr. Nick Fury wants to speak to you alone. Black Widow took out a small box and put it on the ground. Projection communication device. It seems that SHIELD still has something. Tony saw the magical function of this thing at a glance, and the next moment the device emitted some blue light. The image of Nick Fury wearing a fur coat was projected, looking at Tawajon with a serious face. Tony Stark. As soon as the words fell, Tony looked at Black Widow behind him with a pensive expression. Don't you think this color is not right? Do you want to adjust it to black first, so that it is more in line with his tone? Even a top agent like Black Widow, with a strong psychological quality, still couldn't help laughing at this moment. Nick Fury looked over with displeasure, and then Black Widow sat up straight again. Tony, I didn't come to bicker with you. Okay, marinated egg head. If you have anything to say, just say it. Braised egghead? Nick Fury fought back the anger in his heart. He knew that Tony was very good at calling people nicknames. But where's he good at nicknames? This is clearly good at stabbing a knife. Black Widow standing opposite Tony, and Hill standing behind Nick Fury. The thought at the moment is pretty much the same. That's what Tony said. Just tell me I'm busy. Tony urged impatiently. Nick Fury didn't bother arguing with Tony, and slowly said, the one who attacked you today is Ivan Vank, the son of Anton Vank. I've been living abroad in the Middle East, making gadgets and selling them to terrorists. Hearing this, Tony frowned subconsciously. After what happened last time, there are two types of people he hates the most now. One is terrorists. One is someone who sells weapons to terrorists. Wait, how do you know him? Tony immediately found the crux of the problem. Could it be that that guy was sent by SHIELD? Nick Fury knew. Tony was thinking badly again. Do you think you're the first person in the world to develop the arc reactor? If this hadn't happened, Tony would have proudly replied yes. In his opinion, no one could have figured it out. But it's different now. Before there was a new element left by Howard. Now there's an alternative arc reactor. Let Tony gradually understand the saying that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. But that doesn't mean he's humble. Tony replied, even if I am not, then I'm the first person to actually apply it. This sentence made Nick Fury speechless for a moment, because this sentence is impeccable. His father, Anton Vank, was a former colleague of your father, Howard Stark. You still know my father? Definitely. Your father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. This news shocked Tony immediately. He never thought that Howard had such a side. Founder of the largest agency in Pretty Country? Seeing that Tony was intimidated, Nick Fury continued with satisfaction. At the beginning, your father wanted to initiate a new energy revolution, but he discovered that palladium can cause palladium poisoning. The arc reactor was not perfect at that time. So, Nick Fury didn't finish his sentence, but Tony didn't want to hear any more. So he left behind a new element that was completely impossible to create with the technology at the time. That's right. The bad premonition in Nick Fury's heart was getting stronger and stronger. But he still asked without giving up, "How do you know?" "Because I have discovered the new element he left behind and made it." As he spoke, Tony pointed to his chest, through which he could see the triangular light through the shirt. "Do you have anything else to say?" "Chief Braised Egghead." "Listen to me, Tony. I don't know how you discovered what Howard left behind, but Sechayel still has the research notes he left behind. What else do you want?" Tony heard it. Nick Fury knew these things a long time ago, but he didn't tell himself all the time, and he just waited for the moment when he was most helpless before making a move. "Definitely, that's what my father left behind." Tony's tone became a little impatient. He hated the feeling of being used and calculated. In fact, new elements would be discovered without Lynn's help. Nick Fury finally brought Howard's research notes. That is, the savior who fell from heaven. But it's different now. From Tony's point of view, Nick Fury is more likely to use what Howard left to himself as a bargaining chip to trade his trust. Nick Fury also understood that this time he played off himself. "It will be delivered to your house soon, but I still like you to think about the Avengers plan I told you about." "I won't think about it. Plus, you're fired." Tony pointed to Black Widow, who was sitting on the sofa, and Black Widow shrugged indifferently. Anyway, from the moment she came in, her task was to observe Tony. Now that the task is over, even if Tony doesn't say it, she will leave. But Tony still said softly, "Before you leave, make it clear to Pepper and say goodbye to Happy." "I will, Stark." Both of them are very good. Black Widow picked up the projected communication on the floor and left Tony's office. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, who cut off the projection, punched his own desktop hard. Shit, duck well cooked. And so it flew. How could it make him, the king of agents who has always been strategizing, feel better? Plus Tony's talk just now. Now Nick Fury is simmering with fire in his heart. Who the hell told Tony about this? Nick Fury didn't think it was Tony who discovered Howard's secret. He made Tony's investigation very clear. Because the relationship between Howard and Tony was not good. So after Howard's death, Tony hardly touched any of Howard's relics. So how did he find out what Howard left behind? "Hill." "Sir." Hill walked over immediately, and Nick Fury said with his intuition, "Go and find out. This is where Tony has been and who he has contacted. Give me a clear investigation of everything." Clear. Lynn is naturally unclear about the conversation between Nick Fury and Tony. Now he has returned to his manor, swimming in the swimming pool with Gwen Stacy. After playing for a while, Lynn left the pool to cook, and Gwen and Sheen were the only ones left in the pool. Gwen saw that there were only 2 people left. I looked at the piano, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Sheen, as a mutant of the psychic department, immediately discovered Gwen's abnormality. But out of respect for Gwen, she will not directly explore what Gwen is thinking. Just curiously asked, "Gwen, what's wrong with you?" Sheen swam to Gwen's side and put her hands on Gwen's shoulders in a comforting tone. She thought that Gwen was still afraid of what happened today. Unexpectedly, after Gwen plucked up her courage, she looked at Sheen seriously. "Sister Sheen, are you also with Lynn? Some things don't need to be finished, and you can quickly understand what they mean." Speaking of this, Sheen felt a little ashamed. After all, she regards Gwen as her younger sister, and her younger sister asks herself such things, even if she lives in an open and beautiful country. Still a little shy. Yes, it is. Jean didn't intend to lie to Gwen, because she knew that Gwen was the one who had sex with Lynn in the first place. Doesn't this count as grabbing a man from Gwen? Originally thought that Gwen would blame herself, but unexpectedly, Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. That made Sheen a little confused. "Gwen, what does this mean? I thought Sister Sheen would not admit it, but it turns out that Sister Sheen treated me the best." 5.3. Sure enough, the beautiful Chinese people are very open-minded about this kind of thing. For Gwen, the few of them lived happily together, and that was enough. Immediately afterwards, Gwen asked with some concern, "Sister Jean, don't you feel tired?" Jean smiled and shook her head. "Lynn ability, who can stand it?" Gwen continued, "Look, that villain Lynn is always bullying us, and we can't beat us one-on-one. Be 2 against 1. If Lynn were here now, his jaw would drop." He had this idea in his heart, but he never had a chance to bring it up, even if he was killed. It would be Gwen who first came up with the idea. Even Jean can understand a little better. Gwen was something he could never have imagined. Perhaps this is what is called contrast. Jean's face turned red. "Gwen, isn't it good for us to be like this?" "It's okay, elder sister Jean. Otherwise, every time I'd be beaten, my bones would almost fall apart. For this kind of thing, we two sisters need to be consistent with the outside world." Gwen had a serious expression on his face. People who didn't know it thought it was a fight, but they couldn't find help. In fact, it is not much different in essence. Jean wanted to think about it again, but every time she thought about it, she raised the white flag to surrender first. They say men can't beat women. A strange desire to win suddenly rose in my heart. Looking at Gwen seriously, "Okay, tonight we will..." Before finishing speaking, Lynn came out with a few plates of fried rice and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? You are ready to eat." The two women looked at each other and smiled, and suddenly rushed out of the water together. Throwing Lynn down by the pool, Gwen even sat on Lynn's body. "Lynn, you're going to surrender tonight." Xavier's school. Professor X watched the report on TV with a smile. "It's really interesting that someone attacked Tony Stark. If he is willing to hire a mutant as a bodyguard, I believe this kind of thing will never happen again." "You're right, Logan." Logan was also in Professor X's office, scoffing at Professor X's suggestion. "Your idea is a little too naive. Let mutant be the bodyguard of those powerful people. You know, what mutant hates the most is those high-ranking humans. And those people are most afraid of mutant." Just chatting casually about the future development of mutant, you still have such a sense of humor. Logan is smoking a cigar and doesn't bother to pay attention to Professor X, who has too much sense of humor. Suddenly, Professor X was stunned. "Logan, do you think that person is Jean?" Logan looked at the suspended lake. Although the main character of the picture was Tony, there were other people behind him. One of the male figures with a woman on the left and right. The one on the left is indeed Jean from the figure. Logan observed again, the man next to Jean was the one who came out with Jean that day. If the identity information is correct, then this woman is Jean. Logan nodded. "Yes, it's Jean." Now, Professor X couldn't sit still. Why would Jean stand with a man and so intimate? Logan frowned and looked at Professor X suspiciously. "Didn't you agree to let Jean move out? Isn't it normal for her to live with a man and be intimate with a man? I have lived for so many years and experienced so many things." Logan has a clear understanding of the relationship between men and women. But it also... I didn't know she moved out to live with men. I always thought her friends were women. Professor X is numb. After raising Jean for so many years, she has long regarded Jean as a half-daughter. I didn't expect how long it took, and he agreed to let her move out. Logan recalled it. Co-author Professor X thinks that Jean's friend is a woman, so Tuan is so relieved to let Jean move out. Logan shrugged. "It's not you who agreed to move Jean out." Professor X was at a loss for words. "If I knew that the other party was a man, I would not agree. But it's too late to disagree now. Just because the opponent can suppress the Phoenix Force, it is not comparable to myself. Maybe it is also a mutant whose strength can reach the world-killing level." In Professor X's heart, the more I think about it, the more I feel bad. "Why didn't you ask more questions?" Suddenly, he cast his hopeful eyes on Logan. Logan knew right away what he wanted to do. He swore he would never go there again. "Charles, I'll go over to Eric right now. I think your plan is going to speed up. For the future of mutant." After finishing speaking, Logan sneakily ran out of the office where X taught. "Professor X, you are the roundworm in my stomach. I haven't said anything the fuck. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Professor X. Even if you are asleep, you have to give yourself 2 slaps when you wake up. Then ask yourself 3 times, why didn't you ask clearly?" Early morning. Lynn relaxed her shoulders and woke up from the bed where the two girls were sleeping soundly. Seeing this scene, Lynn shook her head and smiled. It's so naive that two people just beat themselves up. Everyone lost in the end, and Lynn took out 3 fairy beans in the middle. In Gwen's case, she will be able to recover when she wakes up today. As for the piano, I guess I have to get a good night's sleep. After Lynn washed up, she came to the rooftop and enjoyed a beautiful sun bath while having breakfast. How could this kind of life be a comfortable one? Not long after, Gwen also woke up in her sleep. Looking at Sheen beside her, she remembered what happened last night. I couldn't help complaining in my heart how Lynn is so good, and Sister Sheen was defeated by her. Gwen became more and more angry. It is a lie to say that there are no plowed fields, but exhausted cattle. Sheen was still sleeping soundly, which showed how tired she was from being tormented by Lynn last night. If Gwen hadn't been super recovered, she might still be asleep now. After waking up, Gwen found Lynn on the rooftop, unceremoniously lying on top of Lynn like an octopus. Don't you have to go to school today? No need today, but there's an open-air concert in the afternoon, and you and Sister Sheen want to watch it together. Good, Lynn agreed. Hearing that Lynn promised so simply, Gwen burrowed into Lynn's arms like a child. The projection of the Red Queen also appeared beside the two at this time, although no sound was made. But there was a hint of envy in his eyes. It just flashed for a moment, then disappeared without a trace, and was not noticed by others. After Gwen and Lynn got tired of Crooked for a while, they got up, washed, put on their battle suits, and headed to school. Next time, let Gwen wear the spider battle suit once. Lynn thought so. After all, on the previous Earth, there were not a few people who cost Spider-Man. But it's Gwen Spider-Man who feels that way the most. This way of dressing a battle suit is still too troublesome. Red Queen, I remember Skynet's Data Curry has liquid metal, right? The projection of the Red Queen appeared. Yes, Master. Now my Data Curry has the data of the liquid metal robot. The Terminator T-1000 is made of liquid metal, and its body can be transformed into various forms and weapons at will. Even if it is melted at high temperature, it can still return to its original shape after cooling. If Gwen uses this technique to make a spider battle suit, you won't have to worry about wearing it anymore. Can liquid metal be used to create a new ghost battle suit for Gwen? The data in the pupils of the Red Queen blue flickered, as if calculating the possibility of the completion of this plan. Yes, Master. And if you use a special metal, the power of the battle suit will be greatly increased. It can even add a special ability to absorb kinetic energy to the battle suit. Absorb kinetic energy? Lynn's eyes moved. There's only one such metal in this Marvel universe. BBT. Vibranium? The Red Queen nodded. Yes, I found this special metal after searching the data all over the world. This metal. However, this metal is very rare and can only be bought on the black market. It's also very expensive. Money is not a problem. Lynn smiled. He was not ambiguous at all about spending money on his own people. And Vibranium doesn't want these devices. You can find Tony at any time. As for the black market, just follow is not a problem. Didn't I accept a younger brother? Is there anyone who understands the black market better than him? In New York City, somewhere in an office building, Gene Bin was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the entire New York City. He's just the yellow emperor of New York City's underground world, an above-ground world that can barely pretend to be a philanthropist because of his underworld status. He has no chance at all for the real high-level society. For example, he was not among the people invited to Tony's ball not long ago, because none of the people above is willing to be with him. After watching for a long time, Gene Bin sighed. At his level, it is easy to clean up, but it is difficult to really integrate into the wealthy circle. I heard that some time ago, several of our little brothers disappeared. Have you found out what happened? Jean Bing glanced at the female secretary beside her with an exquisite figure and a big thing. Yes, Kim is the boss. This guy should have done it. The female secretary took a photo and made Jean frown. What is this? The mutated lizard man who appeared in New York City some time ago was said to have almost destroyed the whole of New York, but was stopped by Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Another nasty superhero, let alone a daredevil against me. Now, there's another Spider-Man. Recently, Gene Bing also received complaints from his subordinates about Spider-Man, and he wanted Gene Bing to do something to Spider-Man. But Kim tried and failed to find any information about the other party, just like Daredevil. But since his subordinates were killed by this mutated thing, there was nothing he could do. Anyway, there's some unlucky peripheral members. Never mind. Just say they were killed by mutant. Don't worry about them. Because, just as he finished speaking, the phone in the secretary's arms rang. Hearing the ringtone of the cell phone, Gene Bin frowned. It was his personal cell phone. Very few people know. They were all his confidants, and Gene Bin had told them not to make this call for unimportant matters. The female secretary picked it up and took a look. Boss Gene Bing. It's an unfamiliar number. Unknown number? That's even more wrong. All my numbers are stored. You answer, listen to who it is. If it's a wrong number, just hang up and check the other party's information by the way to see if it's really a wrong number. Gene Bing's number is extremely secretive. Even if you make a mistake, you have to take it seriously. The female secretary picked it up and gave a tentative hello first. Then a very magnetic male voice came from the other end of the phone. Is Gene Bin there? The female secretary swore that she had never heard such a nice voice after following around a group of bad men all day long. Put her in a good mood. But when Gene heard this voice, he broke out in a cold sweat. Unwilling memories flooded his mind again. It's Lynn, that monster. Just as the female secretary was about to ask something, Gene Bin pushed her away and snatched the phone. Then she saw an unbelievable scene. Boss, Gene Bing, the biggest boss of the gang, is actually adopting an almost obsequious posture at this moment, nodding and bowing even through the mobile phone. Mr. Lynn, may I ask what you want from me? That's right. You are familiar with the black market. I need a batch of vibranium. Can you help me find a buyer? Vibranium? Gene Bing is also an old fritter who has been in the rivers and lakes. He has definitely heard of this substance, and it is known as the hardest metal in the world. Even in the black market, it is something that cannot be found. Definitely, that's for the beholder. For Gene Bin, there is nothing that cannot be bought. It just takes some time. Okay, no problem. Mr. Lynn, when do you need this batch of vibranium, and where should I send it to you? Gene Bing's appearance. Then what is the proud appearance of a gangster boss? Not even dogs are so flattering. Lynn's attitude towards Gene Bing is indifferent. You help me find it first, and I'll transfer the money to you when the time comes. When you find it, just use your mobile phone to dial this number directly to find me. Okay, but you don't need money. How dare Gene Bing take money from this god of killing? If he makes the other party unhappy, the life he hasn't enjoyed will be gone immediately. Lynn didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, so she hung up the phone directly. Gene Bing didn't dare to be annoyed when the phone was hung up on his own initiative. Instead, he regained his majesty as a mafia boss and looked at the secretary beside him. What did you see just now? The female secretary's face was immediately filled with fear, and she prostrated herself on the ground. Boss Gene Bin, I didn't see anything. I heard nothing. Well, let's go down. Thank you, Boss Gene Bin. The female secretary ran out recklessly, when suddenly there was a gunshot from behind. When she realized it, the white overalls on her chest had been dyed red, and finally she passed away under incomprehensible, complex eyes. The sound of gunfire immediately attracted a group of bodyguards. Pushing open the door, 020 saw that Gene was fine. Only the female secretary fell to the ground. Gene Bing kills people, and it is not easy for others to ask why. It can only be that person's own bad luck. Gene didn't allow his ugly appearance to be known by the second person besides Lynn, not even if it's your own confidant. After the scene was cleared, Gene dialed a number on his personal phone. A hoarse voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Gene Bin, it's really rare that you will come to me. Why? Who do you want to buy weapons with me? Gene Bing's face darkened. Stop talking nonsense. How much vibranium do you have? I need people like Gene Bing actually want vibranium, which has always been sold to researchers. What does he, a mafia boss, want to do here? The first thing that came to mind was that Gene Bing wanted to do something, and he wanted so much vibranium because he wanted to do something big. Do you want to be a big ticket? Do you want me to help you? That tone obviously wanted to share a piece of the pie. Stop talking nonsense. Do you have it? And if you have it, I want it all. Definitely yes. I guess I'm the only one who can find this thing in the whole world. Except for me to buy. You can't find anyone else. The man was extremely confident. It's as if vibranium was made by them. This kind of self-confidence made Gene feel disgusted, because he was like this before until he was educated severely. But Gene Bing also knew that what he said was right. The source of the metal vibranium was very mysterious. He is indeed the only seller in the world. As for where it came from, only he himself knows. The old rule is to enter the port at the port, and my people will receive it. If there is no problem with the payment, we will send you the money directly. A smile came from the other end of the phone. No problem, Gene Bin. We have cooperated so many times, and I definitely trust you, but you still don't want to tell me why you bought so much vibranium? Gene Bing's face turned black. You want to know? I want to know more than you. But the key point is that I have to dare to ask. Okay, stop talking nonsense with you. Bring it to me as soon as possible. The sooner the better. No problem. Gene Bing only hung up the phone when he heard the other party's assurance. When the phone was hung up, the door of the room was knocked open, and a white secretary who was even more handsome than before came in. Boss Gene Bin, I will be your new secretary from now on. When he said this, there was obviously a hint of vibrato. She had seen the secretary entity who died just now, so she was a little scared now. Gene didn't look at her and passed the phone directly, putting it between two meatballs. Remember, just be clever in the future. When you know you shouldn't listen, you should leave quickly. Yes, Boss Gene, shield. Nick Fury looked sad. Now it seems that it is self-defeating, and Tony doesn't know if he can be pulled into the Avengers team in the future. Tony has always been his first choice. But now Nick Fury said that he just wanted to be quiet. After thinking about it for a day from yesterday to now, he couldn't figure out where he was wrong. Even if Hill went to check, he couldn't find anything. The only person Tony had been in contact with recently was a writer. Then Nick Fury focused on investigating this writer, and found that the other party's family background was extremely innocent. And Tony also met at the dance. Both of them belonged to the type who like to play, and Nick Fury thinks it's normal to get together. Did the Avengers plan just die like this? Nick Fury is a little bit unwilling. So to speak, this is a plan he has planned for many years and decided to implement after defying all opinions. If it ends before it starts, he will have no place to speak when he is the Secretary of State in the future. Tony gives up now. Dr. Banner continues to observe who else. In Nick Fury's heart, he is constantly screening suitable candidates. Suddenly, the door of the office was opened directly. It's Hill again. Nick Fury just wanted to go crazy. It was because of this last time that Hill discovered his little secret, and now Hill is doing it again. But after seeing Hill's panting look, Nick Fury realized, this time something really urgent happened. Hill, what happened? Director, a scientific expedition in the Arctic Ocean, discovered the body of Steve Rogers. What? Nick Fury was not calm for a moment and stood up from the chair. Some inconceivable asked, Are you sure? Captain America, Steve Rogers, a hero during World War II and a representative of the spirit of the beautiful country. It can almost be said to be the spiritual pillar of that generation, and everyone knows it. Even now, there is still a museum dedicated to him to commemorate his heroic deeds. But it's a pity that, in order to crush Hydra's conspiracy, he drove a fighter plane into the Arctic Ocean. Just disappeared for 70 years. During this period, Howard led the search and rescue team and searched almost all possible places. In the end, only Tesseract was retrieved. As a result, you told me now that you found Captain America. It's a bit unbelievable for anyone to change, because it is so magical. Hill nodded emphatically, then showed the tablet to Nick Fury. There's only one picture on the tablet. Inside an ice layer, there are all kinds of sophisticated instruments in the ice layer. It looks like the interior of an airplane. A round shield appeared in one corner, and there was also the iconic red and blue five-pointed star of the beautiful country on the shield. Not far from that shield, a blond man stood there as if sleeping peacefully. If you can find a more appropriate adjective, that's the old popsicle. Nick Fury's hands couldn't help shaking when he saw this scene. Even if he is so calm again, can't calm down at this moment. Not because Captain America was discovered, but because his own Avengers plan finally found a suitable leader. No, Hill. He's not a corpse. Not a corpse. Hill was a little surprised. It had been frozen for 70 years, so it didn't seem to be a corpse anymore. Specimen? Frozen meat? Expired old popsicles? Hill couldn't find an adjective for a moment. Get ready for the rescue team. Right away. I'll tell you as I walk. On the way, Nick Fury finally convinced Hill that what they found was a real person, instead of a cold corpse. Captain America is not a common person, but the last Superman who received the strengthening potion and perfectly strengthened. When Howard persisted in looking for Captain America, it was because he believed that Captain America was not dead. And he also made a promise in front of Agent Carter that if Rogers fell headlong into the glacier and was frozen, we'll enter a state of hibernation. Just find it to revive it. Over the years, SHIELD has never given up looking for the whereabouts of Captain America, and this time it really has nowhere to go. After getting on the plane, Nick Fury took out his personal mobile phone and found a number on it that he hadn't dialed for many years. We found him. After connecting, such a short sentence caused a burst of sobbing from the other side. This person is none other than Captain America's girlfriend back then and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Peggy Carter. Bring him back. The short dialogue further strengthened Nick Fury's confidence. Maybe he would refute what others said, but he wouldn't if it was Carter's, because it was Carter who put him in this position. Set off. Putting on all the latest equipment, Nick Fury is off. It didn't take long for everyone to come to the glacier. Nick Fury looks at Captain America frozen into an old popsicle in layers and layers of thick clothing. The scientist in front suddenly gave an unbelievable admiration. Unbelievable. There's an ecological response. Captain America is alive. All the team members involved in the rescue gave out cheers. Even Nick Fury smiled with relief. Although he was so sure about what he said just now, the moment everything was finally announced, everything would be considered dusty. Begin excavation work to build a fake room in New York City. It's all filled with things from his era. Although Nick Fury failed in Tony's case, there was no mistake in his command. This incident quickly spread to the top management of the beautiful country. At this moment, some people in the top management of the beautiful country are happy, and some are superior. What happened here, Lynn, who was on Gwen's performance with Sheen, didn't know. Not to mention whether he knew it or not. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't. Compared with Captain America, he still prefers Iron Man, the superhero. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pulled Tony at the critical moment. Soon, the two came to a square, surrounded by many people. Gwen and her band on stage are ready. Gwen played the drum first, and the other members quickly followed. A passionate rock music instantly lifted the atmosphere of the audience, and many people shook unconsciously. Sheen also praised, "I heard that Gwen can play drums before, but I didn't expect Gwen to play drums so well." Yes. Lynn also praised without hesitation. Gwen on the stage, as if she could hear the compliments from the two, smiled knowingly and continued to play. But at the climax of the performance, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in a bank not far from the end of the street. Huge amounts of bangs and the sound waves after the bangs. All the people present who directly overshadowed the sound of the Gwen rock band were also shocked by the sudden explosion. It's New York City after all. All the citizens basically have PTSD, and the moment they heard this voice, they subconsciously started to flee. All the bands on the field also began to feel uneasy. Gwen frowned and looked at the flames in the distance, and immediately realized, "Pack up your things and go. I'm going to find my friend." "Gwen, you have to be careful yourself." Gwen leaped off the stage briskly. If it was before, it would definitely surprise others. But now who has the time to care about how she got off the stage? Escape is important. Lynn and Sheen also frowned and looked in that direction. Zhongqin's expression was the worst. "Are you a robber who ruined Gwen's performance?" Gwen also ran over at this time. "Sister Sheen, your mutant identity is not suitable to be exposed in this kind of place. Let me go and have a look." "Don't worry, Gwen can handle it." While the three of them were talking, a winged figure flew out of the flames. It can be clearly seen that he is still carrying a bag. The zipper of the bag is not closed, and the USD is constantly falling out. Is it the man who did it? Lynn took out her mobile phone and asked, Red Empress, is that person willing to remit? My lord, that man is Adrian Toombs, an electrical engineer. Electronic engineer? Jean and Gwen then looked at the phone. Are electrical engineers that good? Without waiting for the two to raise their own questions, the Red Queen continued to explain. He once asked a businessman friend for financial support for his own research. But the businessman later betrayed him, which led to his imprisonment, and he managed to escape from prison not long ago with his own knowledge, and completed his own research on the flight device. The businessman has died in his hands, and his goal now is to grab more money and continue his research. After listening to Hong's explanation, another famous official of Spider-Man's old enemy immediately appeared in Lynn's mind. Vulture. It seems that the Vulture of this universe appeared quite quickly. It's wrong to do bad things no matter what, and even to stir my concert. I will teach him a good lesson. Sister Jean, you and Lynn should find a place to hide first, so as not to be affected. Jean just wanted to say to help Gwen, but Gwen still meant it. Mutants like Jean are recorded in the X-Men. If they're shot in public, it will easily attract the attention of the authorities. Lynn also played the violin. Trust Gwen. Jean nodded. Gwen went to the dark to complete the disguise, and then swayed the cobweb towards the Vulture in the sky. Vulture didn't notice Spider-Man coming. Instead, he looked behind him excitedly. How about it, my newly designed bomb? There is no residue left from the bombing of you. Hey, you sound like you're getting old. You should be retiring when you're that old. Isn't it good to come out to work? Gwen's flamboyant style, as always, has almost become her label. Spider-Man. Oh, meddling, stinky girl. As he said that, Vulture grabbed two bomb-like things from the backpack on his waist and threw them at Gwen. Gwen's spider telepathy immediately sensed the danger. Immediately, the wrist shot out cobwebs like flying darts and fired at the two bombs. The bombs exploded in the air and produced a lot of impact. The power of this thing is really not bad. Do you want to sell it? Stop kidding, Spider-Man. Didn't you come to catch me? But it's a pity that I can fly. Have you ever seen a spider catch a bird? Vulture knows its own situation and spiders. Heroes definitely don't have the upper hand, but they have a space advantage. If you can't beat it, just fly and run. Is it possible that Cobweb can shoot into the sky? Vulture concluded that there was nothing Spider-Man could do, so he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. And the speed is very fast. Oh shit, she's running away. Gwen also made a rare swear word. This was learned from Jean, who sometimes does this, but Gwen doesn't like it. This time it was just blurted out inadvertently. Miss Gwen, you can take him down with the spider drone. Spider drone, do I still have this function? Gwen was a little curious. Immediately, he looked at the back of his hand in the explanatory picture given by the Red Queen, and there were two spider patterns there. Gwen had always thought it was an ornament, but soon the two spider patterns seemed to come alive, and they got up and flew up. To be honest, it's more like a minister. The flight speed of the two spider drones was obviously faster than Vulture, and they quickly chased after him. After the weakness is red, it has been analyzed long ago. Two small cannonballs were shot out, directly hitting the key nodes of the mechanical wings. The wings split out of control, revealing that he stumbled in the sky and rolled towards the ground. If you fall from this height, you will almost die. Seeing that he was about to fall into a puddle of flesh, Vulture called for help in fear, just as he was about to approach the ground. Gwen's cobweb bound his feet and saved his life. Thank you, Spider-Man. You're welcome. Remember not to do bad things next time. Definitely. With that said, Vulture reached into his pocket, ready to take out the bomb and give Spider-Man a fatal blow. But this time, Lewin will not be merciful. Directly launch a spider with an electric current, and the powerful high-voltage electric current directly electrifies Vulture and smokes his whole body. Don't try to make small moves in front of me. At this time, George also led people around. When he looked at Spider-Man again, there was not so much hostility on his face. Gwen also said at the right time, Hey, we cooperated to arrest another criminal. Director George, would you like to say thank you to me? Thank you, Spider-Man. But you can be gentle next time. George looked at the fainted vulture with pity in his eyes. No matter how old he is, he was electrocuted like this. Fortunately, still alive. I was very gentle and saved his life, but they don't seem to appreciate it very much. Gwen opened her hand and projected that scene from her own perspective. After everyone saw it, there was a burst of anger in their eyes. This is so old. Others saved him, but he was willing to harm others. After George knew the truth, he slapped him directly. Get up, Ed Ryan Toombs. Even George himself didn't know why he was so angry. That slap made even Gwen feel pain. Just now he clearly said to be gentle. This slap also had a miraculous effect, and Vulture woke up with a dizzy head. When he saw a group of police officers, he knew he was going in again. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you in prison this time. The evil smiles of the surrounding police officers immediately made the villain feel relieved. Ew, what are you going to do to me? When a bad person does evil, you can at least imagine the extent of the other party's evil. But when good people do evil, there is only fear left. Definitely, the law of the beautiful country is that lynching tongues are not allowed. But this does not mean that the police officers in the beautiful country have nothing to do. On the contrary, they have a lot of methods. After a painful meal, the hospital can't find any problems. Gwen watched Vulture being taken away and waved lightly, bye-bye. Not far away, Lynn and Sheen smiled at each other. The scene that happened on the street was just that Spider-Man once became a friendly neighbor in New York City and saved the citizens. Many people are used to it, but this does not prevent the media from sparing no effort to publicize it. Spider-Man bravely fights flying robbers. A heartwarming scene between the NYPD and Spider-Man. Spider-Man's battlesuit seems to have a new function. A variety of news headlines appeared on major social media and online forums, arousing extensive discussions. Definitely, there are also some people with ulterior motives who started to do other things in the name of Spider-Man. What Spider-Man is a woman. Men have to rely on women to protect this type of girlfriend a punch. After that, another internet scolding war broke out. But Gwen didn't know about this because Lynn wanted to eliminate the influence of the internet on Gwen. Let the Red Queen filter these spam messages a long time ago, trapping these people who only know punching and political correctness in the same information cocoon. Let them go dog eat dog. Definitely, there's something else that someone else found more interesting. That is, Lynn's signature appeared on Spider-Man's new clothes, and many of Lynn's fans will recognize it. Many people began to ask if Spider-Man was a fan of Lynn's book, until Spider-Man answered yes in the public, and is still a loyal fan. Now the fans of Spider-Man and the fans of Lynn happily mingle. They definitely don't know that Gwen is the most successful star chaser of them all. In the days that followed, no villains appeared. Life as usual, basking in the sun, eating 1-on-2. During the period, Lynn also took out ice and fire double heavenly water. Don't ask what it is used for. It's just for use. A week later, today both Gwen and Sheen are resting time, and the two swim in the pool together. Lynn came out with milk tea and said in her heart, Sign in. Sign in successfully and get the magic encyclopedia. Seeing this sign-in reward, Lynn was surprised. During this period of time, they're all signing in to adjust life or gadgets such as fairy beans. Finally, something interesting came this time. Without the slightest hesitation, Lynn chose to use it directly. Immediately, a lot of information about magic flooded into my mind, and Lynn changed from a magic novice to a magic master in an instant. Lynn is confident that even if the supreme mage of the level godfather in Kamartaj on Earth appears in front of her now, she will not be her opponent. And after absorbing the Encyclopedia of Magic, Lynn also knew one more thing. That is, there is an essential difference between your own magic and the magic in the Marvel world. His release of magic is at the cost of the elements of all things and his own spiritual power. The magic in the Marvel world is to make deals with those terrifying existences called ancient gods. The terrifying existence that each branch of magic admires is the same. Like Kamartaj worships three ancient gods, collectively known as Visandi, and Kaisalius, the traitor of Kamartaj, is the little villain with dark circles in Doctor Strange 1. They worship Dormammu, the Dark Lord. In addition, there are witches, etc. Mage, and the tongue gods they worship are other people. In a word, there are many magic factions in Marvel. The only thing they have in common is that they are all sacrificing themselves and the ancient gods in exchange for strength. Unexpectedly, there is such a saying. Lynn was a little surprised. If she hadn't signed in the Encyclopedia of Magic, she really didn't know about it. Then can I use my magic knowledge to create a faction in this world? Lynn thought about it. It seems a bit interesting, but just think about it. Lynn doesn't want to do such thankless things, teaching students how tired they are. Can't they live a good life? Is it Gwen and piano? There is still nothing fun in this world. Thinking of this, Lynn has to use the newly mastered magic money. Instead, he stretched out contentedly on the deck chair and continued to bask in the sun. Feel the body slowly getting stronger. What stands out are two words: comfortable. Immediately afterwards, the Red Queen appeared by Lynn's side. Master, Jean Bingha found vibranium. He asked when he could bring it over for you. It's pretty fast. Lynn is very satisfied with Jean Bing's service attitude. Although it has been 7 days since Lynn's search for gold, Lynn clearly wanted to transport a batch of vibranium to New York on the black market. What needs to be spent is not just as simple as time cost. Give him the address here, and let him ship it directly. Good. Lynn believed that Jean did not even know the location of the manor. Killing him will help Lynn keep it a secret. It just so happens that I recently wrote something new. Just leave it to Kim and go for it. He believes that Jean Bing's ability to handle affairs will not let him down. The other side, Jean Bing was in the office, unbelievably looking at the text messages in his private cell phone. There is an address on it. This is the address of Mr. Lynn's house. Just glanced at it, and Jean Bing deeply remembered it, and then directly deleted the text message. Picking up my office phone, I immediately found a group of my most confident hands. Make this delivery. When all the subordinates received the order, they were very curious. Didn't Jean quit his job many years ago? Why are you delivering the goods yourself this time? But those who can get into the position of Jean Bing's confidant know one thing. That is, what to ask and what not to ask. So under Jean Bing's leadership, everyone quietly participated in the delivery. As soon as he arrived at the gate of the manor, Jean Bing straightened his suit immediately after getting out of the car and rang the doorbell. All 3 people on the rooftop heard the doorbell. Who's here? Gwen in the swimming pool was the first to poke his head out and looked curiously at the door, but unfortunately he couldn't see it. Jean also felt a little bit. Immediately knew who it was. Mr. Lynn, it's Kim Bin. Lynn waved his hand. I asked him to help me buy something on the black market, and now he has delivered it for me. I'll go down and have a look. After Lynn left, Gwen looked at Jean curiously. Sister Jean, who is Jean Bing? Jean Bin, whose real name is Wilson Faith, is the biggest gang leader in New York. Hearing it was gangsters, Gwen was about to leave the pool. Gangsters? Will Lynn be dangerous? I'm going to go down and see. Jean held down the impatient Gwen. Don't worry, Mr. Lynn didn't just ask him to buy something. And with the 2 of us around, he can't hurt Mr. Lynn. In fact, Jean's self-confidence comes from herself. Over the past few days, her spiritual ability has become much stronger, even at this distance. She can also confidently break their necks the moment the other party thinks about it. Lynn changed her clothes and came downstairs, and Jean Bing came to the hall alone under the guidance of the Red Queen. Jean looked at the Red Queen curiously, marveling that there is such an advanced artificial intelligence technology. Mr. Lynn, I have bought vibranium according to your order, but it is a pity that there are not many sources. About how many? For this result, Lynn was also expected. If you want a large amount of vibranium, unless you attack Wakanda, there will be very few people who will lose it. Shields like Captain America's are rare outside, but it's pretty much everywhere in Wakanda. It's almost 1,000 pounds. That is almost 2,000 gene of vibranium. This number is definitely enough for you to make a spider battlesuit, and there are even a lot of spares that could be used for other things. Lynn is very pleased with the result. Let your people drive the car directly into the underground garage. Yes. Jean Bin took out his mobile phone and explained, and the car, transporting vibranium, was sent to the underground garage. Lynn continued. since your vibranium entered New York, it has been targeted by people from SHIELD, you know? I don't know. Jean Bing's face became a little unsightly. Unexpectedly, even though I had all kinds of defenses, I still failed to prevent the infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. But now Jean is more worried about whether Lynn will blame himself for this incident. Don't worry, all SHIELD contacts have been cut off by me. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Jean Bin breathed a sigh of relief. But he also understands that the next thing he will face when he goes back is S.H.I.E.L.D. Lynn glanced at him lightly and then continued, I was bored 2 days ago, so I wrote a script. How about it? Are you interested in turning it into a movie, a feg? Jean Bin immediately brought back bad memories. At the beginning, I offended Lynn because of this, and how much commercial profit Lynn's script could bring. Jean is not too clear. Unexpectedly, this time it was Lynn who took the initiative to find himself to cooperate. Maybe it's because the other party is satisfied with what I have done this time? Thinking of this, Jean Bin's eyes immediately brightened. He has been in the beautiful country for so many years, and he has always worked hard on his own. He has wrist, scheming, and ability. What is missing is a decent backer. Isn't the backer right in front of you now? Jean agreed immediately. No problem, Mr. Lynn. Leave this matter to me. After the movie is released, I only need to recover the cost, and the rest of the profits will belong to you. If it is someone else who is talking about this business now, I am afraid that the subject-verb level will be reversed. Let's talk about the profit distribution when the time comes. I have already sent the script to your mailbox. I hope you don't disappoint me. B. After talking about some details, Jean took everyone away immediately. Underground garage. At this time, Gwen Stacy also came down, looking curiously at the big truck in front of her. There are many small cans in the big truck, and the black metal in the cans is vibranium. Gwen watched curiously. What are these things? Lynn laughed. Vibranium. He also has another name, called sound-absorbing steel. Any vibration and shock can be absorbed by him, and has a very good ability to resist blows. Gwen Stacy never thought that there would be such a magical metal in this world. In her impression, the adamantium inside Logan was already miraculous. Now it seems that vibranium seems to be even more magical. Sheen's idea is not wrong, because adamantium was designed. The original purpose of coming out was to create a metal comparable to vibranium. Later, through the continuous efforts of scientists, it was finally produced. Nowadays, adamantium is harder than vibranium. But there is only one advantage, and vibranium has more scalability and experimentation. Then what are we buying so much vibranium for? Gwen asked again like a curious baby. You will know later. Move these parts to the lab of the Red Queen. I come. Gwen volunteered, and the most indispensable thing in her whole body is strength. Jean smiled and watched Gwen go upstairs. Then he looked at Lynn with a jealous face. Is it for Gwen to make a battle suit again? She immediately understood what vibranium does. Not all. I can also make a war zone for you. In this way, you can dress up and fight with Gwen outside in the future. Hearing this answer, Jean smiled. It's more or less the same. However, wouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. attention be brought to New York in large quantities like this? Already paid attention, but the Red Queen has erased all chains of evidence. They can't find out where this batch of vibranium ended up. She nodded in satisfaction. But it doesn't matter even if you find it. If the agent of SHIELD finds you, you could just try your new ability. B. Sheen just wanted to go back upstairs when Lynn pulled her back. Sheen, get in the car. Mr. Lynn, do you want to? Jean glanced at the car that she had just bought and immediately understood what Lynn was thinking. Obediently walked to the side of the car. After returning to his office, Jean Bin immediately clicked on his mailbox and found the script sent by Lynn. Big Hero 6. After glancing at the name, Jean Bin immediately clicked on the script. It is not so much a script as it is a page-by-page manga, and the plot on it immediately attracted Jean Bing. After half an hour, all finished reading, Jean couldn't hide his excitement. He was sure that once this theme hit the theaters, it would definitely explode. Go and contact me with the last animation production company. I want the best team. Make an appointment, and I will go over and talk in person. Jean did not dare to neglect for a moment. It's his first time working with Lynn, and he can't mess it up. If you mess up, you're really done for New York. He is keenly aware that perhaps this time is the only chance for him to really step into the circle of the beautiful country. The other side, Nick Fury stood on the podium. Hill walked over anxiously and said a few words beside Nick Fury. Nick Fury frowned, tracking a gold and losing it. What are those people doing? The agent I cultivated followed a gang leader and lost it. If this matter gets out, how can I hang around in the high level of the beautiful country in the future? But Nick Fury also understands now that it is useless to blame anyone now. Know what gold is and bring it back from overseas. Vibranium, a lot of vibranium. Nick Fury's face became even more serious all of a sudden. With so much vibranium coming to New York, is this guy trying to throw catastrophe? I'll go find him myself. This matter must be clarified. SHIELD is a special department that exists to eliminate various security risks. Just when Nick Fury was about to take Hill to find Gene Bin himself, an extremely anxious voice sounded from the communication headset. Steve Rogers woke up and broke into the safe house and ran away. Surround it with all my strength. I will go there right away. Nick Fury glanced at Hill and then quickly left the podium. Call the city surveillance and find the location of Steve Rogers. We're going right there now. Hill acted in disbelief. Captain America really woke up? A person who has been frozen in a glacier for 70 years can still be resurrected in modern times. Although he has seen many scenes, Hill is still extremely excited at this moment. After finding the location of Captain America, Hill immediately drove there at high speed. This kind of racing speed is like going to death. Even Nick Fury had to say, Hill, you could go a little slower. We can get to Rogers. Osborne Industries. Norman Osborn, who was looking at the documents in his office, frowned from time to time. Where's the problem? Why are there such drastic side effects? Obviously, I use Peter's blood to produce inhibin. So could it be that inhibin hasn't been produced? Norman looked at the various data tables in front of him, thinking hard about his every step experiment. Where's the problem? After he couldn't find the answer for a long time, Norman could only sigh helplessly. If only there could be a mutant to assist in the experiment. As soon as the idea came up, it was snuffed out by Norman himself. Joke. If you really get a mutant over, if you accidentally offend the mutant brotherhood, it's hard to say whether I can survive this little life. Thinking of this, Norman couldn't help but sneer. It doesn't belong to humans in the first place, and so does the government. I don't dare to catch a few to experiment if I am in charge. While he was talking, the office door was pushed open by the secretary. Boss, people from the military are here. Why? How did they come here? Hearing that it was someone from the military, Norman immediately stood up and straightened his suit. Where are they now? Lab 1. Hearing this, Nuafu's face became a little heavy. Their own experiments have not made any progress so far, so they're going to the number 1 laboratory at this time. Isn't it obvious that you plan to watch the experiment? Norman hurriedly put on his white coat and came to the number 1 secret laboratory of Osborne Industry. As soon as the elevator door opened, Norman saw a few white-haired old men in military uniform not far away, standing in front of Green's single-flight device to observe. The flight controller is also one of the experimental results of Osborne Industries. It is a weapon for individual combat, and it has been developed perfectly, just in time to introduce them. Norman walked over with a very humble attitude. Several generals, this is an individual combat flight weapon with very good stability. Before Norman continued his introduction, the leading officer said, Mr. Norman Osborn, let's talk in another place. There are many researchers in this laboratory. Obviously, many things cannot be said here. Norman's face darkened, and he immediately knew what the other party was trying to say. Okay, please come in with me. Soon, under the leadership of Norman, everyone came to another office. The decoration here is almost exactly the same as Norman's own office. After greeting several generals, Norman called 2 other experimenters to come in through the Bluetooth headset. These are all researchers who conducted experiments with him. When the general saw that everyone had arrived, he asked straight to the point, How long will it take for the gene-strengthening medicine to be successfully developed? There was a hint of urgency in that tone. Before Norman could speak, another experimenter first explained, "General, we have entered the in vivo experiment stage. The situation is very bad." Norman glanced at the other party with a bad expression, but now that the general is here, it is obviously not easy to have a seizure. What's wrong there? After the subject was injected with the gene-strengthening agent, there were indeed many changes in the physiological data, but what followed was that the personality became very violent. Even a rabbit will become bloody and cruel in an instant, and even become a carnivorous species. After listening, several military workers discussed in a low voice. In the end, a unanimous conclusion was reached. That is, the experiment failed. The leading white-headed general looked at Norman with some disappointment. "Mr. Norman Osborn, I don't know how long it will take for you to develop the gene-strengthening potion. You have to know that Howard and the others were able to experiment under even more difficult conditions back then. This sentence is obviously an aggressive method." Norman said, "Don't worry, General. I'm currently trying to find a way to eliminate this side effect, and I should see the effect soon." The same rigorous scientific researcher continued to speak. "General, I think the current experimental direction is a failure, and it should be pushed back. There's a good chance we're going in the wrong direction to begin with." Norman now has the desire to kill him in his heart. Pushing it all over again, it's easy to say. They have been studying for 3 years just for the current results. Norman immediately explained, "There is nothing wrong with the direction. We only need to improve and improve to succeed." Their scientific researchers insisted on their own opinions, and several generals didn't want to care. Another continued, "Mr. Norman Osborn, it's not something we want to rush in this matter. We also know that not everyone is as bright as Mr. Howard." When Norman heard this sentence, the more he heard it, the more uncomfortable he felt. So what if he is smart? Not still a dead man? I thought so in my heart, but I didn't dare to say it out of my mouth. You can only listen to the other party quietly. This is the end of being unable to hold your head up in front of the military. If it's Tony now, I guess these few people can't beat him. Originally, we could have given you more time to perfect this experiment, but the current situation is that we are running out of time. Norman didn't understand. Time is running out? Now, the Air Force Department of the beautiful country has a brand new armor, and the Ministry of National Defense has also signed a new weapon contract with Hammer Industries, and it is said that they're also war machine people. Nowadays, it is only our army system. There is nothing decent anymore. Norman understood that it was another internal struggle between the military and political systems. To put it bluntly, the relationship between departments at all levels in the beautiful country is hostile. Now that the Air Force and the Ministry of National Defense have new technological capabilities, that's why they are so eager for Norman to develop a genetic medicine. Create another Captain America Rogers for the Army. The current Army, the military administration on the side of the beautiful country, can hardly hold its head up. During World War II, because of the relationship between Captain Rogers of the United States, the Army was able to shine on the frontal battlefield. However, after Captain America disappeared, the Army lost successively on various battlefields. Especially on the 38th parallel, it was directly crushed. Try to make brilliant white tiger flag and take it to steam buns. Since then, there's been no glory. So, Norman's experiment is their new hope. If it was before, they still had the patience to continue waiting. But it's not working now. If they don't hurry up, they will be left far behind by other departments. After figuring out the reason of the Central Plains, Norman continued to promise several generals, "Please trust me. I will not let you down. I will research the gene-strengthening medicine as soon as possible." The main purpose of their coming today is to beat Norman. Seeing Norman's upright assurance, the generals didn't want to continue to embarrass them any longer. After all, in this field, apart from Norman, they really can't think of anyone who can replace them. After explaining some more things, several generals were sent out of the laboratory by Norman. Norman didn't relax, but returned to his office and had a big fight with the rigorous scientist just now. It is very difficult to speak various languages. In the end, he succeeded in forcing the other party away, and the other party directly threw off his white coat and tore Norman's face. After finishing all this, Norman pulled a handle in his office with satisfaction. A wall of the office was opened immediately, and an independent and private laboratory appeared here. There are various living body samples inside. Norman frowned and looked at one of the cages, where several experimental white rabbits were originally kept. But now, only one of the rabbits inside is alive. The white fur on the other one has been dyed red with blood, and it is eating the corpse of its companion. But obviously in the corner of the incubator, there is feed such as vegetables. Norman frowned as he looked at the side effects of the genetic strengthening potion in front of him. I still don't understand at all what is going on with this side effect. Not to mention the solution. It would be great if we could get a Captain Rogers' tissue samples. In the history of mankind, the only successful and perfect strengthening person. Too bad the body is in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Norman can only continue to think of a way. After closing the lab, Norman left Osborne Industry and prepared to go home. After getting into the car driven by the old housekeeper, he said, "Let's go home tonight." "Okay, gluttony." The car quickly drove to Times Square, the largest in New York, but the road in front of it was blocked. Norman frowned at the scene. What happened? "I don't know, sir." Norman stuck his head out of the window, but his pupils shrank. He knew the cars blocking the road. To be precise, it is to recognize the sign on it. S.H.I.E.L.D. Why does S.H.I.E.L.D. appear on such a large scale in this bustling downtown area? They have always been known for being mysterious and low-key. Norman opened the car door directly. "Master, wait for me here." Norman walked over curiously, and when he saw the scene in the middle, his pupils shrank suddenly. I saw a strong man standing on the square, looking at the surrounding buildings with almost confused eyes. Few of the passers-by around could recognize this person, but Norman recognized it immediately. Steve Rogers? He's not dead. From my own experiments, Norman found almost all the information about Captain America in the Army, and he would never mistake this face. The scene in front of him made Norman unbelievable that the person who only exists in fairy tale picture books still has stories. Resurrected? This scene completely surpassed the scope of knowledge he had learned. Soon, another person appeared. It was Nick Fury. He walked up to Rogers and said something and took him away. Zero. Seeking flowers. Back in the car, Norman was in a trance. He doesn't understand. Why can a person be resurrected after being frozen in a glacier for 70 years? Is this also because of the genetic medicine? Why is the genetic medicine developed by Howard so powerful, but he runs into walls one after another? Thinking of this, Norman punched the car door hard. "Back office." "Understood, sir." The old butler didn't know what Norman saw to react so strongly. But the master has spoken, so do it. Go back to SHIELD's car. Nick Fury sat next to Captain America. He continued to explain to Captain America what happened after he flew the plane into the Arctic Ocean. Is there any news from Bucky after that? Nick Fury also seems to know that Captain America will ask this question. No, it has completely disappeared since then. Then what is the current state of the world? Nick Fury answered all the questions raised by Captain America. We have already prepared a place for you to live temporarily. After you adapt to this era, we will have a good chat. Captain America took the key from Nick Fury and nodded slightly. Just when the atmosphere in the car was silent, a huge amount of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Captain America and Nick Fury looked skyward at the same time. How long has it been since I heard thunder? If I don't count the time I sleep, it's only a few days. Nick Fury added, 70 years and 0 days. By the way, if you want to apply for a new ID card for you, should it follow your previous date of birth or give you a new date? It doesn't matter. I won't go back there in a short time. Captain America put away the key in his hand. Don't go to Ian until you fully understand your situation. This is the admonition he gave himself. At the same time, at Tony's house, Tony looked at the news from JRVS with an expression of disbelief. Unexpectedly, he was resurrected naturally. In the picture, it is Captain America who is lost in the street. No matter how unbelievable he is, this scene really happened. Pepper also came down at this time, holding a glass of water for Tony to soak in his hand. Tony, what are you looking at? Pepper came at Tony's side to ask a curious question, and Tony used his nickname ability, an old popsicle that has been frozen for 70 years. What? Pepper saw the image projected by JRVS. At first, she just felt that the person in front of her was a little familiar. After seeing the information given by JRVS, I was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. He is a Superman type. I think the temperature of the glacier put him into a kind of hibernation state. 11. In that state, the body maintains the minimum vitality that can sustain life and can be awakened as long as the temperature is suitable. Tony gave the most professional analysis. At the same time, I was also amazed at what kind of person Howard was back then. Even such a thing can be made. As Tony looked at that image, in the sky, there was a sudden thunder and explosion. This thunder is really loud. Tony sighed. Then he took the little Pepper upstairs. What a loud thunder. Gwen, who was eating, looked at the sky curiously. The sky in the distance just flashed, and there was no follow-up. Dan and Lynn looked at each other. Sheen felt that it was not ordinary thunder. It seemed to be thunder produced by some kind of energy fluctuation. It is completely different from thunder in the traditional sense. Lynn felt the fluctuation of magic. Now he is also a magic master, and he can feel even the slightest magic fluctuations. What's more, it is such a powerful magic wave now. It appears that Odin threw Thor to Earth. The point of time is almost this time. I have no interest in Asgard's brotherly rivalry and Asgard's civil strife. At the moment, downtown New York, a church-like place, on the top of the building, a bald woman in a yellow monk's robe is frowning and looking at the sky. That is the direction of the thunder, just now. Odin, what are you doing on Earth again? At this time, behind her, a gold circle unfolded, and a completely different world full of temples appeared over there. A middle-aged man with a slightly obese figure and wearing ancient clothes stepped out. Supreme Mage, the teaching can begin. All the apprentices have been assembled. Okay, King. Earth Asgardian, the master of the supreme holy place, the strongest supreme mage Ancient One of Kamartaj. Ancient One no longer looked in the direction of thunder, turned and stepped into Kamartaj. Wong followed closely behind and closed the portal. 5. As soon as I got back to SHILD, the whole SHILD exploded. As soon as Nick Fury walked in, Hill rushed up immediately. Director, did you hear the thunder just now? Nick Fury looked at Hill, immediately analyzed other information from the other party's words. The sound of thunder is strange, and many people should have heard it. He thought it was just common thunder. Immediately afterwards, Hill handed over the operation tablet in his hand. Look at this. On the screen is the high-altitude detection satellite of SHILD, which is specially used to detect extraterrestrial intrusion. There was no need to launch this satellite, but Nick Fury insisted on launching it. After all, he had experienced a real alien invasion. It's just that matter has been buried deep in his heart all the time, and he rarely talks about it with others. Even in the upper echelons of the beautiful country, few people know about it. One is because the Earth at that time had no extraterrestrial detection means, and the other is that the alien fleet just arrived at the gate of the Earth. After firing a few shells, he was scared away. The content on the tablet was exactly at the time when the thunder sounded, just now. Immediately afterwards, the entire sky was filled with thunder. But the careful Nick Fury discovered that there were no clouds around when these thunderbolts appeared. This is totally against natural common sense. Even if those thunders appeared suddenly. After the thunder, a white shadow flew out of the thunder and then fell straight down. Because the speed was too fast, it was impossible to see what was flying down. What is that? Nick Fury questioned. Hill gently swiped the screen. After the fixed frame restoration technology, we got the approximate audio and video. What is certain is that it was a hammer. Hammer. Nick Fury zoomed in on that image. Indeed, no matter what angle you look at it from. That was indeed a hammer. A hammer that came to the Earth from extraterrestrial space with the Thunder 877. Nick Fury's first thought was alien invasion. Where's that hammer now? According to calculations, the landing site should be in the north of Norway. After thinking about it carefully, Nick Fury asked, "Where's Phil Coulson now?" "He's currently in the Middle East on a mission to observe Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner is doing well at the moment, and there's no sign of turning into Hulk. Hill added something about the Hulk. Turn him back, and let him take a small team of scientific researchers and Colinte over there. Is it enough to bring Colinte alone?" Hill asked back. "After all, that is something they have never been exposed to. Isn't it not enough to bring only an advanced agent?" At this time, a female voice sounded from behind the two, "Believe in Barton's ability." The two looked back, and it was none other than Black Widow, who was copied by Tony. Black Widow walked up to Nick Fury and handed him a document. "I suggest you take a look at the mission report this time." Nick Fury took it, with a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but it wasn't for Black Widow. Instead, report to this task. In Tony's case, he could be said to be overturned. "I don't want to read this mission report at all." So naturally, Black Widow's suggestion was ignored. "Romanoff, go and continue your previous mission. Just let Colinte go over there." "Definitely. I will never interfere with his mission." Black Widow smiled and left the sight of the two. "Just let Colinte go." Nick Fury repeated it to Hill, who then said, "Okay, I'll make it work. Before that, let's go see Jean Bin first. I was going to go before, but it was delayed because of Captain America, so a large amount of vibranium flowed into New York City." Nick Fury had to be careful. Regarding the many uses of vibranium, Howard has studied a lot before. One of them is that it can be used as a high-lethal weapon. Not long after, Hill came to Nick Fury again. "We found Jean Bin's whereabouts. Half an hour ago, he just came out of an animation film and television company. I want to talk about a film and television cooperation." Nick Fury was stunned on the spot. "What? You said where did Jean Bing kill a few people?" He was able to accept it, and Jean Bing went to talk about a film and television cooperation. Want to play female star? But it's not right. I went to an animation film and television company, and there are no female stars anywhere. Could it be that Jean has recently fallen in love with the paper man? Could this batch of vibranium have something to do with this film and television cooperation? Hill's mind was blown. Nick Fury glanced at the other party speechlessly. Vibranium is used to make movies, which is not a luxury. Call a waste. What a waste. Right now, the world's top box office can't buy much vibranium. Hill also realized how narrow his thinking was from the look in Nick Fury's eyes. "Locate his location. We should talk to him. Don't be an underground emperor for a long time, and you really think you are the emperor of New York." "Good." Hill jumped into action immediately. Tony's home. Tony, who is enjoying a candlelight dinner with Pepper, is telling those cold jokes that only he can understand. Little Pepper also smiled cooperatively. When Tony was about to say something, the door of the restaurant opened automatically, and Happy walked in with something like an envelope in his hand. Tony could see that Happy looked unhappy. Immediately joked, "What's wrong with you, Happy? Are you broken in love?" Happy said he didn't want to talk to Tony, and Black Widow was dismissed for no reason. Even knowing the reason, the hurdle in my heart is still a bit difficult to overcome. From Harpy's own point of view, he is obviously about to win Black Widow. Just a little short. "Tony, I said that I don't want to have too many discussions on this matter." "Okay, I originally wanted to say fly to SHILD and make an appointment with that Romanoff agent for you." Happy was overjoyed, but realized right away that Tony was joking. Pepper gave Tony a blank look, and Tony just ate a piece of steak and blocked his mouth. Then Happy gave Pepper the invitation letter in his hand. "Hammer Industries will have a press conference tomorrow night, and I hope our representatives from Stark Industries can attend. Obviously, this invitation is not for me." Pepper handed it back to Tony. Tony was full of rejection all over his body. "No, no, no. Happy is for you. So you better go." Tony swore that if he ever saw that guy again, he wouldn't be able to resist hitting him. "Just imitate yourself." Also imitated nondescript. "Was I like that before?" Pepper opened the invitation letter and took a look, knowing that this kind of business activity was unavoidable for him. "You come with me tomorrow night, Happy." "No problem, Miss Pepper. Shall we sit down and eat together?" Tony said with a rare invitation. But Happy knows his tricks. "No thanks. I ate it when I came." After speaking, he left Tony's house, and drove home alone sullenly. Here Tony is also full soon. Then I returned to my newly renovated laboratory. JRVS, are the preparations for Mark 6 done? It's all done. Do you need to wear it? Sir, definitely come on. Tony stood on a dressing table, and several robotic arms put on the brand new Mark armor for Tony under the control of JRVS. As soon as he put it on, Tony could feel the difference of the new armor. Immediately soared into the sky and began to enjoy it. Maybe I should hang out at Lynn's. I believe he's also eating it this time. Tony turned around and flew towards Lynn's house. He talked about going to play, but in fact he was greedy for the milk tea at Lynn's house. Soon, Tony landed on the lawn of Lynn Manor, but as soon as he landed, something embarrassing happened. He found that his Mark armor was out of control. JRVS, are you still there? JRVS. Can't even get in touch with JRVS. Now Tony is flustered. Could it be that the armor is offline? How could there be such a low-level bug? Impossible. With my own genius design, how could there be such a bug? Fortunately, we have arrived at Lynn's house. Ask Lynn to come out and help herself. Hi, come and help me. Tony tried not to speak too loudly, but made sure Lynn could hear him. After all, this kind of thing is too embarrassing. The less people know about it, the better. Soon, Tony heard Lynn's laughing voice. Okay, Tony is not malicious. Let him go, etc. Tony immediately heard the problem. Is it the Red Queen? That is to say, the moment he landed, the system of the armor was hacked, and JRVS was forced to go offline. How can this be? Last time Tony also saw the Red Queen. With the blessing of Tony's own pride buff, the Red Queen should not be stronger than JRVS. But now, soon, JRVS returned to the Warframe system. Without Tony asking questions, JRVS explained by himself, Sir, I was forced to go offline just now. Really? The armor was restored, and Tony took off his mask. Finally, I saw Lynn standing in front of the house, Gwen and Sheen, and the Red Queen who looked like a little girl. The moment after seeing the red, Tony's pupils shrank. Illusion. Must be an illusion. What am I dreaming about? I saw anger in the eyes of an AI. In fact, the Red Queen was really angry. Angry that Tony fell into Lynn's manor without saying hello. If it wasn't because Tony was Lynn's friend, he would have exploded his battle armor the moment he hit the ground. Get Tony killed. Come in, Tony. Thanks, Lynn. When Tony was about to walk in, Lynn glanced at Tony. Can't you take off your armor and come in? Please, I haven't researched the automatic or function yet, but I will experiment with this function in the next version. So now all I can do is... Lynn remembered Tony was in New York. It was only during the Great War that the armor that could be worn without support was developed. Then come in. Tony swore he was right this time. He saw disgust in the Red Queen's eyes. That's right, disgust. Lynn walked into the room first, followed by Sheen and Hong, and Gwen walked forward very curiously. He tapped Tony's chest lightly. It made a metallic sound, and then said with a little disgust, It's very strong, but it's too bulky. Tony's self-confidence was completely shattered. The high-level executives of the beautiful country conspired to get all kinds of things they wanted to get, but Lynn has always been disgusted here. Never mind. Don't be angry. Just drink a cup of milk tea to suppress the shock. In the room, Tony sat down wearing a bulky Mark 6, brought a few cups of milk tea, and put them down. After Tony took a sip, the depression just now was eliminated. Lynn, has your Red Queen's AI level increased? I found her anthropomorphic emotions. Lynn smiled. As expected of Tony, it was just a glance. Tony said, Can you not find out? That disgusting look. Yes, she will collect big data from the internet for her own data supplement and evolution. Tony nodded. Not a bad idea. Although JRVS can also search data, Tony never thinks that the data provided on the internet will have its own benefits. Looking at the appearance of the Red Queen now, it seems that she has become small. After going back, we must redesign JRVS. After all, in this regard, he does not want to lose to anyone. Tony, what are you doing here? Tony originally wanted to say that he was here to show off his new armor, but he remembered the scene at the door just now. I don't want to talk about it. A battle armor that was subdued in an instant. What else is there to show off? It's also good that Lynn and the Red Queen are not malicious, if the person who restricts the armor is his enemy. He was a living target standing in place just now. "No, I miss your milk tea." As he spoke, Tony took a big sip, showing an expression of enjoyment, as if he was smoking marijuana. If he hadn't analyzed the ingredients in it, Tony himself would have wondered if Lynn had added ingredients. Lynn didn't object to Tony coming here for a drink because Tony was also one of his few friends in this world. "Red Empress, do you have anything to say?" Lynn noticed that the Red Queen had been staring at Tony's armor and seemed to have something to say, but didn't want to say it. Tony immediately spoke up. "I think it must be because my armor technology exceeds her imagination. So she wants to analyze my 2.2 armor and then make a set for you." "No, I'm just thinking that you won't be tired wearing such low-level things." Tony almost spit out his milk tea. Low-level? His latest model of Mark armor was actually called low-level by the Red Queen. Lynn also shook her head and smiled wryly. He didn't expect the Red Queen to be so direct. Seeing his painstaking effort being ridiculed, Tony became excited all of a sudden. "Tell me, why is my battle armor so low-level?" The Red Queen looked at Lynn and asked Lynn for advice. Because Tony is Lynn's friend after all. With Lynn's nod, the Red Queen opened her hand and released the design of the armor. This is what she just analyzed, not obtained by hacking JRVS. Although Gwen is a top student, but seeing this kind of mechanical-related stuff is also a headache, so he simply didn't read it. The Red Queen pointed to the chest of the battle armor. "The only remarkable thing is this energy device. The substance inside, I can't find matching elements on the Earth." Being praised, can Tony be happy? Cannot, because this thing was invented by Howard. Immediately afterwards, the Red Queen began to say that it was not enough. The summary is that the mech is too heavy, which affects mobility, too many artillery weapons and equipment, and there are also shortcomings in energy propulsion. For half an hour, Tony's Mark VI was criticized by the Red Queen. The Red Queen almost blurted out, "What rubbish battle armor." Normally proud Tony. Depressed for the first time in my life. And I'm still depressed in my own field. That way, it's like being wronged by the sky. But the Red Queen is not only good at scolding people, and soon began to provide advice on modification to Tony. In this way, because of the unintentional move of the Red Queen, the strongest Iron Man in history will be born soon. Outside the manor, Tony soared to the sky, and the Red Queen was unhappy again. Because of Tony's sprinkler, that lawn was scorched. Lynn shook her head helplessly, but it's okay to think that Tony will come to visit often in the future. That piece of land will be reserved for future use when he comes to visit. I don't even bother to repair it. Lynn comforted, "Red Queen, it's all right. He is my friend, although he is careless and out of tune, occasionally annoying, and he's a bit of the cheapest. But the people are not bad." Tony, who flew home in the air, sneezed suddenly. Sheen looked at the Red Queen in disbelief. "Red Queen, you are teaching Tony Stark today. While I was at Xavier's school before, Professor X gave Sheen most of the noble materials. One of them is Tony. Tony's life is very exciting, but it can be summed up in 2 words. Genius. And a proud, complacent, annoying genius. But such a genius who is unsurpassed in his own field was actually trained by Lynn's AI all night." Sheen said that during the days with Lynn, there is so much to see. Gwen didn't think there was anything strange. After all, Lynn is so powerful, and so is the Red Queen. My battle suits are all made by Lynn and the Red Queen. Tony Stark's battle suit is too bulky. Lynn is going to take the 2 girls back to the room first. Tonight, I have to try which kind of low-temperature candle that can't stop dripping. The Red Queen said at this time, "Master, Nick Fury is looking for Jean Bing. Leave them alone." Understood. New York late at night is always dead of night. Because for the beautiful country, entering the night represents danger, and anything can happen. Therefore, if it is not necessary, almost no beautiful Chinese will choose to go out at night. Definitely, there are also some people who are totally unafraid of this danger, such as Jean Bin. At this time, he was going home in his special car. No way, almost none of the models on the market can accommodate him, so I can only find a car company by myself and order one. Suddenly, the driver in front slammed on the brakes. Although Jean Bin was sitting as firmly as Mount Tai, he still couldn't help frowning. Before he could ask what happened, A figure directly opened the car door and stunned the driver in front of him. Gene squeezed his crutch tightly, ready to fight at any time. A voice came, making him give up the idea of resistance. Gene Bin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Nick Fury. This voice, even if turned into gray gold, would not recognize it. The next moment his car door was locked, and that annoying braised egghead was right outside the door. Those who did not come in person sat in. I'm sure you know what I'm looking for you for. Gene smiled lightly. Director Nick Fury, I have always been law-abiding, especially your shield. I have violated every law. Why? Did you come and drink with me today? As he said that, Gene took the initiative to open the refrigerator in the car, took out a bottle of good wine, and poured Nick Fury a glass. Nick Fury also drank it politely. Where did you get that batch of vibranium? Vibranium? What vibranium? Gene Bin's attitude made Nick Fury feel a little uncertain all of a sudden. Logically speaking, Gene Bin didn't dare to deny it in front of him. Although I thought so in my heart, Nick Fury still didn't show it. He gestured to Hill and took the tablet from Hill's hand. Then prepared to call up the records about the vibranium transaction and some evidence about the gold. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. Nick Fury was dumbfounded when he saw it. All evidence is gone. His intuition told him that someone had hacked into SHIELD's database and deleted all the data on it. Nick Fury was speechless for a moment. Gene looked at Nick Fury pretending to be angry. Director Nick Fury, SHIELD, and I have always been in trouble. If you want to wrong me, you had to find some good reasons, right? 10 minutes later, Gene Bin's car continued to move away. Only Nick Fury and Hill were left at the scene, and Hill was still checking the data on the tablet. In the end, he could only helplessly shake his head at Nick Fury. It seems that there is someone behind Gene Bin. Nick Fury came to this conclusion. Then shall we continue to search for gold unions now? Don't check it yet. The other party can delete all the evidence chains so easily, which proves that we SHIELD have no secrets with him. The top priority is to fix the vulnerability of SHIELD first. Nick Fury made the most correct judgment immediately. For him, it is not too easy to solve a gold. But now SHIELD has been invaded, and there is no discovery yet. Annoyed the man behind Gene Bin. Once the data of SHIELD's mobile phones are made public these years, it will cause turmoil in the entire beautiful country. Hill also understood the seriousness of the matter and immediately drove back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon returning to SHIELD, Nick Fury stormed into the tech department, cursing and swearing. Let them look for system loopholes and find traces of intrusion. God, Tony was trained all night, though. He was indeed unhappy at first, but later the Red Queen gave him a lot of solutions. The reason why a genius is not only the ability to accept other people's ideas with an open mind. You can also find new inspiration in ideas. Yes, Tony is having a blast right now. Tonight, he will design a brand new Mark War box. JRVS, have you recorded the suggestion of the Red Queen just now? Yes, sir. All of them have been imported into the database of Mark Armor. Can be used as a divine grade reference for Mark Armor at any time. Soon, Tony returned to his laboratory. After telling Pepper to go to bed by himself, Tony sat back in front of his seat. JRVS, extract all the suggestions from the Red Queen just now. Okay, sir. Tony looked at all the information on his Mark Armor and said lightly, delete all. The information on the Mark Armor is precious. If you delete all of it, you will not be able to get it back. Are you sure? Mister, is the information on Mark Armor valuable? Indeed precious. It is no exaggeration to say that releasing it may cause war between the two powerful countries. But for Tony, that's just his inspiration data. As long as he is still there, these things can be reproduced at any time. Delete. Delete completed. Then Tony started operating again on the keyboard. JRVS, we need to create a new folder. Say, sir. Mark X. Import all the suggestions from the Red Queen just now, and then I will reselect the materials. It's late at night now, but Tony is still in good spirits. With the previous experience, now is a large-scale improvement and material replacement in the original armor technology. In the early hours of the morning, still using the original color scheme, JRVIS. Automatic where requires a matching experiment. This function is placed on Mark X2, and this one is named Mark X1. Okay, sir. After finishing these, Tony stretched his waist vigorously. The inspiration was stimulated, and the rest was definitely only sleepiness. And it's early morning now. In other words, Tony spent one night improving his Mark armor. It should be called the Mark X armor now. JRVS, when will Mark X1 be produced? Afternoon, Bandit. Tony nodded in satisfaction. The system I made myself is impeccable. Forget it. Let the Red Queen come in and take a look if you have time. Tony returned to his room a little unsure, and there was only a note left by Pepper in the room. Said that he would go to work first and let Tony have a good sleep. Tony fell asleep. Little did he know that there would be a bigger conspiracy waiting for him tonight. Xavier's school. Sheen came to Xavier's school early this morning to attend class, after a period of self-comfort. Professor X also accepts that Jean's friend is male, nor did it mention it in front of Sheen. Sheen, who had just finished class, was about to go back to the office to continue her next class when she saw Logan just coming back from outside. Logan, where have you been? Logan briefly talked about his visit to Mutant Brotherhood during this time. In fact, there's nothing to do just to help the two parties get in touch with each other. I came back this time with the intention of bringing gang successors with me. Let them get along well together. Sheen's expression was a little strange. With the character of Colossus, I hope we don't fight directly when the time comes. Logan thinks it's okay. The reason for choosing Colossus is that Magneto can be easily suppressed when the Steel is in a state of madness. Just like yourself. It's obviously a good consideration. Why would Logan feel a burst of heartache? Forget it. Go to Professor X first. After saying goodbye to Sheen, Logan came to Professor X's office and told Professor X about his plan. But Professor X thinks otherwise. Logan, bring 2 more people. I have a feeling that the big event that we mutant can actively perform is coming soon. Go get the X-Men and the Mutant Brotherhood together soon. Logan has never had much doubt about Professor X's intuition. After thinking about it, just keep the whole thing under control. It should be fine. Charles, you call all the X-Men, and I will do their mind work with you. Good. Soon Professor X called all the X-Men, and habitually called Sheen along. Sheen said that she could listen on the sidelines. Professor X nodded. Maybe Sheen can come up with some reasonable suggestions? A meeting that could change the future of Mutant was held in the office of Professor X. Street corner in New York City. Gwen swung the cobweb and rushed out, and the wrist shot out. The cobweb trapped the thief who was jumping ahead. After taking back the other party's bag, Gwen said as usual, "Hey, it's wrong to be a thief. Let's see if there is anything in the bag you stole that can prove the identity of the owner." Let me see. Just stay on the side of the street for a moment. It attracted many onlookers to take pictures and applaud. Gwen is used to this kind of scene for so long. Oh, found. Up. From the briefcase, Gwen found a business card. Maxwell Dillon. That's not a bad name. Immediately after that corner, a very anxious black guy rushed out. Seeing Spider-Man holding his bag in his hand, and the thief on the ground immediately understood what was going on. "Hey, Spider-Man. Thank you for helping me get my bag back. If I didn't have what's in this bag, I'd be fired from my company today." The black man looked happy. "I almost lost my job." According to the human identification of the Red Queen, the black man in front of him is Maxwell Dillon. "You're welcome. It's the duty of a good neighbor to help the citizens of New York City. Take it well. Don't be robbed again." After the property was returned to its original owner, Gwen swung the cobweb and left quickly. "It's going to rain. Everyone is going to find a place to hide from the rain." Why? As soon as Gwen left, the surrounding crowd dispersed like birds and beasts, and only Max was still reminiscing about the encounter with Spider-Man just now. Yes, he is one of the many Spider-Man fans. I can't imagine that someone as unknown as me and without any ability can be helped by Spider-Man. Just as he was secretly delighted, the phone in the briefcase rang. Max quickly picked up the phone and answered the call. Immediately, there was a burst of swearing from 870 on the other end of the phone. "Max, what are you doing? Customers have come to complain. Why don't you hurry up and repair the interim circuit? If there's another complaint call, you'll get out of here today." "Sir, I met a thief just now. Fortunately, there's a Spider-Man. Before the explanation was finished, there was another scolding. Are you crazy, Max? How could Spider-Man help you with such a waste? If you look for a reason, you also need to find something decent. Get me repaired quickly, go. I see, sir. I'm going right now. Time was running out, so Max could only stop a taxi on the side of the road and rush to the maintenance site quickly. Soon, he came to a factory. Looking at some old wires on it, I immediately analyzed the reason. Don't worry, ladies, I just need to connect that wire and you will have electricity here. Hurry up, it's almost raining. Okay, I'll be right now. Max found a ladder, climbed up the pole, and started his work. He is a senior electrician. This kind of thing is very simple for him. If the people below don't make him nervous because of the blackout, the process will be simpler. Just when the line was about to be connected, a drop of rain suddenly fell on the ground. No one noticed. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of light in the sky, followed by a bang, blinding the eyes of everyone present. When their eyesight recovers, Max, who was connecting wires on it, had fallen to the ground, his whole body scorched black. It may not have been blackened by electricity. Everyone fled in panic. Someone called the police, and someone called the power company, saying that your people were struck by lightning, and quickly sent other people to repair it. In short, no one went up to check whether Max was dead or alive at this time. Definitely no one noticed that his fingertips were flickering with electric sparks. Half an hour later, people from the fire brigade came to handle the case in the rain. But Max's body at the scene has disappeared. Ma'am, do you understand that you will be punished for reporting a false case? But everyone around is saying that an accident did happen here just now. One of the more experienced firefighters said, maybe he's fine, and he went to the hospital by himself after waking up. Since there is no one, let's call it a day. At the moment, in a muddy alley, Max was in a daze, not knowing what to do. Just remember to fix the wires yourself. But suddenly it went dark. Where am I? Where am I now? I'm going to fix the wires or I'll be fired. Suddenly, Max staggered and fell to the ground, with the reflection of the sewage. He saw himself now. The face turned into blue, and the electric arc was still vaguely entwined. A scream pierced the sky at this moment. In the evening, a grand press conference was held on the biggest stage in New York. Although there was just a heavy rainstorm today, it didn't affect the popularity of this press conference at all, because the people who opened this conference let go of their rhetoric, and what they release will surpass Iron Man Tony Stark's steel battlesuit. Enough to make pretty country great again. In the audience, Pepper and Happy sat in the front seat, and both of them looked at their mobile phones chatting in every possible way. From time to time, I looked up at Justin Hammer, who was chatting awkwardly above. There was still a little time before the press conference, and Justin Hammer was having a hot fight with the dancers above. Happy couldn't help complaining. He likes to be like Tony so much. Pepper was also speechless. Learn to learn. The key is not to learn. This kind of interaction with the dancers is basically what Tony improvised during the boring waiting time of the development conference. With him, it becomes very deliberate. I finally understand why Tony doesn't want to come. Pepper really felt that this was a kind of mental torture. If it weren't for the business relationship, she wouldn't have come to such a boring press conference if she was killed. After a while, the boring imitation session was finally over. Immediately afterwards, Justin Hammer gave a speech, and after some impassioned procedures his own feats. At the same time, he also berated Iron Man Tony Stark for not wanting to share his technology. My friends from the media and scientists present here, today, please let me bring you the latest weapon of the beautiful country, an invention that can make the beautiful country great again. Developed by the military of the beautiful country and Hammer Industries. Hammer Iron Soldiers. As soon as the voice fell, steel soldiers walked towards the stage in a uniform manner, bringing the atmosphere of the entire press conference to a climax in an instant. Justin Hammer looked proudly at the location of Stark Industries for Tony, but unfortunately, he only saw Happy and Pepper, not Tony. It doesn't matter. He is too embarrassed to come. He must be in front of the live TV right now, seeing my press conference. I'm so angry. In fact, Tony, who stayed up all night last night, developing the new Mark armor, just woke up. As soon as I woke up, I couldn't wait to rush down to the laboratory. Not to mention watching the live broadcast, I didn't even turn on the TV. Or to put more bluntly, he completely forgot that Hammer Industries was the development conference today. When he came to the basement, Tony couldn't hide the excitement on his face. JRVS, is my new armor ready? All right, sir. Under the control of JRVS, a brand new armor was slowly launched, although the appearance did not change much. But the overall volume has been reduced a lot, and the aerodynamics have become more reasonable. Simply perfect. Is that right, JRVS? Yes, sir. JRVS fits the bill. While Tony was still admiring his new armor, an unknown call came in. Hey, Tony Stark. Tony remembered the voice. Ivan Vank. Isn't he in prison? How can you still call yourself? I think you should call me from prison. Should you watch the news? Tony was taken aback by Ivan Vank's unreasonable words. I seldom watch the news, or I never watch that stuff. Because if any major event happens, JRVS will tell him as soon as possible. It's okay. Hammer Industries press conference has started. Stark Industries should send someone there. Soon, you'll collect their corpses. After speaking, Ivan Vank hung up the phone directly because he knew that Tony would definitely let JRVS search for his location. Sure enough, as soon as the phone was hung up, the search of JRVS was also interrupted. Sir, positioning failed. There was anger in Tony's eyes. This guy, even if he targeted himself, he was planning to trouble Pepper and Happy now. JRVS, get ready to experiment with our new battle suit. Good sir. After wearing the new battle suit, Tony's first impression of the new battle suit is that it is light, much lighter than those big guys before. The power has also been greatly improved. Rush straight into the sky. Now hovering in the air, Tony no longer needs to spray out flames from his hands to assist his balance. Tony can hang in midair smoothly. The Red Queen's suggestion is really great. After finding the location of the press conference, Tony rushed over directly. In another place in New York, Ivan Vank killed the person who was guarding him, and then started to operate on the computer, looking at the data of the Hammer's steel soldiers on it. Ivan Vank smiled sinisterly. When Justin Hammer took a fancy to his arc reactor technology and brought him from prison to Hammer Industries, he began to use Rice-Ting Hammer. Originally, the revenge against Tony could have been carried out sooner, and there was no need to wait until this day. The main reason is because Justin Hammer is such an idiot. In the eyes of Ivan Vank, it is simply stupid and hopeless. None of the robots made before can be used. In the end, he had to do it all by himself, which wasted a lot of time. Now, finally, it's time to take revenge on the Stark family. The scene of the press conference. Justin Hammer excitedly introduced his Iron Soldiers and then continued to stand in front of everyone. Next, I will introduce you to Iron Man, which belongs to Hammer Industries and the military. War Machine piloted by Air Force Major Rhodes. When a gray figure descended from the sky, and Pepper and Happy in the audience recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Tony's Mark armor? Although the color is different, there's a slight difference in style. But anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that it is Tony's steel armor. As soon as Rhodes' mask was lifted, there were bursts of cheers from the audience again. Not because of anything else. It's just so true. The black man controls the steel armor and becomes the hero of the beautiful country. What could be more correct than this? Did Tony say before that he gave Rhodes something? Happy glanced at the War Machine on the stage and nodded. I think so. The gift should be the Mark Warframe. But it seems that they don't like Tony's aesthetics, so they modified the armor. Happy immediately analyzed what was going on. It's not just because he's Tony's friend that he's always by Tony's side. From the efficiency of handling and solving things, it is also first class. Little Pepper felt a headache and touched his forehead. This Tony, it's annoying to do anything. Suddenly, another figure descended from the sky. The classic red and yellow armor. Everyone below immediately cheered. Some even yell Iron Man outright. Tony, didn't he say he wouldn't come? Pepper looked suspiciously at the stage, and Happy, who had no sense of crisis, shrugged, expressing that he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Tony, Rhodes greeted first, "Hi, Tony." There was a little pride in his tone. It seemed that he wanted Tony to praise his new armor. Since Tony said he would give it to him, he started to modify it without saying a word. Anyway, it's at public expense, so it's as luxurious as it gets. At least he thought it was luxurious. "Road, let's talk about it later." Tony's neglect, seeing Tony approaching him aggressively, Justin Hammer subconsciously backed away. "Hey, Tony, what do you mean? Just because I surpassed you, are you going to kill me? You coward." When he said this, Justin Hammer deliberately held the microphone and spread his voice to the audience. Immediately, there were discussions in the audience. After all, Justin Hammer mentioned Tony's matter at the hearing just now, which set off a wave of confrontation. Hearing this, Tony laughed. Jealous of Justin Hammer. He deserves it too. Can you make this kind of thing without Ivan Vank helping you behind scenes? Where is Ivan Vank? Justin Hammer panicked immediately and quickly denied. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Rhodes was also planning to go forward to stop Tony. In his opinion, Tony seemed a little unreasonable today. But before Rhodes could make a move, those Hammer Steel soldiers walked towards Tony. Without further ado, he immediately showed his weapon and started to attack people on and off the court indiscriminately. All of a sudden, the entire press conference was in chaos. "Shit!" Tony uttered a swear word, and Rhodes next to him also punched him. "Rod, what are you doing?" "I don't know, Tony. I have lost control of the armor." Tony realized what was going on. It was Ivan Vank's fault. "If I continue here, it is easy to hurt innocent people. Hey, you guys come with me." Tony immediately soared into the sky, and flames began to erupt from under the feet of all the steel soldiers, and they moved towards him. Pepper and Happy off the court watched this scene, and they couldn't turn their heads for a while. "Don't know what to do now." Fortunately, Tony called immediately. "Find Justin Hammer and ask him where Ivan Vank is now. Quick!" The speed of a new Mark X1 left the group of steel soldiers and Rhodes far behind. But Tony also knew that going on like this was not the way to go. JRVS, can they hack into their systems? "Trying, Doctor." Half a minute later, the voice of JRVS came out again. "Sir, it can't be done. There's no way to hack into their systems in a short period of time." "Damn it." Tony cursed again, and Rhodes' voice came from behind him. "Tony, can you explain to me what's going on now?" "No time, Rod. I can only take you to another place first, and then deal with you." As he said that, Tony was about to speed up when he suddenly thought of something. "Hey, maybe there's a calendar. Lynn, can you hear me? Forrest, the Red Queen who can hack JRVS in an instant must have a way to hack into these guys' systems." But Tony understands that it is obviously not very obvious after directly looking for Han. That artificial intelligence is too smart. Just contact Lynn directly. On the other side, Lynn raised her hand in the manner, looked at the wet ground, and slowly lifted. "Start." A pale blue light appeared on the hand. There were words in the mouth. The water on the ground seemed to be absorbed by Lynn's call, and the originally wet ground was gradually drying up. Soon Lynn gathered a large water balloon over the manor. Asterisk, hashtag it rain enough today. This is element magic, element extraction. Snapped. Lynn snapped her fingers lightly, and the whole water polo quickly rushed into the sky, and after reaching a certain height, it exploded suddenly and formed a cloud of water mist to dissipate. Magic is pretty good for cleaning. Looking at her dry manner, Lynn's mood improved a lot. I don't like that wet feeling. Definitely, except for Soggy Gwen and Jean. Of the two of them, one has gone home, and the other has not returned from Xavier's school. The Red Queen was by Lynn's side, seeing this scene and trying to analyze it scientifically, but found that she couldn't analyze it. In the end, I had to give up. Then came a communication request from Tony. "Master, Tony Stark is looking for you. Come in." As soon as it was connected, Tony's anxious voice sounded. "Thank God, Lynn. You are finally connected." "Tony, what are you doing?" Lynn seemed to hear something strange. "Listen to me. I'm being hunted down by a group of steel soldiers. I hope the Red Queen can hack into their system. JRVS tried just now, and JRVS can't do it." "I see. The story of Steel 2 is coming to an end." Lynn nodded. "Red Empress, help him and get those robots here, by the way. Just right for making our own robots." "Okay, Ja. Various codes danced in the pupils of the Red Queen. Tony reminded again, Rhodes' Mark Battle suit, just return the control to him and help me locate Ivan Vank. So troublesome. Tony froze for a moment. What did I hear? The Red Queen is loathing herself again. Forget it. I'm used to it. Lynn could only smile slightly at this. The Red Queen is becoming more and more humane now, and it may not be long before she can really look like a real person. I'm sorry, Red Queen. Hearing Lynn's voice, the Red Queen's eyes flashed with joy. Okay, Master. Tony, who was still in the flight state, soon found that the robots behind him stopped chasing and turned around one after another. Nanuo Zhao. That direction is Lynn's manor. The crisis is over. Rhodes also found that he had regained control of the armor and flew to Tony's side. Did JRVS succeed? No, I'll talk to you about these things later. Have you found the location of Ivan Vank? He is heading in your direction. Do you need me to hack his mech and let him be ravaged by you? Lynn laughed. This is the disadvantage of using intelligent-type armor. Lynn believes that this Earth is now. No, or the entire Marvel Universe right now. There should be no artificial intelligence that can rival the Red Queen. The future of Ultron is less clear. Thanks, Lynn, but I still want to beat him up. I want to try the technology of a new armor. Lynn said in surprise. After discussing with Queen Hong yesterday, you figured it out today? Yeah, so I wanted to test it out. After speaking, Tony turned his head and found a figure rushing towards them. Ivan Vank in the armor also found that all his soldier armors were offline. I guess that the mainframe was discovered, so I didn't think about it further. Since those were just appetizers, Tony asked him to do it himself. Soon, the three came to the suburbs together. On the way, Rhodes also knew all this under Tony's explanation. After hearing this, Rhodes was very angry, and his war machine was hacked before it was hot. It's really embarrassing. Tony, leave the rest to my ex-wife. What? Tony wondered if he had heard wrong. What the hell is that? Haven't you been single all along? But he still took a step back, wanting to see what Rhodes could do. A miniature launch pad rose from the war machine's shoulder, and then a missile shot out, hitting Ivan Vank's war. When? It fell into a puddle on the ground and instantly misfired. Hammer Industries, Gwen's house. Gwen slipped in from the window on the second floor wearing a spider battlesuit, and her battlesuit was drenched due to coming back from the heavy rain. Miss Gwen, do you need to turn on the heating mode? It can evaporate all the water on the battlesuit. Is there such a function? Gwen was a little surprised. Turn on the heating mode. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of water vapor immediately emitted from the battlesuit. Wow, this function is awesome. Red Queen, is this what you think or what Lynn thinks? It's the Master's idea, and most of the functions on the battlesuit are designed by the Master. Hearing this answer, Gwen felt warm in his heart. After changing her clothes, Gwen went downstairs. Just happened to meet George coming back. Seeing that Gwen was at home at this time, George asked in surprise, "We didn't leave school today. Did you help?" "No, so I will come back to see my dearest parents." The couple grinned at the same time. Ready to eat. Gwen's mother has prepared dinner for the two tonight, and the father and daughter walked over together talking and laughing. It's basically the stuff of Lynn's novels. Gwen's mother, who couldn't get along, suddenly became curious. Are those novels really that good? As a housewife, she also had some interest for a while. The content on the TV is playing the press conference of Hammer Industries. For this grand conference, Justin Hammer did not know how many media were called, and he is willing to give them money so that they must broadcast their press conference live to record this historic moment. "Dad, don't you need to go to the scene to maintain order?" Gwen asked curiously. Generally, such a large venue requires the police from the beautiful country to go to the scene to maintain order. One is the fear of a stampede happening. The other is worrying that antisocial elements will pick up guns and pop up at the scene. In such an environment where guns are not allowed, nothing will be too surprising. George was stunned. "Gwen, you used to call me Dad." Gwen realized that it was not good, and she called Lynn's mouth these days. Immediately explained, "Because the school drama club recently invited me to play a cameo, I played the king's daughter. It's called Shunku. That's how it turned out." George understood. "Originally I was going, but when I thought about this kind of boring press conference again, I had to go sooner." Anyway, there are enough security personnel at the scene. Even if something happens, they could be suppressed. George was right. After all, 720 is a press conference jointly held by the military and Hammer Industries, and the military personnel on the scene are all arranged. Prevent all accidents from happening. If there were people shooting with guns, they would probably be knocked down and shot on the spot by the military people hiding in the auditorium before the gun started. Therefore, the security force of the New York Police Department is not so important. It is rare for George to be lazy for a while. Originally, George wanted to change the channel to watch the real-time news, but almost all the programs were live broadcasting the press conference simultaneously. Damn Rich. As the commissioner of the NYPD, he definitely knew what Justin Hammer was up to. I can only make small complaints about this. He had no choice but to watch this boring press conference. He believed that if there is any sudden and major case in New York City, it will be interrupted as soon as possible. Now, let's have dinner with the family first. But soon George stopped eating because there was a riot at the press conference. Tony showed up, and then the steel soldiers from Hammer Industries started shooting indiscriminately. The people in the military anticipated all possible situations, but they didn't expect that the ghosts were actually the robots above. George stood up from his seat at once. Damn it, I'll go there right now. The scene became chaotic, and many live broadcast signals were interrupted at this moment. Immediately afterwards, another piece of real-time news came in. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared on the streets of New York City, with electric current all over his body. This individual is most likely a mutant. On the TV screen, a person from blue is looking around blankly, and many onlookers are watching curiously. Pick it up, put it away, take a photo, and post it on your social circle. As more and more people watched, the confusion in that person's eyes became heavier. What is this again? It's either okay. It's all big right from the start. George is now incapable of duplication, and everyone is paralyzed. After thinking for a while, George immediately picked up his mobile phone. Call a group of people and follow me to the block square. In George's heart, it is clear that the safety of the people's lives is even more important. There are already my colleagues there, plus Iron Man is on the scene. There should be no problem. To take a step back, even if there's a problem, it was also an accident caused by the military itself and Hammer Industries, and no one else could be blamed. George didn't say hello, just put on his clothes and left the house. Gwen's mother looked at the person with the blue light on the TV. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Mom, I'm full too. Afba, I'll go upstairs to do the experiment first. After speaking, Gwen went upstairs without waiting for her mother to answer. Father and daughter both have the same personality, in a hurry. After returning upstairs, Gwen immediately put on Ghost 2 and asked the Red Queen to turn on the projection. Red Empress, what happened to that person? Miss Gwen, I can't be sure for now, because of the mutation, and I can't find any personal information about him. Judging from the current situation, it looks like a mutant who just awakened his own ability and was confused. Mutant? This kind of thing. Red Empress, please contact Sister Chin. Chin was still in a meeting with a group of people at Xavier's school when she suddenly received a call from Gwen. After apologizing, he left the office. Gwen, why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Sister Chin, it seems that a mutant who has just been awakened has been found in the New York City area, and I am now passing the information to the doctor. Take a look. Good. Chin immediately agreed. The emergence of new mutants can be big or small if the opponent's strength is only a first-level mutant ability. That's easy to deal with. But what if it's level 5 or even Omega level? This new mutant must not be taken away by the people of the beautiful country first. Now the X-Men and the Mutant Brotherhood are the same enemy. Chin immediately replied to the office. Everyone, suddenly, a new mutant has been discovered in the New York City area. The faces of the people in the room changed upon hearing this. Chin walked to the computer, and after a little operation, she received the screen that was turned by the Red Queen. Professor X took a look, and the seasoned man immediately saw it. Elemental Mutant will be activated under the corresponding elemental conditions. The strength is conservatively estimated at level 3. The third-level mutant is not very strong, but it is definitely not weak. in the downtown area, it is enough to cause a city-destroying disaster. Are we going to go out there now and bring him back? This is an opportunity for the X-Men to show their faces, and it's time for us to increase our popularity among the public. Professor X realized that their opportunity had come. Jean, you go with Logan and Brad. Bring him back to Xavier's school. Professor X's arrangement definitely has his considerations in it. First of all, Jean's spiritual power can help mutant who just awakens stabilize his emotions. If the opponent is unsteady and a fight breaks out, Logan, who is Wolverine, can step forward and suppress. Rascal can take the opportunity to absorb his super ability. Although it is only temporary, it can be subdued quickly. This time you're on a mission, not only to bring people back, but remember to be as high profile as possible. Let more people discuss X-Men spontaneously, good or bad. Soon, the three X-Men left District Academy together. Gwen here arrived at this place almost at the same time as George. Gwen landed perfectly and came to a police officer who was holding a horn in his hand, trying to figure out the identity of the other party. But the man ignored him completely. Gwen reached out to signal him to take the horn, and the police officer passed it over directly. After these days, the police officers in New York City have long regarded Spider-Man as their own. As soon as Gwen took the microphone, she called out to him, "Hey, I'm Spider-Man. Is there anything I can help you with? If you can, please speak out directly, and I will help you." On the way here, the Red Queen has already been popularized by Gwen Cop, and the mutant who just awakened needs psychological intervention. Familiarize yourself with your own power. Otherwise, once you lose control of your emotions, it is likely to cause his power to lose control. Moreover, the Red Queen also analyzed that this mutant has mastered the calendar area of electricity. Once the electricity is released in this kind of space, the consequences will be very serious. Spider-Man. Finally, Max reacted and looked in Gwen's direction. Spider-Man, it's really you. Definitely true to false. What can I do for you? Even you forget me? Spider-Man, do you really not remember who I am? Being forgotten by the idol caused Max's mood to fluctuate slightly. The electric current on his body also started to scurry around. Gwen immediately comforted, "Hey, I remember you, but you are different now. So I need to think about it. Can you give me a hint?" We met there when, seeing Spider-Man talking to himself, Max's mood gradually calmed down. "You helped me get my briefcase back this morning." The Red Queen immediately searched for that kind of business card, and Gwen remembered it too. "Max, yes, it's me. Spider-Man, you recognize me." Gwen knew that his mood had stabilized. Going up immediately, the officer wanted to stop Gwen from getting close to Mutant. Gwen exclaimed, "Don't worry, he's my friend. Maybe he's just having a little difficulty. Let me talk to him, okay?" George also changed his clothes and squeezed in. Seeing Spider-Man approaching that strange man actively, George felt a surge of trust in Spider-Man for no reason. Immediately gave an order to his headset. "All snipers don't do anything. Wait for Spider-Man to solve it." With Gwen, a friendly neighbor, as a voucher. The onlookers present also quieted down, but there was still. These flashing lights are blinking. Red Queen, hack into these people's devices and turn them off. "Yes, Miss Gwen." Soon Gwen came to Max, and Max had a look of grief. "Spider-Man, I don't know what's wrong with me." Max tried hard to explain his experience to Gwen. The Red Queen also analyzed Max's ability through the analysis function of the mask. "Miss Gwen, the analysis has been completed. Just as we guessed." Gwen knew that it had to be delayed until Cheen and the others arrived, and only they had experience in dealing with this kind of mutant. But at the moment is in the dark. A sniper has targeted Gwen and Electro. "Damn mutant. Go to hell with me. And you too, Spider-Man." There are many people with racial discrimination in the crowd, especially in the beautiful country. When everything is considered free, it is easy to breed disaster. Like this moment, the sniper pulled the trigger regardless of George's orders. The muzzle of the gun immediately burst into sparks, and the moment the bullet was ejected from the chamber, Gwen sensed the danger. She can dodge, but the electric man in front of him couldn't dodge at all, so Gwen chose to launch the cobweb mark in desperation. Hope it can deviate from the trajectory of the bullet. Gwen, leave it to me. Sister Cheen. When the bullet approached the two of them, it was blocked, as if there was an invisible air wall in front of their eyes. The sound of the bullet being fired also attracted the attention of everyone present. The sound of gunfire has the same fear as PTSD for all beautiful Chinese people. For a while, the scene also panicked. As a black man, Max felt even more flustered. But when he saw that Spider-Man was still there, he didn't seem very nervous. George was furious. Who fired the shot? Did you not receive my order? Look, who is that? Cheen fell slowly from the air and came to Gwen's body. If he hadn't arrived in time just now, maybe the shot would have hurt Gwen. Using the psychic ability, the shooter was found in Rome. The man raised his hands in a daze. George saw each other too. Immediately, I lost my temper. This person is a well-known racist in the New York Police Department. Just couldn't find any evidence of him. My favorite thing to do is to stop black people when I see them on patrol. He once nearly shot an innocent 15-year-old black kid if he hadn't been accompanied by colleagues. After closing the team, come to my office by yourself. It's a mutant. In the crowd, someone immediately guessed Cheen's identity. Logan and the little rascal also walked over at this time, and they were relieved immediately. Fortunately, there were no casualties at the scene. Otherwise, all mutants will be labeled again. Compared to Spider-Man, obviously X-Men is not so famous. After all, the official side is deliberately suppressing X-Men's information, and the thing to be wary of is that too many people know about X-Men. Instead, it changed the public's perception of mutant. Most people's perception of mutant right now is unkind. So when Cheen appeared, the crowd began to discuss. Everyone, don't worry. They're all my friends. With Spider-Man doing the vouching, everyone calmed down. After all this time, Spider-Man has such a huge fan base. The right to speak is naturally there. Gwen held the loudspeaker and continued, "Don't worry, everyone. The crisis has been resolved. Thanks to the help of the X-Men this time." X-Men. This term is unfamiliar to most people, but if you are willing to look it up online, you can still find some cobweb traces. Under the ability of Little Rascal and Jean, Max returned to his original state, but also collapsed and fainted. The first time awakening ability, this is normal, Jean explained to Gwen. Then what is he going to do now? Little Rascal stood up. The transfer and absorption of ability is only temporary. We're going to take him back to Xavier School now. We are X-Men from Xavier Academy for Gifted Boys. We are mutant, and we specialize in mutant incidents. The speaker in Gwen's hand was still on, so everything that Rascal said was broadcast. These words are definitely taught by Professor X. Coming out this time, the main focus is a high profile. Logan blushed and really didn't want to say this line. Now we're going to bring this mutant back to the Xavier Academy for Gifted Boys. He will learn how to control his power in the future and become an X-Men who can help everyone. Shame, shame. X-Men. The common people present may not be very clear, but George, as a government law enforcement officer, has heard about Xavier's school and X-Men, including the previous X-Men blocking Magneto. In George's heart, the X-Men have been classified as a category of people. Now, there is Spider-Man standing by their side to endorse, and the healer came over naturally. You can take them away, but you need to stay with someone to follow me to the police station to make some records. Cheen glanced at the two of them, then stepped forward. I'll go. The other two didn't make any sense about it. After all, Cheen was living outside during this time. Dealing with people is definitely up to Cheen. Under George's command, the people at the scene evacuated in an orderly manner. George himself didn't expect the incident here to be resolved so quickly, so he immediately got into the car and rushed towards the press conference. He's very busy. I also want to go over there and have a look. Cheen nodded. Okay, I'll go back later. After speaking, Gwen swung the cobweb and rushed towards the press conference. Hope there's nothing wrong over there. Miss Gwen, in fact, it doesn't matter if you can't make it through now. What? Gwen stopped. The Red Queen explained how Tony asked for help just now. Now that the battlefield has moved to the outskirts, there's basically nothing happening at the press conference. Now all that's left is for the police guys to go and arrest Justin Hammer. Such a big incident happened. and under the circumstances of the official investigation, it was easy to find out that he had colluded with Ivan Vank. At that time, the military only needs to throw all the blame on him. The rest of Justin Hammer's life is completely over, and he also knew how big a mistake he had made. The only thing to do now is to throw the whole pot out. Happy and Pepper are operating the computer on the stage, hoping to find some relevant clues. They don't know that the Iron Soldiers have all been controlled by the Red Queen. As soon as the shooting happened just now, Justin Hammer looked for a place to hide. During this short period of time, he also wanted to understand. I was used by Ivan Vank, incomparably angry in my heart. A person as smart as himself would be tricked by a terrorist from the Middle East. I also know what kind of sanctions will be waiting for me next. After rushing off the stage, Justin Hammer immediately began to work on Pepper and Happy. It must be you. Tony Stark can't understand that I have developed a new steel soldier, so he wants to frame me. It's all you. It was a mess when it came up. The impatient Tony's little Pepper didn't care about him at all, and the few police officers who rushed to the stage didn't know how to catch them right away. Pepper is now the CEO of Stark Industries, who can't catch him. And Justin Hammer is the initiator of this press conference. All responsibilities should be, I figured out right away. Several police officers immediately pressed up and grabbed Justin Hammer. Mr. Hammer, please don't leave here. We have reason to believe that you deliberately organized this commotion. If you keep saying that the robot soldier is yours, then you're the first suspect. There's nothing wrong with that. The thinking of several police officers is very clear. No, not me. Tony Stark is the criminal. He took control of my robot. Finding that Pepper couldn't do anything, she called Tony in a hurry. Tony, I can't help it. I can't control those robots. Okay, it's all right. Now you just wait for me where you are. What? Pepper was stunned. She could hear Tony holding back his laughter. Are you laughing? Uh-huh. When asked by Pepper, Tony couldn't bear it any longer. I'm done with it here. I'll talk to you when I get back. What? Tony? Tony, hang up the phone like this again. Pepper didn't understand what Tony was laughing at just now. Huh? Tony was laughing, definitely Rhodes' misfired ex-wife. Rhodes couldn't hold back his own face and said with a sad face, Tony, this is not funny. Okay, Rhodes, I try my best. Tony stepped forward, though the laugh died away. But Rhodes could still imagine Tony's cheap expression holding back his laughter under that mask. Your ex-wife will stop talking and leave the rest to me. Okay. Rhodes consciously gave up the front seat to Tony. He wanted to see how Tony would be ashamed. At least he had to smile back. The thief Stark. I still want to thank you for your suggestion. After the speed is increased, the output dynamics have changed. Although I don't know how you discovered the new element. A thief is a thief. Tony didn't want to talk too much about his past with the older generation. But his actions today have completely angered Tony. If I hadn't arrived in time, those steel soldiers will attack the common people indiscriminately, and Pepper and Happy are among them. I am now very angry. On the shoulders of Mark X1, 2 turrets were quickly raised. Facing Tony's weapon, Ivan Vank, he didn't dare to be as relaxed as before and immediately turned off his face TV. When he was about to step back to avoid those bullets, the bullets exploded before flying in front of him. After it exploded, it didn't have any power. Instead, a large amount of white mist appeared, blocking the line of sight. What? Ivan Vank lost his sight in an instant. The battle armor on his body is after all rushed out, even though there's a thermal imager inside. But how could Tony's armor be detected by something like a thermal imager? The next moment, Tony came behind Ivan Vank. The Red Queen's suggestion is really good. Smoke bombs are sometimes more effective than bullet missiles. Tony admired in his heart. If he is firing other types of ammunition now, it will be difficult to cause actual damage to this big guy. Tony flew around Ivan Vank. Ivan Vank could only swing his own whip, trying to hit Tony blindly. JRVS, have you analyzed it yet? It has been analyzed, sir, that the weak points of this suit of armor are in the joints, and the main means of output is the electric current thermal energy whip in the hand. Very well, let's begin. Tony opened his palms, and all kinds of ultra-miniature bombs shot out from his wrists, all of which hit the joints precisely under the aim of JRVS. No! Ivan Vank's complexion changed drastically. As the maker of the armor, he knows the weakness of this armor better than anyone else. Once the knuckles are blown away, this armor is truly in love. But thanks to Tony's shot, Ivan Vank also found Tony's position. The whip in his hand was thrown violently. If it was the previous Mark armor, maybe it would really be hit. But the current Mark X1 has a lighter design, which means better kinetic energy and mobility. When the whip rope was thrown down, the smoke was split into a path. But Tony wasn't there anymore. Solved. At the moment, Tony has stepped out of the range of smoke. All smoke. Not yet, but it will be resolved soon. Tony smiled and looked at Rhodes. Although he couldn't see Rhodes' face, he knew that Rhodes must have a look of disdain now. Then Tony snapped his fingers. A terrifying explosion sounded in the middle of the smoke, and the air wave directly scattered all the smoke. Only an abandoned mecha was left in the middle. There is also a driver who does not know what to do and rolls his eyes. So fast. Rhodes looked unbelievable. Ivan Vank, who is arrogant and ruthless just now, is like a dead dog. Okay, I'll leave the job of collecting the corpse to you. I go first. Tony soared into the sky. Mark X1 won the first battle. This made Tony very excited, and at the same time, he knew it very well. If he had worn the previous Mark armor just now, it is estimated that this would be a fierce battle. I should thank Lynn and the others again. By the way, get him a few more cups of milk tea. Underneath, Rhodes looked at the armor on his body in confusion. Is this something invented by one person? Is it because it was modified by Hammer Industries? So my armor has also become useless? Rhodes had such doubts in his heart, and at the same time, he had to question Hammerwell. What kind of rubbish did you take? Return ex-wife. Pooh, I believe in your evil back then. Bringing Ivan Vank out of the battle armor, Rhodes tested the opponent's breath. Not surprisingly. GJ. Rhodes sighed. As a soldier, he would definitely not have compassion for such a person. If there is, that's not much. So Rhodes coaxed him with the armor. It can be regarded as letting him be cremated. After doing this, Rhodes flew up into the sky and flew in the direction of the Air Force Base. This time Justin Hammer had too much impact. I have to wear the battle armor back first, and then complain to the higher-ups about his behavior. Don't kill him to avenge your ex-wife. Rhodes felt sorry for the name War Machine. Noisy night. Big and small events happen all over New York. Only in Lynn's estate. The years are quiet. Lynn continued to use all kinds of magic in her small courtyard. Recovery. The land scorched by Tony before was restored to its original appearance in an instant. Magic is handy sometimes. Try this next. Lynn's eyes lit up. The ones he experimented with just now belonged to elemental magic, and he wanted to try something more fun next. Queen Red, get out of the way. Although she knew that the Red Queen was not an entity, Lynn still subconsciously worried that the Red Queen would be hurt. During their time together, Lynn has long regarded the Red Queen as an adult. Lynn pressed her 10 fingers and made a seal on her chest. Afterwards, he began to read obscure and difficult incantations. While the incantations were slowly uttered, a mysterious black magic circle also appeared at Lynn's feet. 0. Asking for flowers. Space magic summoning. Lynn opened her fingers and read aloud to the space in front of her. In an instant, the space in front of him made the sound of shattering glass. Cracks spread across the space. Then it collapsed. A tender white hand with red nails slowly protruded from that space. Oh, female monster? Lynn looked at the collapsed space curiously, and the Red Queen was also extremely curious. In her scientific cognition, such a space collapse would cause a catastrophe. But at this moment, it seemed extremely stable. And there's something out there. This is the summoning technique in the Encyclopedia of Magic. But the strange thing is that Lynn cannot choose the summoned object during the summoning process. Summons are random, as long as the summoner's own attributes are still relevant. For example, Lynn kills and sets fire every day, and his whole body is full of murderous aura, so the one who summons must also be. So Lynn was curious. What is it that I summoned? Suddenly, Lynn's expression changed, because there's a voice over there. Oh, are you the one who summoned me? Master, your body looks so strong. As a concubine, even in the devil world, I can smell the strong, manly smell on your body. Did you call me here to flog me? This very charming voice. And this line, Lynn swallowed, no way. I summoned that thing. At first, I was just skeptical, but after coming out from the opponent's upper body, the cool attire. Iconic little corner. Besides, eyes like orgasm. ITM summoned a succubus. 0. Still a high-level succubus. As we all know, the strength of a succubus depends on the file size of the cup. The file size of the succubus in front of him has reached a rare level. Is this a monster that matches my attributes? Lynn was about to slap the damn summoning magic. Such an upright person. So excellent properties. Summon this thing. Could it be that it's because Sheen and Gwen have been doing too many activities recently? So is this succubus. Look no further when seeing the summoner. Both eyes are straight. I've never seen such a strong summoner. Let the concubine come and serve you. My most respected master. As he said that, he rushed towards Lynn like a hungry tiger. Lynn quickly pressed her face with one hand. The powerful force stunned the succubus. Those summoners he met before. But they're all men who are emaciated and lack of energy. Why is this so powerful today? Such a powerful man shouldn't have summoned a succubus of his level. Since it is a monster, the way of cultivation is naturally with summoner. Lynn pressed hard, and at the same time a magic circle appeared behind him. Go back, you. After stuffing the succubus back, Lynn wiped her forehead. No sweat, though, but pretense is not a problem. I won't play this kind of summoning magic again next time. It's too bad. If Jean and Gwen saw this, I thought I was some kind of weird person. Let's go home, Red Queen. Okay, master. Red followed Lynn back to the manor. And what Lynn doesn't know is, the summoning magic I cast on the earth will attract so many wishes. Definitely, even if you know it, it doesn't matter. Kamartash, the sacred place of the world magic mage. This is also the place where the supreme mage, Ancient One, taught the apprentices. Just when Ancient One stood on the tower and looked at this group of apprentices with satisfaction, suddenly his expression changed, and he looked in the direction of New York. Regardless of his disciples' inquiries, he directly opened a portal and returned to the supreme holy place. Who is casting the summoning magic? It's no wonder that Ancient One's complexion is so ugly. Because the summoning magic is performed here, what can be summoned are some evil and weird ancient gods. Once the ancient gods invaded the earth, the consequences would be disastrous. Just after Ancient One sensed it carefully, he murmured to himself with a gloomy face, "It disappeared. Did the summoning fail?" Although the summoning failure is a good thing. But a demon mage who can summon magic appeared in New York, but he didn't know it. This is enough for Ancient One to take it seriously. Could it be the disciples of Dormammu again? At the same time, another piece of space. The entire space was filled with dead silence. Nothing else. And in the very center of this dead silence, a woman in tattered green clothes is being bound in chains. It's like being with this dead silence. Suddenly, the chains on her body broke with a click. Jay, your seal has been affected by the summoner. Soon, I'll be able to get out of here. Ha ha ha. The woman looked up to the sky and laughed. Asgard, your king will be back soon. Inch. Tonight, 2 riots broke out in New York. Without exception, they all reached S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, their duty is to monitor the entire beautiful country and nip all dangers in their cradles. Nick Fury frowned and looked at the surveillance screen in front of him. The 2 huge amounts of monitoring screens are 2 scenes, respectively. I didn't expect Tony's JRVS to be so powerful now, and it easily hacked into Ivan Vank's Iron Soldier. As SHIELD, the information about Ivan Vank must be more detailed than what Tony found. In Nick Fury's view, Ivan Vank would not have gone on the right path if it weren't for the influence of his father. Now I have to call a little Tony high and low. However, compared to Ivan Vank and Tony's cross-generational grievances, Nick Fury is more concerned about the situation on the Electric Man's side, because the development of things has exceeded his expectations. X-Men appeared in front of people, and Spider-Man endorsed them. Nick Fury looked at the scene in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it was against harmony. Boss, what are we going to do next? X-Men has caused a high degree of discussion on the internet. If it is not stopped, it is likely to cause a big topic of mutant again under such online public opinion. The big topic that Hill refers to is the Mutant Registration Act that was raging for a while. This bill has been dormant for a long time. If the public opinion on the internet continues like this, Hill is worried that Congress will bring up this bill again. Not that SHIELD didn't like the bill. On the contrary, SHIELD is also one of the supporters of this bill. What Hill is worried about is that this bill will provoke the dissatisfaction of the Mutant Brotherhood and cause some big incidents again. Currently, there's a very delicate situation between the top management of Pretty Country and Mutant. So what SHIELD wants to do is keep it that way. Don't have any more problems with 403. Hill thought about it, and Nick Fury thought about it. It is precisely because of this that Nick Fury does not understand why the X-Men appear in front of people swaggeringly today. This doesn't feel like Professor X at all. After thinking for a while, Nick Fury said, Hill, inform the technical department to block all online public opinion about X-Men. Also, closely monitor the IP of Xavier's school to see if they have added oil and vinegar to the internet public opinion. Nick Fury thinks, Professor X may be planning something big. It's just that I don't have evidence for the time being, and it's not good to bring someone to Xavier's school directly. Last time, it was because of Magneto's presence that we were able to continue Magneto's past. Without any reason. Even if Nick Fury had nothing to do, he wouldn't provoke this bunch of mutants. Understood, Chief. He will go down immediately. Nick Fury was in front of the monitoring station, continuing to monitor the development of two things until Tony easily defeated Ivan Vank. As expected of Howard's son, have you upgraded the Mark armor to this level after getting the new elements? 10 minutes later, Hill walked towards Nick Fury anxiously. Director, there are posts and videos about X-Men. We can't even delete it. What? Nick Fury looked at Hill in disbelief. Is there anything on the internet that their SHIELD can't control? NYPD. After cooperating with the police officers, Cheen walked out of the New York police station. As soon as he walked outside the door, Cheen's phone rang. Red Queen, what's wrong? Miss Cheen, just now SHIELD wanted to delete X-Men related posts, but I have blocked it. The other party is also tracking the IP of Xavier's school, which is also blocked by me. The Red Queen's tone seemed to be asking for credit. Thank you, Red Queen. Thanks to you this time. After thanking Cheen, she began to use her spiritual power and quickly contacted Professor X. After Professor X heard the action of SHIELD, he was shocked at first and then heaved a sigh of relief. I feel extremely gratified about the decision to let Cheen move out. If it wasn't for the help of Cheen's friend this time, maybe his plan hasn't started yet. It was about to be aborted, and the actions of SHIELD also let Jiaoji understand that his current plan is correct. Are you all ready? Professor X looked at some other people in the office. There are students with X-Men. They all have one thing in common. That is all grown up, with a certain surfing ability. Professor X took out a document from his desk and handed it to Storm beside him. Send it. Everyone has a copy. Reply under different posts with different accounts. Focus on the several rescue missions of our X-Men. Remember how desolate and desolate it is. How tragic and tragic. Cyclops stared blankly at the information in his hand, feeling a little uncomfortable for a while. That's what Professor X said. Concerning mutants' future missions? Although I don't understand. But who cares? At least don't go outside to fight and get injured. After surfing for a while, Cyclops found that it seems that this feeling is pretty good. The other side, Jean also returned to Lynn's house. As soon as he entered the door, he heard Gwen's voice coming from inside. Jean smiled and thought to herself, that's right, Lynn. Gwen just got home and started. Sooner or later, the two of us will be tossed apart. In order to take care of Gwen, the younger sister, Jean joined in after entering the room. It's not what I want. Successful sign in. Get the steamed stuff bun that can improve perception ability. Successful sign in. Get a scent. Sign in successfully and get a space fixed point transfer card. Sign in successfully. Get martial arts master. In the next half month, Lynn's life was still full of enjoyment and beauty. When I woke up early in the morning, I sign an item called Martial Arts Master. Martial Arts Master? Lynn immediately looked into the role of a martial arts master. Martial arts master, familiar with all martial arts in the world, mastering them like a master. Yes, it's a good thing. Lynn smiled with satisfaction. But that's fine, not for Lynn. What he is paying attention to now is to break through 10,000 methods with one force, and all skills are gaudy. But for Gwen, such things are definitely good things. While Gwen has had her spider ability for a long time, she doesn't have much fighting skills. All rely on spider telepathy and its own flexibility to fight. The enemies you encounter now have no ability, and they are definitely easy to handle. If you encounter more powerful enemies in the future, it will be a bit difficult to deal with. And Master Martial Arts and Gwen's ability are a perfect match. Give this to Gwen sometime. Lynn basked in the sun and began to think about how to deliver this thing to Gwen's body. And Gwen, at the moment, is flying the cobweb over New York City. During this time, thanks to her efforts, the crime rate in New York City plummeted. Because of this, Gwen also had a lot of leisure time. Looks like Spider-Man is about to lose his job. If that day ever comes to. Gwen definitely hoped so in her heart. But she also understands that under the national conditions of the beautiful country, it is really difficult for New York City to be safe. It would be lucky if there were no major incidents. Red Empress, it seems that there are no incidents today. We could go home from get off work. Yes, Miss Gwen. The mechanical sense in Red Queen's voice has completely disappeared, replaced by a sweet little girl's voice. Just when Gwen wanted to go back to Lynn Manor. Suddenly, it stopped on an outer wall. Hey, that's Mr. Norman Osborn. Gwen looked at that place, which happened to be the entrance of Osborn Industry, and Norman was nodding and bowing to welcome this group of people. The Red Queen immediately called out the data of these people to Gwen. It's interesting that they're all from the military. This is the first time Gwen has seen Norman Osborn's flattering appearance, and the Norman he saw before was always aloof. Gwen hadn't liked Norman very much since the Peter incident last time, even if he was Harry's father. Although Norman did the right thing in this matter, the contract expired and the experimental results were withdrawn and everything was legal and compliant. But as Peter's friend, Gwen definitely has her own agenda. It wasn't until Norman walked into the Osborn Industry with a few military personnel that Gwen left with a cobweb. Basement office. Norman binocularly looked at the generals in front of him in disbelief. General, were you kidding? Mr. Norman Osborn, this matter is like this. The incident caused by Hammer Industries last time was too big, plus the return of Captain America now. So we, the Army, terminated the secret cooperation with Osborn Gonya. Now, I hope you can delete all the experimental data and materials, and the data given to you by the military should also be deleted. Norman felt angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to vent it. It was you who begged me and promised me all kinds of benefits to put my energy into experimenting, and it is you who don't want to do it now. Are the people in the military amazing? Norman clenched his fists, but did not dare to attack. He didn't have the courage to recognize the conflict with the military. If there is, the military will not come to pinch him now. Everyone, although Stephen Rogers has returned, as far as I know, he has no plans to join the Army at all. He is now a commoner who lives in the military area. And after so many years, do his physical skills still exist? The oldest and most senior white-haired general spread his hands. Definitely, Steve Rogers will always be the proudest American soldier. And you don't have to worry about his physical fitness at all. More than one military family member has seen him running in the morning. No one can catch up to him. He can keep running. But Norman wanted to continue struggling for a while, but he was greeted with disdainful eyes from the military. Norman, you must know that we are not negotiating terms with you now. It's to inform you. There is no need for this program to continue. After finishing speaking, the few people didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with Norman, picked up their hats, and left Norman's office directly. After a long time, Norman slumped on the chair and laughed helplessly. After hearing Norman's laughter, the experimenters outside thought that some experiment had made a breakthrough. I was silently happy for Norman in my heart. Norman was alone in his laboratory, looking at the large table of materials in front of him, as well as the new experimental medicines that had been researched. The few rabbits in the constant temperature cabin are very docile this time, eating vegetables. There was no sign of violence. Norman smiled helplessly. Is this how Peter and Connors felt at the time? At this moment, he suddenly understood why Peter, who was forced by himself to withdraw the experimental results, did that. This is not only related to the hard work of two people. It is a kind of pride, a pride of not losing to other scientists. For so many years, Norman felt that he was living in Howard's shadow. No matter how successful he was, he built Osborne Industries on his own. Others still want to compare him with Howard after the comparison. The conclusions drawn are basically that Norman is not as good as Howard. That's why Norman, under the bewitching of the military, resolutely took on this task that many Scientologists dared not accept. But now this task is only halfway through, and the people in the military don't want to do it anymore. The reason is that Captain America is back, and Captain America is Howard. Again, Norman felt that he had really lost, and lost completely. Norman looked at the genetic medicine in front of him, not because he didn't want to continue the research, but because it was the third stage of the research. What needs to be used is animal experiments. It's human experimentation, without the secret assistance of the military. Where can I get living people as samples for human experiments? It's all over. The things on the table are all my painstaking efforts over the years. Norman was reluctant, but there is no way. When Norman picked up the genetic medicine on the table and was about to destroy it, there was a sudden movement in the constant temperature cabin not far away. What sound? Norman immediately went over to look. I saw that the black rabbit that was originally relatively thin at the moment actually had to go out of the room all day than the other rabbits. Not only that, but his eyes have also become extraordinarily bright. And this scene made the other rabbits in the constant temperature cabin daunting. This is this. My potion worked. Norman couldn't believe it. Originally, he had already given up. The rabbits injected with the new drug did not respond at all. Unexpectedly, it is now 4.9. It also means that his gene-strengthening medicine is successful. Very good. Although he was very excited, Norman was not arrogant enough to be overwhelmed by joy. After releasing the dormant gas in the constant temperature cabin, all the rabbits inside fell into a deep sleep. Norman quickly led the rabbit out and conducted a series of inspections on it. Norman was overjoyed by the results. All the indicators of the rabbit's body are very normal, but the muscle mass and other invisible improvements are extremely obvious. Just when Norman was about to dissect it, the rabbit tied to the operating table suddenly opened its eyes, struggling with distance on the dissecting table. Even the rope was forcibly torn off. Feeling the danger, it grinned at Norman intimidatingly. This scene not only did not scare Norman, but made Norman even more excited. Inside the door, to see the door, the layman to watch the fun. The amount of dormancy potion that Norman administered just now is enough to make an adult unconscious for 2 hours. As a result, the rabbit recovered in less than 30 minutes. It proves that its metabolic ability has far surpassed most human beings. Norman's eyes turned hard. He directly picked up the scalpel and stabbed the rabbit's head. Immediately, blood burst forth. The rabbit died on the understanding fort. What a hard body! Norman swears, the feeling just now was like sticking 10 hard stones. Returning to the experimental bench, Norman looked at several bottles of strengthening genetic medicine and smiled with satisfaction. Just give these to the general, etc. Norman suddenly realized another problem. I have been abandoned by the military. Why should I give it to the military? If I use it myself, can I live forever in dormancy like Rogers? Or Rogers Cool. This word has a magical allure for almost all people engaged in biological science in the world, because of the ultimate direction they are exploring. It is the eternal life of mankind. After this thought popped up in his mind, it was as if a thunder had exploded in Norman's mind. Yes, Rogers has achieved immortality. Otherwise, how could someone survive after being frozen in a glacier for 70 years and thaw out? Not even the appearance has changed. This is not eternal life. What is it? Thinking of this, Norman even felt that the 2 tubes of purple gene strengthening potion in his hand became hot. It's as if what is in his hands at the moment is not the genetic medicine that has been researched, but the secret of eternal life. I'm going to keep working on that rabbit. No matter how excited he was, Norman still maintained his calmness. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to get to where he is today by himself. Back to the edge of the dissecting table, Norman began to dissect and slice. A figure running back and forth in the laboratory. Even in the middle of the night, it is still full of energy. In Lynn manner, Gwen glanced at Lynn coquettishly, bad guy, and bullying others. Lynn scratched her head. Gwen, try to see how your body changes. Variety? Gwen observed her body curiously, but it was still the same. Except there is a little more stuff inside. Nothing else is different. No. Lynn smiled slyly, then picked up the cup beside her and threw it at Gwen. What? You ask why there is a cup by the bedside? That definitely is for water. Yes, not for drinking water. Gwen immediately caught the cup thrown by Lynn, and this instinctive reaction surprised Gwen too, because just now, spider telepathy didn't trigger. It's an intuitive muscle response. It's not the same thing as spider telepathy. It's like training thousands of times. Lynn, what's going on with me? Gwen asked in surprise. You're now a qualified martial artist after I have developed you during this period of time. Gwen blushed. Thinking of those things, he looked at Gwen with reproachful eyes. You can't be serious. 05, I didn't lie to you. In our Eastern Kingdom, there's a mysterious power called, training. Next, Lynn briefed Gwen's parents and popularized the knowledge of mind training in detail. Gwen has always been curious about the mysterious power of the Eastern Kingdom. So she was fooled by Lynn, thinking that the harmony of yin and yang really brought miraculous changes to her body. In a way, all right, because Lynn quietly gave the martial arts master to Gwen during this process. The location of the manor yard. Gwen relaxed and looked at a steel robot soldier not far away. These soldiers belonged to Hammer Industries, and they were all brought back after being invaded by the Red Queen. It was originally placed in the warehouse to eat ashes. Now is a good time to give Gwen a try with her current fighting ability. With the Red Queen's redesign, these steel soldiers are more than 10 times stronger than before, especially when it comes to anthropomorphism. Soon, Gwen was fighting with the Iron Soldiers, relying on the ability of a martial arts master. Gwen was able to do a job with ease. Red Queen, you can add one more. Okay, Miss Gwen. This scene reminded Lynn of an away scene. I want to hit 10. Early the next morning, Gwen swung the cobweb through the sky over New York City, feeling more convinced of what Lynn said last night. Because he woke up today, Gwen could clearly feel that all the functions of his body had improved. Not only that, when swinging cobweb, you can find the best focus point without the help of the Red Queen. And in this process, more easily, Gwen can now perform more difficult maneuvers in the air. It can be summed up in one word. It's even better. Red Empress, whose super high-rise building is under construction over there. Not far away, a high-rise building has completed its main construction and is doing the final finishing work. Stark Industries industry. After giving up weapons production, Tony Stark plans to move out of the original industrial area. Bought a piece of land in the center of New York and picked up the Stark building. In the future, Stark Industries will focus on the development of energy technology. The Red Queen explained. I see. Gwen looked at the towering skyscrapers, which would be the tallest building in New York after it was completed in the future. But Gwen was not very interested in these. Just now I was just curious. Miss Gwen, there's a fight with weapons on the 7th block. Okay, friendly neighbors in New York City are ready to go. Gwen jumped down from the top of the building, drawing a perfect arc. This scene was also watched by another person. Nick Fury is in his office, looking at this superhero who he once rated as a playboy. After finally seeing Gwen stop a street fight, he sighed and turned off the video. His expression was rare and helpless. Hill stood in front of Nick Fury and asked with concern, "Captain Rogers, you still haven't agreed?" "No, he just said that he wants to adapt to this era first and see the development of this era with his own eyes." Nick Fury could hear this kind of tactful refusal, but in order to save his own face, he still had to pretend he couldn't hear it. Hill didn't know how to comfort him for a while. As Nick Fury's confidant, she is also clear about the Avengers plan. The candidates that had already been decided by default included Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and later Stephen Rogers. Now it seems that it is impossible for Tony to join. Blame it on Nick Fury for playing with Tony when he was full. As a result, the play was off, and the charcoal in the snow was not delivered. Not even the icing on the cake. Bruce Banner is so uncontrollable. Captain America is still unknown right now. In other words, from the time the Avengers plan was proposed to Congress until now, there has been no progress. This is the first time Nick Fury has felt so defeated. Has Spider-Man's true identity not been found out yet? Hill shook his head. "The last time you said she was just playing house, as say Chayeldi gave up observing her. When we investigated recently, we found that there was no way to start. Is it the same as Charles and the others?" Nick Fury asked, frowning. Hill is not very sure. The X-Men are only ambiguous at present, but many comments on the internet can still be confirmed by them. But Spider-Man, it is very difficult to track down any useful information. Every time we are close to finding out, we will be blocked. Just like Hill didn't say any more. Nick Fury glanced at her. "Hill, you should know that I hate half-spoken words the most." "Yes, it's as if there are two invisible hands. Every time we investigate Spider-Man, we will cut off all the clues we have." Hill tried to be figurative. It seems that New York is not as simple as we imagined on the surface. Nick Fury can only make such an analysis. He feels that he has really responded to that old Eastern saying, "Headless fly." Where is Phil Coulson? Nick Fury continues to find out what's going on outside. Phil Coulson is still looking at the hammer, but just yesterday, someone who called himself Thor Odinson, son of Odin, tried to pull out the hammer. Odin? Nick Fury definitely knows, Lord of the Gods in Norse mythology and legendary. His son Thor. Odin's son even has the title of Thor. "Have you pulled it out?" Hill shook his head in disappointment. Although he didn't pull it out, the opponent's fighting power is very strong. As he spoke, Hill took out a video. On a rainy night above, a long-haired man broke into the place where SHILD was guarding the hammer. Fighting with a group of agents, all agents were beaten to the ground. Then he came to the hammer and couldn't pull it out with all his strength. Immediately afterwards came the interrogation screen. When Nick Fury saw it, he immediately said, "Tell Phil Coulson to keep an eye on this man. He's definitely not ordinary." "You believe he's Thor?" Hill looks at Nick Fury in disbelief. He hasn't always been a staunch atheist. Nick Fury didn't explain much. In fact, he only saw many qualities in Thor that the common people did not have with his vicious eyes. For example, the arrogance on his body and the unruly eyes. That's not what a normal lunatic should have. Even if it is a lunatic, the other party should be a great lunatic. Besides these, is there anything else to report? Not yet. Then you go down first. Hill said goodbye. After Nick Fury pinched the bridge of his nose, he opened the drawer and took out a black BB machine from the cabinet. The style of the BB machine seems to have been modified. Nick Fury looked at the BB machine and said with a reminiscing look, "Carol, you don't even want to drop by occasionally." In my mind, the figure that exudes gold light all over his body reappeared. Osborne Industrial Secret Laboratories. Norman was looking at the microscope when suddenly he seemed to have discovered something. The corners of the mouth began to curl up. It was followed by a big laugh. "Ha! No mistake. Nothing I found wrong." Because there was no rest for a day and a night, the current Norman looked haggard and at the same time added a little bit of madness. "My gene-strengthening agent may also reactivate cell activity. Not only can increase the number of cell divisions, but can even greatly reduce the degree of cell aging. This discovery alone, Norman believes, is enough to shock the world once released." because this is equivalent to prolonging the length of life in disguise. Although it is not possible to live forever in the true sense. But Norman can guarantee that at least the average life expectancy of human beings can be increased by 50 to 80 years. This is just a conservative estimate. Norman immediately came to the test bench without stopping and picked up the 2 tubes of genetic reagents. Full of eyes. It's fanaticism. These 2 things, he assures, are definitely of the century. No, definitely the greatest invention in human history. People in the military, if you don't cooperate with me, I will publish the research results by myself. When the time comes, people all over the world will be with me. Thinking of this, Norman suddenly realized something was wrong. If people all over the world lived the same longevity as me, then wouldn't my own longevity have... Why should my own research benefit all mankind? Why don't you just enjoy yourself in silence? And once he releases this research result, the military people will definitely lick their faces to acknowledge the credit. Not only that, if the official knew about it, they would definitely not let themselves publish it, because they also want to enjoy eternal life for the first time. It will not be used on the bottom people at all. For the vast majority of high-level people, the low-level people should be an inexhaustible mine of people. Instead of enjoying the engine of immortality like them, think clearly about the logical relationship. Norman smiled sinisterly. If the military hadn't betrayed him, maybe the current Norman would share this achievement with the high level, and then take all together into the next stage of life. However, the military's betrayal made Norman completely see the face of the high-level people in the beautiful country. Let me be that Superman myself. At this moment, Norman's heart was filled with uncontrollable frenzy. Eternal life, what many people dream of, is in front of them. Seabrow, barely continuing the hesitation, Norman raised the Gene 927 reagent and stabbed it towards his arm. After the genetic medicine entered the body, it took only 30 seconds. Norman felt as if his heart was caught by something. Even breathing stopped for a moment. What happened? There is nothing wrong with my genetic reagents. How could this be? The sudden change made Norman feel fear. I can't die, I can't die. There is no problem with my experiment. I will not die. Norman grabbed his chest and slowly lay down on the ground, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Before the blur, Norman heard a strange laughter. This laughter doesn't come from anywhere else, but in the depths of my own mind. He firmly believed that the laughter was not his own. Can't help but ask, "Who are you?" The laughing voice replied sullenly, "Who am I? I am you. I am the brand new Norman Osborn. This body will belong to me from now on. You can sleep in peace." The last sentence sounded, and Norman finally passed out. In the end, the secretary couldn't find Norman and saw Norman passed out in the laboratory on the surveillance. Rescue was organized immediately. In this way, Norman came to the best advanced ward of the hospital owned by Osborn Industries. After some inspection, the doctor found that there was nothing wrong with Norman, and even his physical condition was better than ever. This shocked the doctors. After all, elderly people, especially scientific researchers like Norman, will more or less have some dark diseases caused by fatigue. But Norman was too healthy. He is healthier than a baby who has just been born with a healthy body. Shocked, but not nothing. So it didn't attract much attention. But the media is always on the front line of eating melons. Norman Osborn fainted in the experiment, and after examination, he is fine. Norman Osborn, chairman of Osborn Industries, is conducting illegal experiments. Norman Osborn fainted from experimenting on himself. In order to gain attention, various headlines have appeared. Inside the manor, it is rare for Lynn to rest on the sofa with the 2 women, but it is Lynn resting. Jean and Gwen were lying on their sides, eating the same thing. Lynn was enjoying while switching the TV station. Suddenly, I saw the news about Norman. Various titles above. Because of the magic, Lynn saw Norman on the hospital bed in the picture. I found that the current Norman is very different from before. In the words of a little mage, an evil demon devoured the original soul, and he himself occupied the human body. Green Goblin Osborn, are you coming? Thinking of this, Lynn subconsciously patted Gwen's head. Gwen worked harder, as if encouraged. Sheen was a little jealous and took a light bite. JRVS, are you ready? Ready, sir. Now conduct the automatic wearing test of Mark X2. Tony stood on the previous battle armor preparation stage, flexing his wrists and ankles. At the position of his left wrist, there is something like an infrared device. Okay, JRVS. I'm ready too. Tony was eager to try. If this experiment is successful, then from now on, he will be able to summon armor anytime and anywhere to arm him. It also means that you could design more battle boxes. It is used according to local conditions. Behind him, a brand new battle armor slowly rose from the ground. Compared with Mark X1, Mark X2 has no big difference in design. The only difference is that he is no longer a single part worn by JRVAS in assembled form on Tony. Tony opened his arms, and the infrared device on his wrist emitted a burst of red light, matched with the position of the Warframe's wrist. Soon, the armor began to move closer to Tony, as if it had a self-awareness. Suddenly, Tony realized something was wrong. Something is out of alignment. Looking down suddenly, Tony's face changed suddenly. JRVS, pause. Pause the experiment. Hurry up. Sir, is there a problem? The action of the armor stopped, and JRVAS asked with concern. Tony heaved a sigh of relief. He was almost going to be caught as a eunuch. It's too dangerous. Next time you have to be fully prepared to start the experiment. Tony said with lingering fear. It doesn't matter if it is a hand, a foot, or something. Even if it is broken, it could be replaced with a mechanical arm. This was no problem for Tony. Even as a man, I think it's kind of cool. But the happiness that that place can bring cannot be given by machines. Call. Tony stepped off the dressing table and continued to modify the data on the JRVS system panel. As a genius, he quickly discovered the problem. Since the infrared is divergent, it must be sometimes inaccurate in terms of angle. Just like when you are in bed, if you're not right, you will not be able to get in, or go to the wrong place. While it can feel great to be in the wrong place, sometimes it can be off-putting. What is said here is to enter the bed. After some operations, Tony reset the data and threw the infrared transmitter in his hand into the trash can. JRVS, reprint 1. Have you made a date with Pepper? Mr. Definitely. Ms. Pay said that she will be at the restaurant after get off work tonight. He also asked if you would like to attend the topping out ceremony of the Stark building. Definitely, 1. Tony nodded and continued. How is the laying of the submarine energy pipeline going? JRVS immediately called up a schematic diagram of the pipeline. Everything is normal now. Only a few places have leaked due to water pressure problems. It will not affect the construction progress for the time being, but it needs to be repaired before the power is turned on. Tony looked at the pipeline diagram and nodded slightly. This is expected. The deep-sea laying operation is the most difficult of all engineering operations. Not to mention the brightness and water pressure of the deep sea. The plumbers responsible for the laying also have to go ashore to change the water at intervals, which affects the construction progress. The position of the pipeline will also be affected by the flow of deep seawater. JRVS use water pressure-resistant materials to design the Mark X3. When the time comes, we will do the repair work in the deep sea by ourselves. The power-on ceremony is also handed over to me. Okay, sir, the design has been completed. Please have a look. In the database, there's already enough information about Mark's armor, so JRVS only needs to combine Tony's requirements a little bit to produce a brand new armor. Unless it is like before, and I pushes all the Mark armors to start over, or new technologies like designing automatic wearables. Otherwise, JRVS can design a brand new Mark X armor in an instant as long as Tony makes a request. After looking at it, Tony simply modified the above parameters. Let's start making. I'm done drinking my milk tea, and I'm going to Lynn's again to get the milk tea and eat dog food. As a man, he admired Lynn so much. To be able to make two such beautiful girls into his own women at the same time, and the two women also have different tastes. Tony swears, if he hadn't been clean now. High and low, ask Lynn for advice. I have been playing for so many years, and it is still one-on-one, and I have never tried two people. All in all envious. Very envious. But now I can only envy. Tony sighed, drove his own Audi R8 towards Lynn's manor. Hospital bed. Norman, who had been in a coma for a day and night, finally woke up, and Harry was sleeping on his stomach next to the bed. But now when Norman looked at Harry, there was nothing but indifference in his eyes. Looking at the environment of the single ward in front of him, Norman was very dissatisfied and shouted, "Damn." Not loud, but enough to wake Harry up. Harry woke up, saw that Norman had woken up, and ran to the door immediately. "Doctor, my dad is awake." Norman's on-duty doctor was on call 24 hours a day, and he ran over nonstop when he heard the news. Joke. This is the chairman, all right. If the other party is not happy living alone, I can't stop, but I don't want to continue investing. Then I am the biggest sinner in this hospital. In many countries, such as the beautiful country, healthcare is privatized. Only privatized hospitals can pay doctors a high enough salary. Therefore, after entering the hospital, as long as you don't make fatal mistakes, you are guaranteed a high-income job. When I came to the window, the worst result really appeared. Norman unplugged all the life detection systems on his body with a look of resentment, and then took off his hospital gown. After changing into his suit, he pulled his neckline freely in front of the mirror. Show a meaningful smile. "Mr. Osborne, is there anything else that makes you uncomfortable?" "No, you can leave now." Norman's tone was cold. Subconsciously, the doctor in charge of the bed thought that he was not caring enough. How bad luck is that? He woke up just as I was on shift. Norman ignored him, walked past him, and walked out of the ward. Seeing this, Harry immediately grabbed Norman's wrist. "Daddy, it's better to check." "Open." The cold tone made Harry feel a chill in his heart and let go of Norman's wrist. "Good boy, very obedient. Don't worry, Daddy is fine. Daddy is going back to Osborne Industries now. You can talk to him here." Seeing the shadow of Norman leaving, Harry suddenly had an illusion. This man is not his father. But he didn't think too much about it, and just thought it was Osborne Industry that needed to go back in a hurry. After looking at the records, the doctor in charge said to Harry, "Master Harry, Mr. Osborne is fine. I think I fainted yesterday because I was too tired. When I woke up, I was fine now." Harry nodded, thanked him, and left the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Harry didn't go to find Norman immediately. Now that he was fine, Harry wanted to keep his distance from him. But if Harry catches up to take a look now, he will find a scene that makes him unbelievable. That's Norman actually driving. Yes, since Harry was sensible, Norman has never driven a car, and his trips are always driven by a driver. And Norman, from at the moment, let out harsh laughter while driving. "Ha ha ha, I'm liberated. Damn Norman Osborne. I'm finally out. Now I can play without any restraint." This Norman stepped on the accelerator. It was originally a commercial vehicle, but it was played like a super sports car on the road. Soon back to Osborne Industries. The employees of Osborne Industries saw that Norman had returned and kept whispering. They all thought that this time the boss had to stay for a while before he could come back. Did not expect so soon. Norman seemed to enjoy everyone's eyes on him, turned around and walked to the front desk. Looking at the two pretty girls at the front desk, she smiled with satisfaction. He said to himself, "Damn Norman, he's pretty good at playing." "Boss, I didn't even know you were discharged from the hospital. Why didn't you ask me to pick you up?" The black silk female secretary also rushed down immediately. When she saw Norman turn around and look her around with his eyes, her heart beat faster, because she felt that in this short period of time, she was seen through. Physically see through. "It's okay, I just want to breathe by myself. Come on, let's go to the lab." "Laboratory? Okay." The black silk secretary immediately led the way. "This boss is really desperate. I was tired and fainted yesterday, and I have to do another experiment today." Soon he took Norman to his secret laboratory, and after entering the laboratory, Norman said, "You go up first. I'm fine here alone." The black silk female secretary knew that she could not distort any of Norman's decisions. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as dismissal. When the door of the laboratory was closed, the Norman group began to laugh loudly in this confined space. "Ha ha! These are all mine now. Everything about Norman Osborn is mine. No, I'm Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn walked to the test bench, looked at the last gene-strengthening potion, and smiled sinisterly. In this world, there are not many people who can live forever. As he spoke, he let go of his hand. The bottle of genetic medicine fell to the ground and shattered. Then there are those experimental materials. Norman Osborn directly found an iron bucket. Throw those things one after the other into the fire. Burn them all, including those few rabbits. Everything related to the powerful potion of genes was thrown into the firepower. Norman Osborn watched the flames devouring the experimental materials constantly. Without these experimental materials, it is simply impossible to research the exact same genetic medicine again. Almost impossible. An hour later, everything in the bucket was reduced to ashes. There are also several charred pieces of meat. Norman smiled with satisfaction. From then on, he was the only one in the world. No, Norman Osborn remembers, there's another. Captain America. But it doesn't matter anymore. Norman raised one hand and squeezed his fist lightly, feeling the sense of power beyond human in himself. Tut-tut. Norman, you are too humble, and the military will bully you. Now it's time for us to let those arrogant things pay the price they deserve. Norman walked out of the laboratory and quickly entered a string of password characters on a wall. The wall opened, and there was a set of armor-like things inside. There is also a green demon mask next to him, and some pumpkin-shaped bombs on the other side. Hanging below the bomb is a bat-shaped flight device. The military exoskeleton, one-person flight device, and ghost bomb that you have worked so hard to research. As for the people in the military, no one cares. Now it's time for them to taste the power of these things. Norman smiled wickedly. But although Norman's personality has changed drastically now, he can even be said to be awakening second personality. But one thing that doesn't change is that his mind is very smart. Those who equip the military have seen it a long time ago if they wear this to find the people in the house. It is easy to be targeted as a suspect. So before that, you have to plan a robbery. 10 minutes later, there was an explosion in the underground of Osborn Industrial, and some experimental products were stolen. Norman Osborn, head of Osborn Industries, suffered bruises in the blast and is not seriously injured. In just 2 days, it made headlines on the front page of the news twice. Lived in the hospital twice. For a while, rumors spread everywhere, and the reporters blocked the entrance of the hospital, hoping that Norman could come forward and tell them what happened. There's also something missing from Osborn Industries, and Norman, from at the moment, is drinking coffee leisurely in the ward. It's unbelievable. It's just amazing. Mr. Norman Osborn, you only suffered bruises in the explosion. Other indicators are very normal. Definitely. Norman raised his coffee. I don't know whether I am respecting the doctor or myself. After the doctor left, Norman pulled off the bandage on his head, where there should have been a wound. It's almost healed now. The female Secretary Heisei walked in at this moment. Boss, those reporters are not willing to leave. I hope you can tell me what kind of money the stolen things belong to. Confidential. Norman smiled faintly. The black silk female secretary nodded and left the ward. She gets it. To put it bluntly, it is an old-fashioned rhetoric. Just send the reporter away. After leaving the ward and entering the elevator, the female secretary felt something was wrong. Did the boss' forehead heal just now? She remembers it very clearly. When it was delivered, it was still bleeding. This will be restored. Not even a scar. As a girl, these are the most important things. As expected of a rich man's hospital, it is completely different from the common people's hospital. It can treat a small scar so excellently. She was a little envious of Qian ability. It's a pity that my boss is not very close to women, and I have seduced him not once or twice. Haven't been hooked once. This also disappointed her a lot. The reason why I came back to apply for a female secretary is nothing more than 4 words. No worries about food and clothing. If you're lucky, you will encounter some easy to deceive. Bayo Bookie can also inherit the other party's property. Definitely, these are just thinking about it. Norman walked by the window, looking at the packed reporters that surrounded the hospital. Norman sneered. Humph, a group of monkeys whose evolution has not been completed. I know it's noisy. Harry also appeared at the door at this time. "Daddy, I heard you were injured again." Norman didn't know if it was an illusion. "It seems that in this stinky boy, I can hear the smell that I like to hear and see. Now that I am Norman Osborn, in order to play this role well, I naturally need to interact with Harry. It was too cold in the morning. Now be more enthusiastic and send him away." Norman walked over with open arms and gave Harry a big bear hug. "Don't worry, son, Dad. I'm fine. You can go and play at ease. Dad will never ask you again." What did I hear? The Norman in front of me can't be fake, right? Osborn Industrial Gate. The fire brigade and the police station were at the scene together. After the fire brigade had dealt with the explosion scene, it was handed over to the police station led by George. Since Norman is currently in the hospital, the person in charge who can connect with George can only be the general manager. The general manager stood in front of George heartbroken, talking about the things stolen by Osborn Industry. But after George checked the surveillance, he found that there was no trace. "But where is the scene of the explosion?" "Monitoring room," the general manager said thoughtfully. "Could it be mutant who did it?" Recently, the mutant incident has been raging on the internet. Some mutants have ulterior motives, and it's normal to come in and steal things. As soon as these words came out, many people felt that they made sense. Because before this period of time, the news about mutant was negative. Today, 90% of people's perception of mutant is biased by the deliberate propaganda and guidance of politicians and media in the beautiful country. So the general manager said so. Not only did no one feel that there was anything wrong, they even felt that it made sense. And George continued to watch the surveillance video, but did not immediately make a judgment. Who did it? The police will investigate carefully. If you have any clues, you can inform us at any time. My brothers and I will go to the basement to investigate first. After speaking, George led the team away without waiting for the manager to say anything else. The manager looked anxious, and his task was to confuse the direction of George's investigation. It doesn't seem to work now. Outside the monitoring room, in a small corner, the general manager lost the call to Nuaw. "Dad, Sergeant George completely ignored what I said and went directly to investigate the underground laboratory. If he finds your laboratory, it doesn't matter. There is already everything in there. Even if you find out, it doesn't matter." In the hospital ward, Norman had already changed into his own clothes, and Harry had already been sent away by him. Prior to this, Norman also deliberately staged a touching scene to understand his son's past behavior, and said that he would never force Harry again. Harry was overwhelmed with gratitude. It felt so good to be understood by his father. Then went out to surf. Norman felt a little disgusted when he thought of the scene just now, and continued to say, "George is not so easy to fool. You go and follow them. Report to me anytime." "Did my stuff go out?" "Definitely. It has been sent out. They will never find it." Norman nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you go and stare at them." After hanging up the phone, Norman swaggered out of Ward 640, and the impact of the explosion was nothing to him now. Rest for a while to recover. Several generals, today will be your last supper. Lynn Manor. Tony drove the car to the door and stopped, and with Lynn's permission, he pushed the door and walked in. Just as he walked downstairs, Tony heard Gwen's voice coming from the back garden. It sounded like he was panting. Tony was startled. It's broad daylight, and it's the back garden. Suddenly, the projection of the Red Queen appeared beside Tony. "Mr. Stark, Master, what are you doing standing here in the back garden?" Tony's face turned awkward. "Why don't I wait for him here? I won't go there when he's busy." "It's okay, I can wait." If Happy or Xiaojiao were here at this time, they would be speechless in surprise. There was still time when Tony was willing to wait for someone. After turning red, his face was strange for a while. "Lynn is basking in the sun in the back garden. What's the inconvenience?" "Master is practicing Oriental martial arts with Miss Gwen. There is no inconvenience. If you want to wait here alone, then wait here." "Practicing Oriental martial arts?" Tony had a surprised look on his face. Speaking of Oriental martial arts, he is also somewhat interested, and he himself understands it clearly. After wearing the Mark armor, only the defense becomes stronger, and the main means of attack are basically thermal weapons. Although JRVS also has information about martial arts, it is still too limited. If you encounter close combat, you will be too tender. When he came to the back garden, Tony was shocked by the scene in front of him. Gwen was alone, fighting 5 steel soldiers, and the movements of these steel soldiers were obviously much smoother than when they appeared in Hammer Industries. What surprised Tony even more was that the little girl who usually looked thin was not only able to handle with ease under the beating of 5 steel soldiers, and it can counterattack 5 steel soldiers. The movements are also extremely elegant. The faces of the 5 iron soldiers have been converted into monitors that show Gwen's hit count. On the side, Lynn also thoughtfully set the blood bar. As long as the blood bar is cleared, the iron soldier will fall. It's a really cool way to train. Tony stepped out from behind Lynn and praised without hesitation. In the heart of every beautiful Chinese, there is a heart of tear you to death kung fu. Why do you come to visit me when you have time today? If you don't come today, you will miss this scene. Have these robots been transformed by the Red Queen? Their data Curry has such a complete set of Oriental Kung Fu data. Tony is indeed a top expert in artificial intelligence, and he can see it at a glance. Lynn asked Red Queen to provide these steel soldiers with Gwen as the model data during the training time. At the same time, the Red Queen is constantly improving them. Definitely, as an Oriental person, it's reasonable for me to know these things. Not only did Tony not feel strange, but he nodded in agreement. Everyone in the East knows martial arts. This is normal. Hey, does this robot have a training mode? Can you train me to be like this beauty? Lynn doesn't know this question either, so it can only be answered by Hong. Yes, I can increase the training mode and add the assistance of some external equipment. It can make them a qualified master. The Red Queen said, Lynn, no. Although I have the Mark X armor, my own combat experience and combat ability are still too poor. I need to practice. Lynn remembered. The future Tony will be played in mixed doubles by Captain America and Winter Soldier. It is because of my lack of fighting experience that I can only rely on Friday to analyze the Battle of Captain America. The result was just over Captain America, and the Winter Soldier came on. The mixed doubles of the 2 Supermen made Friday's analysis follow a lot of their rhythm. In the end, Tony lost, and the Avengers split. Definitely no problem. A $3 million bill. Tony was taken aback. You know more about business than I do. If you remember correctly, Lynn's robots were all obtained from Hammer Industries. He was approached by both the military and SHIELD for this matter. Everyone thinks that the steel soldiers missing from Hammer Industries were taken away by Tony, and Tony can't argue with that. But I can't be bothered to explain. Make a deal. Very cheap. Yes, $3 million to Tony is the same as $3. Money is just a number. Red Queen, give Tony one. Tony was very excited and put forward his own conditions. Well, I want the color of Mark's armor and 5 cups of milk tea. Is it okay to give me a few cups of milk tea? Tony said with a smile. Lynn didn't even bother to talk to this shameless person. He said that if he didn't deliver it himself, he wouldn't go to the refrigerator to get it by himself. Soon, a robot came over with several cups of milk tea. Tony picked up a glass bluntly and dazzled. Drink and drink. The milk tea here is better. I had JRVIS analyze the ingredients, but it didn't taste good at all. Good guy. A pirated copy, right? As I said, no one can make this taste, even if they know the recipe. Tony may have been lucky before, but now he believes it. Sitting on the deck chair on the other side. At this time, Gwen finally defeated the last battle robot and walked over sweating profusely. The strength of these 5 robots will be dynamically adjusted with Gwen, so every time Gwen's training is just right. The current Gwen is enough to become a superhero even without using the spider ability. Like Daredevil. The main source of Daredevil's combat power is his superb fighting skills. Add a little water and electrolytes. Lynn picked up another glass of water, specially prepared by Hong Ho. After taking a sip, Gwen was a little disappointed that it wasn't milk tea, but still feel very comfortable. Hey, Tony, you came to our house to eat and drink again. Facing Gwen's accusation, Tony blushed without heartbeat. No, I gave the money, Afty. These 5 cups cost $3 million. Puff. Gwen spit out a mouthful of water and looked at Lynn in surprise. This is too good for business. I sold him a robot you use for training, and he insisted on 5 cups of milk tea. Only then did Gwen understand. The drunken man does not mean to drink. But Gwen also reminded, Tony, these guys are very strong. You have to be careful. You can be so relaxed, so I can. I'll start training when I get back. Tony was incredibly confident. What he doesn't know is how much he will regret his current decision in the future. Definitely, it is not that I will always regret it. The purpose of Tony coming here is to drink milk tea is the most important, and the second is to discuss the issue of the steel battle suit with the Red Queen. Martial arts robots belong to another harvest. After chatting with the Red Queen, Wang Ding felt that he had a lot of inspiration again. By the way, there is one more thing. Tony, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something more important. Don't forget to attend the Stark Building ribbon-cutting ceremony in a while. Tony took out a gold-plated invitation letter from his arms. I know that Orientals pay the most attention to etiquette. I entrusted the master craftsman to make this by himself, and it is the only one in the world. Indeed, not many people could be personally invited by Tony. Lynn took it with a smile. It must be there. Can I bring my friends over there? Definitely. I also welcome this beautiful lady. Tony looked at Gwen. Lynn glanced at the invitation letter in her hand, and it was indeed low-key luxury with connotations. It was enough to see Tony's sincerity. Is my master ready? Let him sit in my car and I will take him back. He's already flown over. The Red Queen said. He can't enter my house, and there might be conflicts with JRVS. 3. Tony was worried that JRVS would blow him up later. No, I've already talked about the JRVS system. FB. The next time something like this happens, can you notify me in advance? I can let JRVIS let it go. Just now we were discussing the issue of mark armor. You should not want to be disturbed. The Queen's answer was impeccable. Tony pursed his lips. You're right, I'll go first. To meet my new master. Lynn, I'll go upstairs to take a shower first. Sweat all over. Lynn smiled slyly, then hugged Gwen. Together. Night. As soon as Xiao Jiao came back to the door, he heard Tony's bump in the house. Oh no. Chet, take it easy. Tony, what happened? Little Pepper took off half of her shoes and immediately rushed in to take a look. The scene in front of her made her brain shut down for a while, because Tony was shirtless, making a squat-like movement. Extend your arms forward. There's also a bowl on top of the head and knees. Next to him stood a robot that looked like a mark armor. Tony, what are you doing? Pepper couldn't understand the scene in front of him, and Tony didn't dare to speak. As soon as he talks, he will be distracted. If the bowl is dropped, his martial arts master will not let him go so easily. The robot next to him explained at this time, Hello, Miss Pepper. I'm a martial arts instructor bought by Mr. Tony Stark, and he is doing a horse squat now, which can exercise his lower body strength very well. Not only can it make him have a good foothold in future battles, but can also play a role in leg training, making the married life more happy. Tony was stupid. You teacher? Isn't it a bit unorthodox? When Xiao Jiao heard this, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, and he encouraged, Tony, come on. I'm going to take a shower first. Master, why do I feel that she seems to dislike me from before? Tony couldn't help asking. Don't feel it, that's it. I've already said that although your health data is fine, your physical skills are already a bit poor. So you have to lay the groundwork first. Understand? The robot is really like a teacher. Teaching, Tony asked suspiciously. Practice this, you can really exercise until... Yes, as the saying goes. Men practice their legs well, women run against the wall. After hearing these words, Wang Ni's eyes became extremely determined. After taking a deep breath, he said to the robot, Practice more. Sometimes, a man's drive is just so weird. And at night, in reality, Tony fell asleep after being fully trained. Little Pepper sighed helplessly on the bed. It's true, but at least I'm exercising. So the little Pepper is still a bit looking forward to. Just after most people have fallen asleep at night. Osborne Industries. In Norman's office, Norman put on the green armor and put a devil-shaped helmet on his head. The revenge plan has begun. A green figure rushed straight into the sky, flying towards the homes of several generals. Early the next morning, the assassination of several generals quickly made headlines. At the scene, there was no evidence left to prove the identity of the other party. The only explosion fragments available. After recovery by the expert team, a small bomb in the shape of a pumpkin head was obtained. It's incredible. The high level of the military was assassinated, which directly caused a sensation in the entire beautiful country. Fortunately, they are all older people. Soon there will be people from the second generation to make up for it. So although it is a sensation, there are obviously more people who rejoice inside. Shield. Nick Fury also frowned as he looked at the several data reports sent back in front of him. There are also various evidences above. Unfortunately, there is no way to lock anyone down with this evidence alone. Any clues? Hill shook his head. Currently, there is no information about this pumpkin bomb in SHIELD's data. It cannot be ruled out that it was an assassination by another country. Nick Fury shook his head. I don't think he was assassinated. It's more like a targeted murder. The dead are all army officers, and they're all elderly people. So you suspect that it's an internal struggle? Hill frowned. If it is really a power struggle within the military, their SHIELD should theoretically stay out of it. Who knows? They put pressure on us purely for show. Since this is the case, let's pretend to be Dash. Phil Coulson. Nick Fury subconsciously yelled Phil Coulson's name, only to remember that he had sent him to check Hold the Hammer after saying it. Recently, I've been really swollen by all kinds of things. Just send any advanced agent there. Just pretend to investigate, and don't worry about other things. Understood, Chief. Regarding the affairs of the military, Nick Fury's current attitude is not to get involved if he can. Facts have also proved that his choice is wise. For example, he did not get involved in the incident between Hammer Industries and the Ministry of National Defense last time. No, all the faults are now being borne by the Ministry of National Defense and the Air Force. It has nothing to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. So this event is the same. Compared with being assassinated by other countries, Nick Fury thinks it is a political infighting, because he believes that no killer can enter New York quietly without being discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D. SHIELD is the most reliable institution. Nick Fury thinks so. Nick Fury is more concerned about the hammer that fell in Norway than the military and political affairs. According to the information sent back after the on-site inspection, the hammer's whole body is made of materials that cannot be found on the Earth, especially the hammer handle. It looks like common wood, but it is indestructible, and no weapon on Earth can harm him. Is this a product of that civilization? Nick Fury looked at the hammer in the photo, and he also studied Norse mythology during this time. It was discovered that Thor Odinson, the son of Odin, was indeed Thor, and there was also a hammer as a weapon in mythology. Is that person really the Thor in Legendary? Is there really a god in this world? While thinking this, Nick Fury looked up at the ceiling of S.H.I.E.L.D. The figure exuding powerful energy appeared again in his mind. If there is a god, it should be. Thinking of this, Nick Fury laughed at himself. Just as he was about to open his room and pet the cat, the door of the office was pushed open again. It made Nick Fury's hand abruptly stop in midair. His face was unhappy, but this time Hill didn't give him time to speak. Director, something happened in Norway. Is there something wrong with the hammer? No, a flaming mecha appeared. Flaming armor? Nick Fury took the tablet immediately, and couldn't help shrinking his pupils when he saw the mecha on it. What is this? At first glance, it does look like a mecha, but his way of moving is completely different from the mechas that appear on the Earth today. And on the spot, the man who appeared next to the hammer before, who called himself Thor, was fighting this thing? No, it's not so much about fighting as about being hunted down by that silver-white mecha. Soon, that person was defeated. A blonde girl rushed up, and the man's life was gradually passing away. Die! Nick Fury had a little hope in him. As a result, he died like this. The silver-white mecha was also preparing to leave after killing the man. Just then, the content on the tablet changed. It was Phil Coulson who got on the signal. Director, the hammer has reacted. Hammer. Phil Coulson immediately turned the camera to the hammer, and at that moment, the hammer soared into the sky, and the direction happened to be that place before. Suddenly, It was broad daylight and the sun was shining brightly. There was an instant thunderstorm at that position. In the thunderlight, a man wearing armor and red wholesale walked out slowly, with that hammer in his hand that no one can lift. Oh, he's really Thor. Nick Fury does now. This man is really Thor, and the hammer in his hand is the mythical Mjolnir with the power of thunder. Phil Coulson. I'm here, press. The experimental tent that SHIELD temporarily built is now a mess. You have been in contact with him during this time. How do you feel about this person? He's a nice guy, and he's in love with a woman from Earth. Still in love with Earthlings? This is good. Nick Fury had an instant thought. Phil Coulson, go get him. Be sure to make him our human friend. The word human. Nick Fury bites hard. Phil Coulson understood right away what was going on. Not so much a friend of humanity, rather a friend of S.H.I.E.L.D. The director is planning to absorb him into the Avengers. Even if you can't get him into the Avengers, it would be nice to have a strong ally. Anyway, as long as it is not an enemy, that is the best result. Phil Coulson immediately drove towards that place. Looks like I'm going to go to Norway myself, too. In the case of successive failures of the Avengers plan, Nick Fury wants to show his sincerity. And go Nick Fury feeling. Perhaps after this time, the place name was exposed to the universe again. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's already dark complexion became even more gloomy. He'll get ready. Let's go to Norway personally, and I want to meet the son of the Nordic God King in person. 47. Inside Lynn Manor. Lynn, who was basking in the sun, felt something and turned to look in the direction of Norway. Has Mjolnir been raised? Although Mjolnir is a weapon made by the dwarf clan, its essence is also a product of magic. Plus, it has Odin's blessing on it. It is even more obvious when magic fluctuations are generated. Now Lynn is very sensitive to the perception of magic fluctuations, so he felt it the first time Mjolnir was activated. Lynn, however, lacked interest in the matter. In the end, it was nothing more than a battle for the throne of Asgard. It also spread to the earth. I really don't know what Odin was thinking. Oh no, in Asgard, the name of the earth should be Midgard. Gwen swings the cobweb back to Lynn after addressing the events in New York City. Seeing Lynn thinking about something. Lynn, what's wrong? It's okay. I just miss you a little bit. Yeah. Lynn nodded. Definitely. I'm bored at home by myself. TCH. That's because Sister Cheen is not here, so you're bored. If Sister Cheen was here, would you still miss me? When talking, Gwen's tone was obviously a little bit jealous. Woman? Oh no. Girl. In most cases, still prefer the feeling of exclusivity. Lynn knew it was useless to explain anything at a time like this. Prove it with actions. Military region. In a single dormitory. Captain America is reading nearly 20 years of newspapers, all of which SHIELD found for him. The purpose is to allow him to adapt to the changes in the world over the years faster. After reading these newspapers, Captain America pinched the bridge of his nose. Even if it is the Superman class, it will be tiring to absorb a lot of knowledge in a short period of time. After taking a break, Captain America just wanted to read on. There was a knock on the door. Opening the door, the decorated Captain America immediately recognized him as a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Did you Chief Nick Fury send you here? Yes, Captain America. That detective was very good. This man in front of him is Captain America. That beautiful Chinese was not excited. What's the matter? After learning about the nature of SHIELD's work, Captain America didn't like SHIELD very much. In his view, freedom is more important than anything else. The existence of an organization like SHIELD is simply trampling on the freedom that everyone should enjoy. That's why he didn't want to join the Avengers. Because Captain America thinks that maybe this Avengers is also some kind of organization that supervises others. That's right, Captain America. Our director asked me to send you a piece of information about something that happened recently. Captain America frowned and took the tablet from the agent's hand. Let me teach you how to use it. The agent thought that Captain America has been in a coma for 70 years, and such modern high-tech products may not be used. No, I've learned it during this time. Seeing that Captain America has been able to operate the tablet proficiently, the agent was shocked and said, "Then I will go first." Captain America looked at the information on the tablet without looking up, because the content of the information was enough to shock his heart that had been frozen for 70 years. Is there really a God in this world? The content on the tablet is a report about the whole thing about Hammer in northern Norway. At the beginning, Captain America saw the miracle brought by Tesseract with his own eyes. But at the time, he still believed that it could be explained by science. And now there are gods on Earth. At the end of the mission report, there's a personal tribute from Nick Fury. It probably means that if this god is bad, then it is the duty of Avengers to destroy him and protect the Earth. Obviously, Nick Fury can also guess why Captain America is unwilling to join the Avengers. After reading the last paragraph, Captain America closed the door and continued his study. At the same time, one of the highest powers in the beautiful country, the office of the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State's name is also on the desk, Alexander Pierce. Pierce sat there, as if dealing with business. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door. "Please come in." Zero asked for flowers. An agent of SHILD walked in. Pierce looked up, and his expression became serious. After seeing the closed door, the SHILD agent kept standing at attention, clenched fist with one hand and hammered to his chest. "HYDRA hail. Has Nick Fury left SHILD? "Yes, sir. He is now traveling to northern Norway with the Hill agent to investigate. Check that hammer." For what has been gathered so far, it appears that the hammer was the weapon of Thor Mjolnir. Pierce nodded. Unexpectedly, Odin left another treasure in this world. Others may think that the legendary about Odin is a myth. But as the leader of Hydra in this era, Pierce knows. Odin is not a mythical legendary. Because during World War II, Red Skull, the founder of Hydra and the old enemy of Captain America, found the Tesseract left by Odin. If it weren't for Captain America's meddling at the time, Pierce believes that Hydra has long ruled the Earth with the Tesseract. What annoyed him even more was that the Red Skull had long since disappeared. Captain America isn't dead yet. "Sir, now that Nick Fury isn't here, do we want to go after Rogers?" For all HYDRA, Captain America is their nightmare. It was this man who single-handedly destroyed Hydra in its most glorious period. Pierce waved his hands and stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, and looked at the whole of New York. If we do it now, our tracks will be exposed immediately. Nick Fury is not that easy to deal with. Before Zola's algorithm is fully mature, everyone will let me stay in my position quietly. Understood, sir. Hydra is almost a brainwashing education for its subordinates. As long as an order is given, it will be carried out unswervingly. So Pierce is not worried about his people being exposed at all. What's the situation with the Ministry of Defense now? Hammer Industries' equity has been auctioned off, and Ivan Shiko has not left any arc reactor technology in Winmare Industries. FFLX. Pierce shook his head. It doesn't matter as long as Zola's algorithm is mature. What Iron Man, what Captain America. Go on. Remember to change out of SHILD's clothes next time you come over. Understood, sir. After the person left, Pierce looked at New York in front of him and shook his fingers in the direction ahead. Master Red Skull, leave your unfulfilled, long-cherished wish to us. Even Captain America, I sent him home myself. As he spoke, there was a sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. Everyone thought that HYDRA, which nearly destroyed the world, had been wiped out. As everyone knows, they not only survived in another way. Even it has reached unprecedented heights. Osborne Industries, in Norman's office. Norman was watching the online report about the killing of the general and couldn't help but sneer. At the same time, don't forget to praise yourself. It could be done so seamlessly. The feeling of killing people is really good. Norman squeezed his hand. The appearance of the general begging for mercy last night was still in front of his eyes. In the past, when this group of people came to Osborne Industry, they all looked aloof. Nothing as humble as last night. This greatly satisfied Norman's psychology, and then killed him unceremoniously. Just then, the live news on TV was interrupted by another piece of news. Did the news about your own murder disappear? Norman looked unhappy. Everyone, Stark Building marks the success of the transformation of Stark Industries. Next, let's interview Miss Pepper Potts, CEO of Stark Industries. In the picture, little Pepper is standing in front of a tall building to be interviewed by the media. These are all normal questions. Suddenly, a reporter asked, "Will Tony Stark attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony?" Definitely, he is the master of Stark Industries, and I'm just his assistant, because he's busy being Iron Man, saving the world. So, the task of managing the company can only be handed over to me. Pepper answered every tricky question with ease, and finally got into the car under the protection of Happy. At the end, he still did not forget to say to the camera, "Everyone from the media is welcome to come and see us then." Boom! Norman hammered on the desk with one hand, and the cigar in his hand was crushed. Even the solid wood desk was smashed into a deep hole. Stark building hum. Iron Man, I don't know if you're stronger or I'm stronger. In the depths of Norman's eyes, a deep darkness appeared. Seems to be planning to do something. Even the corners of the mouths on both sides couldn't help raising, and an incomparably ferocious smile appeared on his face. The previous Norman was useless and was always shitted on by your Stark family. Now this history is coming to an end. Huh. Wide. Xavier's school. After this period of network fermentation, coupled with Professor X's water army strategy. Now, that X-Men includes mutant, the stereotype of the public has been reversed to a certain extent. Sheen, I'm really grateful for your friend's help to be able to achieve this level. Professor X is clear if it is not because of the other party's network technology. Their posts and trolls have long been wiped out. Sheen smiled faintly. Professor, I brought your thanks for this matter. The next step is the second phase of the plan, which may take your friend Spider-Man's job. Hope she doesn't mind. No, I've already told her. Sheen still remembered that when she told Gwen about this last time, Gwen was so happy that it was too late. I can have a good rest. That's fine. Then I'll call them all in and start working on the second phase. Sheen suddenly thought of another thing. Then what about Magneto and the others? Can't we be the ones who are always looking for favors? Favor? When Professor X heard this term for the first time, it felt quite fresh, but it did fit what they were doing now. This word is also where Sheen heard from Lynn. Last time, Sheen and Lynn talked about the Professor X plan, and Lynn said that Professor X's plan to build a good impression is good. Finally, he is no longer the licking dog of the high-level officials in the beautiful country. Definitely, Eric will assist us there. They have the most contact with the underworld, so it is easier for them to collect some materials than us. With their help, we can easily eliminate a lot of criminal organizations. The inside should cooperate with the outside. Sheen was stunned for a while. Can you still play like this? It seems that my brain is still a little worse than Professor X's. Okay, now I'm going to call them all in for a meeting. Definitely this time, I also called a new friend. Next, our tasks must also cooperate with their work during the 7th five-year plan. Professor X clapped his hands. The door of the office opened immediately, and Sheen's eyes moved when he saw someone coming. Because he knew the person coming. Gwen's father, George. Hello, Miss Jean Grey. I was busy with another case that day, so I left first. George smiled and shook Jean's hand. Hello, Mr. Gwen Stacy. You're this? Sheen's curious look made Professor X smile, and then explained, After you left the New York Police Department last time, I found a chance to meet with Mr. George alone, and said something about the X-Men helping him take down criminal organizations. In return, hope Mr. George has a nice word for the X-Men at the press conference. I see, but Sheen still didn't understand, according to most of the information she got. It basically shows that George does not like to cooperate with the so-called superhero. Why did he agree to cooperate with Professor X this time? Is it because of Gwen? Jean immediately dismissed the idea. Because George doesn't know Spider-Man's true identity at all, the only reasonable explanation is after so many things. George's heart has changed for superhero. That's why the Professor X project went so smoothly. Mr. Lynn, Gwen, you two really helped Mutant a lot. The difference is that Lynn helped directly or indirectly. Gwen inadvertently changed George's view of superhero. Charles, I admire you for running this school by yourself for so many years. George knew the existence of Xavier's school before, but stepping into understanding is the first time. When I came here, I had already visited Xavier's school. The more I visited, the more I was surprised by Xavier's school. He asked himself, he cannot do this level. If I were a mutant, I might find a place to live my life safely without thinking too much. Just do your best to hide your identity. The so-called nothing to do with oneself hangs high. For George's compliment, Professor X just smiled, compared to Mr. George's protection of the safety of the entire New York City. I'm so insignificant. While the two were humbled by each other, the other X-Men also arrived, except Logan. Now Logan is over there with Mutant Brotherhood, acting as a bridge of relaxation between the forces on both sides. Because Professor X has been saying that the first cooperation between the two mutant forces will soon be ushered in. As for when, I don't know. Now that everyone is here, our meeting will officially begin. In Lynn Manor, Lynn received another piece of good news. The Red Queen stood by Lynn's side. Jean Bing's voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lynn, after our price regardless of the cost. The movie Big Hero 6 has been filmed, and all the conditions for its release have been met. It can be released at any time. Hearing what Jean Bing said, Lynn was also taken aback. It really is money ability. How long does it take for such a high-quality movie? But before that, you still need to pass Lynn. Okay, you send the master tape first, and if there is no problem after I watch it, it will be released directly. What about the announcement? Jean Bing was stunned for a moment. If there is no publicity work in the early stage of a movie's release, where will the traffic come from? Usually those movies have leaked resources, set leaks, heroin gossip, and so on. In fact, they're all publicity operations before the release. After earning enough traffic, release the trailer. This is the normal announcement process for movies. So Jean Bing thinks that he has to be busy for a while before releasing it. Don't worry about the publicity. Someone will help us publicize it. Just upload the master tape to me first. That's fine, Mr. Lin. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please tell me right away. I'll have someone modify it immediately. Jean Bing's attitude, Tion Fun's humility. After hanging up the phone, Lin looked at the Red Queen. Did it pass? Yes, it has been uploaded to my server. The master can watch it anytime he wants. Let's go tonight. Let's watch together when Jean and Gwen come back. Lin stood up from the recliner, stretched, and said, sign in. Sign in successfully and get a magical elf egg. Lin immediately called up the properties of the elf egg to check. Magical elf egg. There's a cute elf inside. If it can be hatched, it will become your most loyal partner. It's still possible to sign something like this. Lin subconsciously thought, could it be some Pokemon or something? After all, in his memory, only those little things fit this statement. If a powerful Pokemon is hatched. Interesting. Boom. With a gesture of Lin's hand, an egg with a pink pattern appeared in front of her. After looking at it curiously, Lin found that even her own clairvoyance could not see through the egg body. Red Empress, can you scan the composition of this thing? After scanning for a while, the Red Queen shook her head at Lin. No, materials that I have never seen before. There was no sign of life inside, either. Just give me elf eggs, but there is no way to hatch them. Looking at the elf egg in front of her, Lin also felt a little troubled. I have no experience in hatching eggs myself. Try it. Hatching an egg is all about time and temperature. Lin raised her hands, and two mysterious magic circles appeared in each palm. Left hand read petroleum green. Fire magic, temperature rise. Time magic, time, acceleration. The two kinds of magic are cast together, and the two kinds of light appear on the pink egg and begin to alternate. Gradually, the color of the egg body becomes darker and darker. It works. Lin's face brightened. Time magic triple speed. The space around the egg body vibrates constantly. After about 10 minutes, there was a crisp click sound on the eggshell. It's done. Lin immediately stopped the magic in her hand, curiously leaning over. Even the Red Queen couldn't restrain the curiosity in her heart. The cracks in the pink eggshell are becoming more and more obvious. Click. Suddenly, a white slender arm pushed open the eggshell. Oh, human hands. Lin recognized it at a glance. It was a human hand. Could it be a human-shaped elf? Immediately afterwards, the eggshell cracked faster. In just an instant, the entire eggshell turned into starlight with a click. Then all the starlight quickly gathered and condensed into a human form. This level of light may be dazzling to others, but Lynn is completely fine. Take a good look inside. Damn, it's really an elf? Even Lynn couldn't help but let out a sound of wonder. Because there are indeed elves in it, but not those elves in Pokemon. It's the elves in Lord of the Rings, who have human shapes but pointy ears. And the one in front of him is a female elf. Having just been born from an eggshell, the elf has little else on her body. When the golden light on her body dissipated, the female elf opened her eyes. Blue's pupils seemed to have starlight, looking at Lynn. Lynn immediately sang, "Create magic." The elements converged, and a long white dress appeared on the female elf. The female elf looked at her new clothes without any surprise on her face. "Are you the one who summoned me into this world? From now on, you are my master." The female elf knelt on one knee, kneeling in front of Lynn as if discriminating. "May I have your name?" The female elf shook her head. "Our elves are bred on the tree of the goddess, and will only be born when called by the brave. We don't have a name. We have to be given by the master. If the master is dissatisfied with my existence, canceling the summoning now will allow me to return to the goddess tree. But once you give me my name, you will sign a contract to live and die with the master." Lynn rubbed her chin with one hand and looked at the female elf in front of her with interest. "This is quite interesting." Suddenly, there was an elf servant. "Then I'll give you a name." Hearing that Lynn was willing to stay with her, the female elf lowered her head again. "Master, please order people for me." "Savannah." Lynn remembered the most beautiful elf cosplayer in her previous life. Her name was Savannah, known all over the world for cosplaying a female elf. But in the final analysis, Cos is the genuine female elf in front of Cos after all. Whether it is temperament or appearance, she is more than a star and a half stronger than Savannah. "Savannah." The elf muttered her name. "From now on, my name will be Savannah Lynn." The suffix indicates that it is Lynn's private elf. Lynn doesn't care. He just reminded, "In front of outsiders, you could just call yourself Savannah. By the way, the elves should know magic, right?" "Definitely, master." Savannah stood up. White's magic circle began to appear in the palm, and a pure white bow slowly emerged from it. Bow, an arrow, the attack method of the elves. The length of the bow is about half the height of Savannah, and Savannah draws the bow to the full. Soon, an arrow composed of elements appeared on the bow. Fire, elemental magic. Lynn felt it all at once. The above was fire elemental magic. "Call out." The arrow soared into the sky and exploded in the air, like a gorgeous flaming meteor. "Master, this is the attack magic that the elves are good at. I have two kinds of arrows, ice element and fire element." Speaking of Savannah, an icicle began to emerge from the other hand. That holy look and a mouthful of a master. There's a strong sense of contrast. Besides, there are auxiliary magic. As he said that, a holy white light began to appear on Savannah's body, where the white light shone. It made Lynn feel warm. Physical recovery. Very well, come back. The magic Lynn will too, and the power is much stronger than Savannah. Savannah put away her bow. The demeanor is extremely proud. At least that's how it looks from the outside. Only then did Savannah notice the Red Queen beside Lynn. "Who are you?" "The Red Queen, the Master's artificial intelligence." Lynn nodded. "It can be regarded as my servant, and the two of you will be colleagues in the future." Savannah nodded blankly. Obviously, this world is a bit beyond her cognition. At least she doesn't know what artificial intelligence is. Lynn also saw it. Maybe he was summoned from a world of brave men and demon kings. That kind of era is basically the Shikongmu of the Middle Ages. Red Empress takes Savannah to visit the house and explain the world to her by the way. "Good master." "Savannah, please follow me." Since they all called Master Lynn, the Red Queen did not honor Savannah as Miss. Instead, she called Savannah by her first name. Savannah also quickly caught up with the Red Queen, and everything made her full of wonder. Lynn shook her head amused. Unexpectedly, There was an extra female elf in the family for no reason. I don't know what Gwen will think after seeing it. Soon. The time soon came to night. Living room location. Sheen and Gwen looked at the new female elf in the family with great curiosity. Under Lynn's flickering, the two women believed in the multi-universe theory, and there is indeed a multi-universe in this world. So it's much easier to explain. So she's a female elf from the wizarding world? Gwen looked at Savannah in disbelief, and Savannah looked at Gwen fearlessly. Then can she do magic? Definitely, we elves are the darlings of the earth, born with affinity with the natural elements. Savannah opened her hands, a flame in one hand, and toilet water. Two diametrically opposite forces appeared on her body in an incomparably harmonious form. Jean and Gwen are different. Sheen knows that there is magic in this world, although she is surprised in her heart, but still within the acceptable range. But Gwen was different. Gwen immediately said, "Savannah, you are really amazing. Can you teach me? Can you teach her?" "Master." Savannah looks at Lynn. Jean and Gwen also looked at Lynn at this time. "Owner?" Lynn pinched the bridge of her nose. "She called me master as soon as she came, and I can't help it." "I see, Mr. Lynn, Gwen and I are not enough," Sheen said with some yin and yang. "The Shura field is here." Then he took Savannah's hand. "Come on, let's go back to the room, and you tell us what's going on. Tell me in detail." Gwen also made a face at Lynn. "Lou, bastard. Cheat the little girl." "Lynn, this movie is really good." "Mr. Lynn, is this your new movie coming out?" "Very interesting magic." The three women sat next to Lynn, sighing after watching Big Hero 6. Only Savannah was always curious about what it was, but couldn't find traces of magic. After watching the movie, Hong Ho appeared and explained the science and technology involved to Savannah. In the end, Savannah ended up with magic never seen before. Lynn and Gwen's reactions were within Lynn's expectations. After all, this is the Marvel world, and the entertainment industry is not as developed as imagined. Especially in the general environment, this kind of superhero movie can be very popular. Since you all think it's good, then the movie will be released tomorrow. But Mr. Lynn, don't we have to spread the word first? Sheen looked at Lynn. She also knew about some commercial operations. A movie was released in the early stage, and there was no proper publicity. Then the box office of this movie must be dismal. Gwen and Savannah didn't know much about these things. Lynn smiled and said, "Don't worry, someone will help us promote it. Red Empress, help me contact Empress." "Okay, Master." Tony from At the Moment is experimenting with the self-wearing Mark X2 for the second time, and the experiment has not yet started. The voice of JRVS sounded, "Sir, Mr. Lynn is calling for you." "Oh, he obviously can speak directly. He really respects me." Tony still hacked JRVS once after the monster was read, and I was also secretly competing in my heart, and I would come back sooner or later. "Hey, Lynn, I'm wondering if I can return this, teacher." Tony turned his head to look at the martial arts robot in the cabin, which has been tortured for the past 2 days. "Fall asleep as soon as you get to bed." Little Pepper has complained. "Once the goods are sold, there will be no refund." Joke. He has always been the only one who earns other people's money, so there is no reason for others to return the money from him. "Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have 2 movie tickets here. I want to invite you to watch my new movie. Are you interested?" Is there a film adaptation of your work? How come I don't know it all?" Tony asked himself. He was half of Lynn's book fan, and according to Lynn's reputation, if his work is adapted into a movie, it is impossible for him to be so unknown. "My new script in 2005 has nothing to do with those novels. It tells the story of a gifted boy." "How?" "Interested." When I heard the word genius boy, I immediately became interested, because he is a genius boy. So he was curious, what kind of gifted boy described by Lynn? "Yes, but I want to bring one more person." "No problem. The movie theater is ready for you. Just wait there." After speaking, Lynn hung up the phone. Not long after, Pepper came home from get off work and found that Tony was still not on the first floor. It must be practicing martial arts in the basement again. I really believe they're evil. Why do men have good legs and women run against the wall? In the end, before he could support the wall, Tony was paralyzed. "Tony, Pepper, who just came home, greeted Tony even though he felt a little uncomfortable, but saw Tony got dressed and walked out of the room. And it's still very formal. Tony, what are you doing? In Pepper's memory, Tony must be wearing this to attend a grand banquet. But lately, Stark Industries hasn't had a big party. There is no celebrity misunderstanding that Tony should participate. Tony scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Recently, you have worked hard at work, so I thought, take you to a movie. How is it? Are you interested?" My God. Little Pepper covered his mouth with both hands in disbelief. What happened to this man? Would you invite yourself to the movies? How? Would you like to go with me? Tony walked up to Pepper. Pepper took the initiative to hold Tony's arm. Then let's go. Tony drove and took Pepper to the location Lynn gave. The other side. Jean-Bin held the phone in his hand. Okay, Mr. Lynn. All arrangements have been made at the cinema, and the reporters are also notifying. You won't be disappointed. Number 333. After Jean-Bin hung up the phone, a gleam of admiration flashed in his eyes. When I was still thinking about how to do the announcement, Lynn had already arranged everything. Really, Mr. Lynn? Even Tony dared to calculate. Kim also believes that the film will soon be a hit at the box office across the United States. After Tony Stark enters the movie theater, immediately start contacting various reporters. If you want to exaggerate as much as you want, just say that Tony cried bitterly after watching it. Whatever. But boss fight. Jean-Bin's complexion suddenly became ugly. Someone is disobeying him? A person who had been with Jean for a long time stood up with a dissatisfied face. Jean-Bin is the boss. What money does the film make? Don't we all have to do these things in the future and stop doing other things? Refers to definitely those gray and black industry chains that Jinha Group is involved in. In his view, only those are the things that really make a lot of money. Invest in making movies. If it wasn't for playing actresses, would the rich boss have nothing to do to be taken advantage of? So you're saying that what I'm doing is wrong? Yes, boss Jean-Bin. Jean-Bin sneered. If that's the case, then you should quit. But I want to tell you that whatever happens next, you have to bear it yourself. Don't come to me, let alone reveal any relationship between you and me. Otherwise, the murderous look that burst out from Jean-Bin's eyes made the younger brothers present shudder. They have all seen Jean-Bin's methods. Definitely do not doubt the truth of this statement. Also, if anyone thinks it makes sense, it's fine to go with him. Everyone was shocked. According to Jean-Bin's meaning, this is to completely abandon these people and cut them off. No one understands what Jean-Bin is thinking now. Is it really that good to make a movie with that writer? Two more younger brothers came out. Boss Jean-Bin, thank you for taking care of me these years. We still want to do something else. Very well, just remember what I said. And he left. After struggling for a while, the remaining younger brothers decided to stay by Jean-Bin's side. Then why are you still standing here in a daze and not doing what I said? Clear. After everyone left the office, they couldn't help but sneer, a group of short-sighted guys. Nobody knows all of New York. Even the pattern of the world is quietly changing. Late at night, after watching a movie, not only was Tony not so sleepy that he fell asleep, but his eyes were full of excitement. Pepper has not watched a movie for too long, and after watching this novel movie, I still have endless aftertaste. Especially in the end credits, Lynn's name also appeared. Is this Lynn's new work? Yes, if nothing else happens, we should be the first audience. Pepper suddenly felt extremely honored, because this movie is really good, unexpectedly good. Tony, on the other hand, found resonance in the process of watching the movie. The genius boy Xiaohong used his own head to be cynical at first, and made a robot to participate in the underground robot competition. Isn't that the old self? Later, under the guidance of Big Brother, he became a superhero. I understand my responsibilities. It is simply a direct portrayal of the mental journey of becoming Iron Man. This movie is absolutely fantastic. I'm about to give Lynn a call. Tony took out his mobile phone and called Lynn directly. Hi, Lynn. Tony, it's over. Well, what do you think? Lynn asked with a smile. Lynn, this is really great. Honestly, did you create this movie after me? Lynn on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes. You really are not a normal narcissist. But for the sake of publicity, Lynn still said, against his will, "You think so?" It didn't take long for Tony to know he was wrong. After getting the answer she wanted, Wong and I hung up the phone contentedly. "Come on, Pepper. It's time for us to go home." "Definitely." As soon as the two walked out of the entrance of the cinema, a bunch of reporters surrounded them. The two of them were stunned directly. "Mr. Tony Stark, what movie are you watching?" "Mr. Tony, I heard that this movie is co-produced by Stark Industries and Mr. Lynn. Is it true? May I ask how Mr. Juan Stark felt after watching this movie?" Tony and Pepper reacted immediately. Lynn is using the two of them as free publicity machines. On heat, on flow. In the entire beautiful country, and even in the whole world, the only person who can compare with the richest man is Iron Man. Tony thought about it, and must go to Lynn's house for a few cups of milk tea tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be a waste of publicity for him. First of all, I want to declare that Tony panted heavily on purpose, and the reporters immediately fell silent, waiting for Tony to speak. "This movie is really good. I like it very much. It's the best movie I've ever seen. He is simply a portrayal of my life. I called Lynn just now, and he said that it was created according to my prototype." Tony spoke directly, shamelessly. After asking a lot of gossip questions, a group of reporters watched Tony leave and went home to write the article as soon as possible. At the same time, there are also some people who eat melons and upload this matter to social media. Iron Man and his girlfriend watch a short movie late at night. What movie is so good? Let Tony Stark watch it with a woman in the middle of the night. The best movie in history. Pick Tony's best evaluation. All kinds of titles keep coming, and Lynn and Kim don't even have to worry about what's next. The ads are already full. Early the next morning, all major theaters have released the movie. The title is also very simple and rude. Tony watched the movie that he agreed to. Why don't you go and see it? Inside Lynn Manor. Looking at the overwhelming, spontaneous publicity, Lynn knew that this time it was basically stable. The film will soon be able to win many box office results. And the other side, after a night of getting along, the three girls also gathered together at a table and chatted. What left Lynn speechless was that three girls slept in one room last night. Sleep in a room by yourself. Suddenly, I felt a little bit, should I send Savannah out to do some tasks first? How about some space for the three of them? Compared with Sheen, Gwen showed more curiosity about elves and magic. "Savannah, can your magic be transformed like Harry Potter and the others?" The elves don't have changing types of magic, only attack magic and auxiliary magic. Attack magic is just. Savannah did science popularization for Gwen in detail. Sheen on the side also listened curiously. This was also her first contact with magic. And on the other side of the world, in a secret room, Ancient One made a strange handprint in his hand. An eye-shaped necklace on his chest began to emit a green light. Then the eyes slowly opened, and a green gem appeared inside. After a while, Ancient One opened his eyes, and there was some disbelief in his eyes. The last time was summoning magic. This time it actually involves time magic. Why does New York have such a powerful magic mage? Ancient One muttered to himself in surprise. The responsibility of Supreme Mage, besides protecting the eye of Agamotto on his chest, is to protect the Earth. Ancient One is currently undetermined. Does the mysterious mage pose any threat to the Earth? Even now, she doesn't know who that person is. Borrow other powers. There was a firmness in Ancient One's eyes. No matter what, you have to find this person first. If the other party is not threatening, maybe you can even become your ally. Ancient One made a handprint again, and a red demon totem slowly emerged between her eyebrows. If any other mage from Kamartaj were present, their jaws would drop at the sight of this totem. For this is the mark of the followers of the Dark Lord Dormammu. Supreme Mage is a follower of Dormammu. If this matter gets out, the entire mage world will tremble. Through the power of Dormammu, Ancient One once again controlled the eye of Agamotto and soon found the answer he wanted. Ancient One was extremely surprised. It's him. Inside Lynn Manor, Gwen walked out of the room with Savannah, now in a plain white bikini. The almost perfect proportion figure, coupled with the pure face of the elves. Even Sheen and Gwen, these two women who have always been confident in their appearance and figure. Now it pales in comparison to Savannah. My God, Savannah, you are so beautiful. No wonder Lynn wants to keep you by his side. When complimenting, Gwen didn't forget to diss Lynn, who was drinking milk tea. I was ordered by the goddess to come to the master. The master is willing to take me in, and it is my honorable house. Savannah said directly. Gwen took Savannah and Jean's hands and walked to the swimming pool together. He glanced at Lynn reproachfully. Lynn spread her hands helplessly. I don't want to either. But she called me master. I'm definitely in charge. Come on, Savannah, let's go swimming. By the way, Savannah, can you swim? Savannah replied, I won't. Although the elves are naturally compatible with the elements, they can't swim. Real or fake? Lynn walked over to Savannah curiously. In this case, let me teach you. Okay, Chinese. Compare with Sheen's sister-in-law type, Gwen's lively girl-next-door type. Savannah's attitude is more inclined to the cold and ascetic type. Even facing Lynn, Savannah maintained a respectful attitude. Lynn, how about the two of us come to teach Savannah? And you go and help us make milk tea. For a split second, Gwen seemed to hear Lynn's voice planning. The milk tea is ready and placed on the table, and I haven't been swimming with you for a long time. Come on, Savannah,